Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 96, Folly. Erza was chewing through her breakfast alongside Orium. She treasured these moments more than ever now. The meeting from last night had upset her, even shaken her, and some semblance of normalcy was relieving. Necessary, even. Jalal Fernandez, still alive. Still her enemy. Somehow, a better person than before. It had been much easier when she had been resolute in the simplicity of her hatred for him, when he had just been a villain, a wicked ghost from her past that could be put out with a swift hammer's blow to the skull. Now, she wasn't so sure. She didn't believe him completely. Not yet, not so easily. But, there had been a sincerity about him that she found hard to dismiss. A very old part of her, one that had refused to die even in the face of all the horrors she had seen since her death, wanted to think he could be a better man. The part of her that had been uplifted into fairy tale, the one that had come to believe in family, camaraderie, in a better way. In forgiveness. In second chances. She had found it hard to square that part with reality sometimes, but it had refused to go away, something she was grateful for. Most of the time. Erza. Orium's voice drew her back to reality. Erza, are you even listening? Yes. Of course, said Erza sheepishly. Then, realizing she had just lied, she quickly said, well I sort of drifted off. Sorry. Honestly, Erza, Orium huffed. This is sort of a big deal, and now you're daydreaming. I didn't sleep very well, said Erza. At least that wasn't a lie. She was tired, having spent most of the night sleeplessly staring into the wall before finally drifting off, well into the wee hours of the morning. What's the big deal? Ichigo, said Orium. Erza blinked. Did something happen? Is he okay? It's not bad, said Orium dismissively. You'd know that if you listened. I'm sorry, said Erza, sighing. From the top? I'll listen this time. Yesterday, I talked to Ichigo. That's not unusual. I asked him out. Erza blinked. Huh. Did you actually hear what I just said? Orium said insistently. You just asked Ichigo out, Erza repeated. The statement seemed to appease Orium. Well, I guess I'm not too surprised, said Erza, although that wasn't quite true. She hadn't seen it coming, but it made a fair amount of sense now that she heard it. You've been friends since forever. You're the same age. You're both at that age when you start noticing other people in that way. It's, well, you could do a lot worse than Ichigo. Not even a gasp. Said Orium, frowning. Oh, my God, Erza said dramatically, grinning. You and Ichigo? No freaking way. That's more like it. Orium said cheerily. You see, I just calmly walked over there, frankly told him how I felt, and he agreed to go out with me. Well, way to go, said Erza with a chuckle. Well, that's sort of a total lie, Orium confessed. I barely got the words out, and it was only because he was too dumbstruck to say anything himself. I felt like I was going to ruin everything. Like my insides turned into jelly. Well, at least you got that part out of the way while you're still young, Erza said, recalling the absolute mess that had been her and Momo's first kiss. What if I do mess it up, though? Said Orium, frowning. Firstly, said Erza firmly, do not, under any circumstances, ask me about relationships. I don't know the first thing about men, and I'm just barely managing my first real relationship. Secondly, you're kids, the both of you. Everything seems real important, but at the end of the day, it really won't be the end of the world if it doesn't work out. It might hurt, but you'd learn from it, and you'd still be friends. You'd still be the people who went through hell and back together. So, just take it easy, see where it goes, and don't overthink it. Didn't you say I wasn't supposed to take relationship advice from you? Said Orium cheekily. Very funny, young lady, said Erza, rolling her eyes. Finish your cinnamon and tuna toast. You've got school soon. Yes, sir. Said Orium, giving Erza a mock salute. Erza. Speak of the devil, thought Erza. It was Momo, barging into the kitchen in full uniform. What's going on? Said Erza sharply, mentally preparing herself for bad news. I just got an urgent message, said Momo. The captain commander is calling for an official meeting at 900 hours. All captains, including those on a mission, are expected to be ready by then. Here or in the Godi. Mr. Urahara has set up something at HQ, explained Momo. I don't know any more than that. I'll be right there, then, said Erza. What was going on now? It couldn't be an invasion, she'd be the first to know. Tactics, maybe? More logistics? No reason to speculate, she'd know soon enough. Lord Eisen, I answer your call. Jalal stood calm and composed at the entrance, arms tucked in behind his back. He had received a summons only hours after his return to Las Noches. Despite knowing that he had probably been found out, despite knowing he might have ruined himself, there was a strange calm about him. Having seen Erza's anger, having spilled his guts and begged her forgiveness, it had given him more peace of mind than he had ever expected. He felt like a load had been lifted off his shoulders. He did not feel absolved of his crimes against her, but he felt as if he had at least taken a strong step in the right direction. His conscience was lighter, and his mind was focused in a way it hadn't been since he had first joined Lord Eisen. Lanza. You may approach, said Eisen, from behind the desk of his office. Begging your pardon, sir, said Jalal, but I no longer answer to that name. Oh. Said Eisen bemusedly. What, pray tell, do you answer to, then? My name is Jalal Fernandez, formerly of Fiore, now of Hueco Mundo. Once a mage, now an Arrancar. Jalal. Fernandez, said Eisen curiously. Very well, Jalal. Approach. Jalal obeyed, marching forward until he stood right in front of Eisen's desk. Tell me, said Eisen calmly, did you seriously expect to hide your little excursion from me? Not seriously, Lord. You are a strange person, Jalal, said Eisen inscrutably. I cannot think of one subordinate who would not quiver in fear after being found out doing something as obviously subversive and treasonous as that. Yet here you stand, and I sense not an ounce of fear about you. Because I have none, Lord. Because my conscience is, if not clean, then at least cleaner than ever before. You reject the charge of treason, then? I do, Lord. You were found to have met one of our greatest enemies in secret. Sale was unable to get a reading on what you said, but he detected Erza Scarlet's signature about you. Leftover particles, you see. Like a fingerprint. You expect me to believe you did not go behind my back to betray me after this. I will try my best to convince you, sir. All right, said Eisen with a shrug. Convince me, then. Why did you go in secrecy, if not to betray me? It was a deeply personal errand, Lord. I went in secrecy because I had to do it alone. Because you might have said no if I had asked permission or worse, used it against her. Hardly a point in your favor, Lan Jalal, said Eisen, but his tone betrayed no anger. Erza Scarlet was once, a very long time ago, dear to me. I will not bother you with the full details, but she was a childhood friend to me and I wronged her. Caused her death. She had a personal hatred for me, and I had a great regret for that. I knew in my heart that I could not go into battle fully committed if I had not resolved that. So, I spoke to her, in secret. She, just like me, went in secret without letting her allies know. We both needed the closure. She was my comrade, once. My sister, not by blood but by any other metric. I would have died for her, then. Jalal, I asked for you to make your case to me, not dig your own grave. Not only did you go behind my back, but you admit to a bias in favor of one of our greatest enemies. I had a bias, Lord, said Jalal, choosing his words carefully, and truthfully, it is still there. But, I know now, better than ever, what I must do. We both died young, she and I. Fate took us to opposite sides. I've seen too much cruelty to pass up on your vision, Lord Eisen, and I am committed to fulfilling it now more than ever. I just had to set right, or at least try to set right, the wrongs I had committed in the past. And if I find this story unconvincing, Then there is nothing I can do, Lord Eisen. My life is in your hands. But, ask yourself, if I had been a traitor like Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, would I have come back? Knowing your skills, your complete control over your agents? Would I not have taken amnesty there and then, like he did? Would I not, like you said, quiver in fear as if I knew I had done something wrong? Eisen gave him a long, inquisitive stare. You say you came from the same world as she did. So I did, Lord. You will have to tell me about that sometime, said the Lord curiously, and obviously, you could not do that if I killed you. Sir, said Jalal, not having much to add to it. Even now, even under the threat of death, the calm would not leave him. You do seem different, said Lord Eisen, confident. You always struck me as the sort to defer to authority, to seniority, but here you are doing anything but. I think I like it. Thank you, Lord, said Jalal. For now, said Eisen, I will choose to believe you. But, I warn you, Jalal, do not disappoint me. If you come face to face with her again, will you hesitate? I doubt if I could overcome her, said Jalal, but if I had to? If I could? If that was what was required of me, Lord, I would do it. It would aggrieve me, but I would. The world you've promised us is worth it. I will see you in a few hours for another Constjo meeting, said Lord Eisen. Unless I instruct you otherwise, speak nothing of this to anybody. Yes, Lord, said Jalal firmly. Although the calm had not left him, he was relieved, no, just glad to have been spared. He had been given a chance. No matter what, even if it cost him his life, he would take it. Eisen would lead them into a bright future. There was no way he wouldn't. He was a kind and understanding lord. Was this meeting not evidence of that? Erza was wrong. She had to be. Eisen was not a snake. He was the man who would finally end the cycle of violence. If not. There was no if. His path had been set, and his faith had never been stronger. Erza arrived at headquarters without thinking too much on what the captain commander might have to say. She would find out soon enough, and the fact that there was no imminent disaster to deal with left her feeling less than agitated. Calmly, she changed the orders of the day as necessary. Patrols still had to be manned, and with Byakuya and Soiphone tied to HQ, that meant some reorganizing. Erza spent about half an hour grunting to herself as she sorted it out, eventually managing to find an appropriate rearrangement. With the logistics of this sudden change worked out, Erza took a moment to sit back and think. What she had done last night was, to put it mildly, highly irregular and suspicious as far as any of her superiors would be concerned. She had had her reasons, but she doubted they would see it that way. She could try to keep it secret, but the longer that went buried, the worse it would look if it was unearthed. If she came clean now, then she might be put under investigation and lose her position. Briefly, Erza considered keeping it secret. She knew she was loyal, and had given away nothing relating to the Godiai's military readiness. What harm would it do? What harm would it do? That, Erza decided, was the sort of first step that led to a slippery slope. No lies, no deceit, no skeletons in the closet. That was not her way. Soiphone. She called, knowing the Stealth Corps commander's office was just down the hall. Commander, said Soiphone, promptly appearing in the doorway of Erza's office within seconds of Erza's command. Come inside, and close the door behind you, please, said Erza. Soiphone obeyed, and took a seat in front of Erza's desk. What is the matter, Commander? She asked. Erza took a deep breath. Around midnight last night I met up with the Aaron Carr designated as Lanza Valiente after having been contacted by one of his associates earlier the same morning. I lied, his servant didn't just run away, he left a message for his lord, where he wished to meet me in person, privately. Commander, have you taken leave of your senses? Said Soiphone, baffled. There's more, said Erza. Of course there is. Keep going, said Soiphone, sighing. Lanza Valiente's real name is Jalal Fernandez. He's an old associate and old friend of mine. The man who killed me. We spoke in secrecy to resolve our past differences. For pity's sake, Erza, said Soiphone irritably. After the way you handled the Fullbringer crisis, I was starting to really respect your leadership abilities, and now you pull this. This could have been a trap. You could have been captured. Or killed. I'm sorry, said Erza with a sigh. First things first, said iPhone sharply. Did you go there with the intention of deceiving or betraying the GODI-13? No. Did you reveal any sensitive information regarding the upcoming war, or the GODI in general? No. We spoke about the war, but no such details came up. What did you speak about? Our past differences. He proclaimed to have become a better person since last we spoke. I think I believe him. But, at the end of the day, all it meant was that we both had a chance to move forward freely. iPhone sat back, rubbing her temples. Erza Scarlet, she muttered angrily, you are a massive pain in my rear, do you know that? I seem to have that effect on people. With your past, and the fact that one of these enemies is apparently an old ally mostly an enemy. He killed me, remember? Erza corrected her. Whatever. My point is, this is not a good look for you. I'm aware. But iPhone, what do you think? As the GODI's chief intelligence officer and investigator. My judgment is not impartial, iPhone muttered. We're friends. I think. We are, Erza assured her. Even so, said iPhone thoughtfully, this does sound exactly like the sort of foolish thing you would do. You do not have the guile to keep this sort of thing hidden. The fact that you came to me speaks in your favor, too. Of course, the Captain Commander might not care. My fate is in your hands, said Erza with a shrug. Come what may, I trust you'll make the right decision. You are a pain in the rear, iPhone growled. Look alright, listen. Yes. iPhone leaned her chair back, tilting it back and forth, putting a hand over her mouth, appearing to think. Erza did not pressure her, letting the little captain work things out by herself. Yes, no. iPhone muttered, but maybe. She trailed off. After perhaps a minute, she looked Erza in the eye. This is what we'll say, said iPhone sharply. You were contacted by this Jalal character. You spoke to me about this as an opportunity to glean information from our enemy, and on my advice you went there in secrecy. However, you were unable to draw anything of substance from the Aaron car, and he escaped before you could make an attempt at arresting or eliminating him. This was a stealth core operation, and as such classified, which is why this was not told to anyone. Covering up my mistake with a lie, said Erza. It's either that or taking it right to the Captain Commander and risking your position, your freedom, and your life, snapped iPhone. You're on the edge of a knife, Erza. You used to work for Aizen. You've openly decried the GODI for corruption. You think Yamamoto promoted you just because he was impressed with your swordplay? You're being kept close, and if he thinks you're a risk, you will be eliminated one way or another. Fair point, Erza muttered. You've been honest once, said iPhone bluntly, and that's enough. You had your reasons. They were stupid reasons, but I don't think you're a traitor. I'll put something together in case this comes up, but for now, act as if nothing happened. Understood. Understood, Erza said with a nod. The clock was approaching 9, and Erza had rallied the relevant parties at headquarters. Urahara, who was apparently supposed to be present as well as science and defense advisor, Erza guessed was still putting the finishing touches to the device that would project the other half of the meeting. Rather than by screen, every participant would be represented by holographic projection. Although, looking at the way Urahara muttered to himself, closely assisted by Nozomi, made her doubt whether this technological transition was a good idea. The rogue scientist had gotten pretty close to Nozomi, she noted. It made her a little apprehensive. At heart, Urahara Kisuk wasn't a very good person, whereas the artificial girl was. Her attention was torn from the pair, though, as Grimjo marched into the makeshift briefing room, escorted by iPhone. What the hell are you doing out of your cage? Erza demanded. Tell her, Tiny, said Grimjo with a grin. Captain Commander's orders, said iPhone, glaring at the Aaron car. She had at least chained him, Erza noticed, his arms restrained well along with his legs. Of course, it was more symbolic than anything else. Those chains were nothing compared to the seal still holding his power back. "You," said So iPhone, "are to speak only when spoken to. No rude or clever remarks. You are here to give direct advice regarding the layout of Las Noches only. No personal interjections. No insults. No disrespect. If any of these bounds are overstepped, I will activate the seal, and you will be humiliated in front of every captain of the Godi. Is this understood?" "Hell, you're fierce," said Grimjo cheerily. "I got it, boss. I'll keep my yap shut like a good boy." Erza frowned. She hadn't heard of this request before. It seemed rather last minute. She checked the clock. "Almost 9, she said, making sure to speak loudly and authoritatively. "Are we all present?" "Kukaki Byakia, present," said Byakia. "So iPhone, present," said So iPhone. "Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, present," said Grimjo. "I get to say that, right?" he said, giving So iPhone a cheeky look. She stared back, glaring daggers at him, but said nothing. "And, Erza Scarlet, present," said Erza. "Urahara, how are we coming along?" "Almost yes, oh, there we go," he said, standing up. "Urahara Kisuk, present and ready." Erza nodded to Nozomi, who discreetly exited. "We're ready to receive the other side." "Ready and able," said Urahara. There were 10 little pads spread around on the floor, which, along with the positions they stood in, made an oval in the back room they had chosen. The light was dim, but she had been assured that would not be an issue. On the other end, Urahara had explained, their image would likewise be projected. It would make it easier to communicate, if it stayed stable. The clock struck 9, and Urahara threw a switch on a remote controller. There was a brief pause, then the 10 little pads begun to glow, revealing circuitry Erza hadn't been able to see before. They lit up the room in a pale blue shimmer, and momentarily they stood as empty pillars of light. Then, almost as one, the image of 10 captains stepped into view. At the far end of the oval stood Yamamoto himself, flanked by his other captains, Erza's group at the very end. The images were surprisingly good, rather lacking in color, mostly a blend of white and blue, but instantly recognizable as the captains of the Godi. Erza looked over them briefly. Renji and Lisana were among them, and it was still odd to see them wearing the Haori. They both seemed to have matured quickly. Renji wore a stern, austere expression that reminded Erza eerily of Byakuya, whereas Lisana was the very image of professionalism, standing to attention. "My captains," said Yamamoto, leaning on his cane. Even as a hologram, his presence was commanding. "This meeting is hereby in session. Commander Scarlet, I trust your operation is not jeopardized." "Yes, sir," said Erza firmly, standing up straight. "Patrols are still in place, and we are on high alert, ready and able to respond to any threat within minutes of its emergence." "Then let us hope no threat will disrupt us," said the Captain Commander. Erza nodded in response. "I have called this meeting," said the Captain Commander firmly, "to announce to you the next step of our military response to Aizen Saoshik's treasonous ambitions. Within a week at the most, it is my intention to launch a full-scale invasion into Hueco Mundo, specifically the Night Palace of Las Noches." Erza reeled as if struck, and it surprised her to realize she was still standing up. Her mouth was wide open in an undignified gape, the enormity of this plan hitting home deeply. She looked around to see if she was the only one. Most seemed stoic, able to keep their composure. She saw no reaction from Renji, Byakuya, Komamura, Kyoraku, or Yukatake. Kenpei grinned wide, as did Kuratsuka Mayuri, undoubtedly for very different reasons. She thought she saw something in So iPhone, surprise, maybe even shock. Regardless, the little captain recovered quickly. "With this attack, we will strike at multiple locations and eliminate Aizen Saoshik's most powerful warriors, and thus put his command structure in ruin. From there on, we will establish control of the palace and, on a united front, chase down and assault the 3 traitors and kill them. It will be a concentrated effort dependent on good teamwork, but when this strike has been delivered, we will have severed the head of the snake before it can even raise its head to strike." Aizen Saoshik will face justice, not from one of our blades but from all of them. I have summoned you here to discuss this issue, said Yamamoto. I will not have it said that I do not listen to my captain's views on such a major decision. Argue your case, if you would, for or against. Sir, said Erza, still reeling in shock. She realized she was anything but calm and composed, realized emotion was getting the better of her, but she couldn't find it in her to be less than passionate about what she had to say. This, Captain Commander, it's madness. She blurted out, shaking her head. Aizen Saoshik would be a challenge on the open field even if we picked our battle site, but in his own home? His fortress? Nobody here knows him better than me, and trust me, this course of action will be a gift to him, a boon greater than he could have asked for. Aizen is a shrewd, calculating, and absolutely ruthless opponent, one who knows us all inside out, and this. We would be throwing lives away, and for what? Glory? Pride? Being able to tell ourselves we took the fight to him? If you do this, we'll lose. Commander, Yamamoto rumbled, having tolerated enough of her insubordinate speech. Aizen Saoshik has failed every attempt he has made so far. He has lost numerous valuable assets, whereas we have lost none. He shows every mark of complete overconfidence. Meanwhile, we have gathered considerable data, in no small part thanks to your captive. He may know us inside out, but his forces are not a mystery to us. We are not ignorant children, Commander Scarlet, not lambs for the slaughter, and your lack of faith disturbs me. Sir Erza protested, but Yamamoto turned away from her. Captain Kokaki, he said stubbornly, what say you? Whatever my duty, I will always follow it to the letter. If it is declared that my duty is to go into Hueco Mundo, to the heart of our enemies, then so be it, said Byakuya. Although the risk is considerable, it is true that much information has been gathered. A surprise strike at a critical location could cripple our enemies. It is the last thing they would expect. Because nobody expects your enemy to shoot themselves in the foot. Erza snapped. Captain Komamura, said Yamamoto, ignoring her. Where you lead, Captain Commander, I will follow, said the wolf man firmly. You have not led us astray yet. I could think of a few times, thought Erza, although she knew better than to say it out loud. Captain Kyoraku, said Yamamoto. I think I will be able to speak both for myself and Yukatake, as we're both your former students, said the captain. His usually lackadaisical attitude seemed gone, replaced by an uncharacteristic seriousness. Please do, said Yukatake. We know the old man better than any of you, said Kyoraku, and we've seen what he is capable of. I know the idea is shocking to some of you, but our sensei is not only a fighter of unparalleled ability, but an accomplished general, one that has centuries of experience, one that has never seen defeat. Furthermore, this war, there can be no disunion, no two factions tearing us in different directions. Whatever your personal opinions on the matter, when this meeting is concluded, we must all be completely committed to our course of action. Nothing less will be sufficient. This is a dangerous plan, and it requires us all to work together like never before. I put my trust in the old man. You should, too. I've seen enough to know that there is nobody else who can see us through this. As Kyoraku put it, said Yukatake, whether it's there or in Karakura, we will have war. People will die. If this succeeds, we will at least spare the human population of collateral damage. And if it fails, Erza growled, they'll be helpless. Commander Scarlet, said Yamamoto sternly, you have had your say. It has been noted. Now, be silent. Erza grit her teeth, biting her tongue, holding back the words. This was abject madness, utter insanity. Had he lost his mind? Captain Abarai, said Yamamoto. Renji shot Erza a glance. It's true as Captain Scarlet says, he said cautiously, that it's very dangerous. But, that's war. If we must spill our blood, we might as well do it where we choose to. He had spoken dispassionately, with professional distance in his tone. Damn you, Renji, thought Erza, just how badly do you want to be like Byakuya? Do you know what a mess he is? Captain Strauss, said the old man. I may be in the minority, said Lysina firmly, but we ought to listen to Captain Scarlet, No matter how personal her involvement is, nobody knows better how our enemy thinks. If she thinks this would end poorly, then I stand with her. I am opposed. Erza's heart soared, just a little. Captain Anohana. I recuse myself, said Anohana, shaking her head ruefully. Tactics and strategy is not within my purview, and I will not make a definitive statement on an issue I am uneducated in. Wise enough, said Yamamoto. Captain Zaraki? Ya need to fucking ask. Said Zaraki, a shark-like grin wide across his face. Let's jump right in there and fuck 'em up. I call dibs on the strongest one. Not to mention, said Kuratsuki, the unparalleled wealth of data. The knowledge to be found and explored, the possibilities are endless. Captain Hichugaya. Said the old man. Aizen planned this for God knows how long, said the young captain with a frown. We're risking too much, Captain Commander. We have a strong plan of defense. Let him come to us, on our terms. Yamamoto nodded. Captain So iPhone? As our head of intelligence, I will take your words into particular consideration. So iPhone perked up, and Erza looked at her. Support for her own point of view had been scarce, maddeningly scarce, and so iPhone had never been one to reason with her heart. She looked surprisingly apprehensive as she started speaking, though. While it's true that we do have a fairly comprehensive understanding of Aizen's forces, this is less the case of Las Noches itself. It is based primarily off of old data from Commander Scarlet, herself, and second-hand accounts from the prisoner Jaeger Jaquez. The layout is still largely hypothetical to us in many cases. It's a massive place, and there's only so much we've been able to piece together. Let me address the potential gain of the attack. If we are able to strike at the right place and eliminate Aizen's strongest warriors, we would be in a strong position even if we were forced to retreat. It could swing the tide of war completely in our favor. However, I cannot overstate the danger of operating in enemy territory. If we advanced too quickly, we could easily be cut off from reinforcements, from vital supplies, and if we advanced too slowly, we would allow the enemy to turn the terrain against us. If this were a simple operation for the sake of intelligence, sabotage, or the assassination of a priority target, I would send in a team even if the risk of failure and death was high, but this is not a single team. We are talking about staking the Gotei's primary military might on one attack. Is that worth it? Aizen Saoshik is arrogant, and likely will not expect it, but can we stake all of that on a likely? If he is prepared, or if he adapts quickly, it could be disastrous. Nobody understands better than I the value of a calculated, high-risk precision strike, but, we're facing an unprecedented threat. We still lack data regarding his strongest espada. We do not know what we will be walking into, and that is too dangerous, in my opinion. I dissent. This is a risk we should not take. I will not hesitate to do as ordered, but in my view, the risk weighed against the gain is not sufficient to justify this action. Erza's heart truly soared this time. So iPhone had spoken in her favor, no, in the favor of common sense, and surely her opinion should weigh more heavily than the yes men the Captain Commander surrounded himself with? Yamamoto looked at her in silence, appearing to weigh her words. Finally he nodded sagely. Very well, Captain So iPhone. Your counsel has been taken into consideration. May I, Captain Commander? It took Erza a second to recognize the voice, because it lacked all the false joviality and sarcasm she had come to associate with it. Urahara Kisuk had spoken up. He reached up and removed his bucket hat, staring down the old man. You are no captain, said the old man sternly. You surrendered that title long ago. You may have been exonerated, but your status is not as one of us. Captain Commander, said So iPhone, to Erza's and Urahara's surprise, not only does he have experience as a senior operative of the stealth force, but he is also our scientific advisor and deeply involved with the planned defense. I would recommend we at least allow him to speak. If Yamamoto was surprised, he didn't let it show. Instead, he grunted, gave what looked like a shrug, and said, so be it. Speak, then. Thank you, Captain Commander. He spoke in a smooth, neutral voice, as respectful as Erza had ever heard him. This had to matter to him. I fully agree with Captain So iPhone's assessment. There is nothing further to add there. But, let me remind you that Eisen has had a very long time to plan this. I very seriously doubt he hasn't made time to prepare, but that was Commander Scarlet's argument, and I won't repeat it further. But, if I am not mistaken, this new invasion would heavily depend on my own help, would it not? In part, yes, said the Captain Commander, although the prisoner will establish the portals that send our battle groups through, we will need you to maintain them and secure a route for reinforcement or escape, should it become necessary. I've made progress in the area of hollow portal making, admitted Urahara, but it is still not quite figured out. I could do it, but I will give you this warning once, Captain Commander, if I dedicate my time and energy to that matter, I will not have the defenses you requested for Karakara town ready if this backfires. They would be defenseless. You cannot do both. If I could, I would. Then it is a risk we must take, said the Captain Commander, and Erza's heart sunk deeper than ever before. We are most of us in agreement. While you have brought forth genuine, serious concerns that must be accounted for, we have enough resources and data to mount this assault. To defeat him at his home turf. The invasion shall commence within a week's time. Erza fought the urge to scream and curse at him. He had just doomed them all. This would be everything Eisen could have asked for. How could he be this stupid? How could he be this arrogant? How could he just ignore all their objections? People will die, she said bitterly. That, Commander Scarlet, is the nature of war, said the Captain Commander, a sense of finality to his voice. Now, he continued, I have already begun preparing a plan of attack based on our most recent intelligence. Captain Kuratsuke, if you would. Yes, sir, said the captain of the 12th. As a holographic display of Las Noches came into view, Erza turned away in bitter defeat. She couldn't watch, couldn't listen. We will deploy in two main forces, here and here, she heard the Captain Commander say, and from there on, we will assault the main quarters. The first squad will be led by Kuriko Shunsui. Erza didn't hear the rest. She walked out, slamming the door behind her. Madness. This was madness. This was defeat, victory given to their enemy. This was her having to come to terms with Eisen's worldview winning over hers. The world was going mad, and few people were left among the sane. Commander. It was So iPhone who, at last, disturbed Erza in her office. She had gone to sit there in quiet fury, trying to wrap her mind about the folly their leader had committed them to. Commander. So iPhone repeated when Erza did not respond. She didn't even look at the little captain, opting to stare into the wall with an intense, icily furious look on her face. Her fists were clenched, and her desk had a considerable crack in it from when she had lost her patience and felt an overwhelming urge to vent some of her anger. Commander, So iPhone said a third time, I hope you will understand the necessity dash. The necessity of what, So iPhone? Erza snapped, suddenly fixing her gaze on the little captain. The necessity of throwing ourselves into a meat grinder to satisfy the pride of that stupid, ignorant, backwards dinosaur of a man. Commander, be careful in what you say dash, So iPhone started, but Erza had well and truly lost her patience. To hell with careful, she snarled. To hell with protocol, too. We're all going to die, So iPhone, for his vanity, his pride, and his arrogance. What the hell is he doing? What the hell am I doing? She stood up and marched toward So iPhone, who defiantly held her ground. That old bastard can go to hell, for all I care, said Erza. I joined the Goti to make a difference, and now he's decided to hand Eisen victory. You don't know that. Like hell I don't. Snarled Erza. You said it, yourself, this is a fool's errand. I said it was too great a risk compared to the potential benefits. I wanted to make a difference, said Erza coldly, and now, I might as well not be part of this war at all. Commander dash. I might as well make a run for it. I can't beat Eisen on my own. We can, but not with an idiot strategy like this. So, if this is our course, why wouldn't I just turn my back on you all? Commander dash. This is insane. You're all going to die, and it's like everyone has just decided that it's not going to happen, even though it will dash. Erza. Something about So iPhone's tone gave Erza pause. She had broken out of the neutral, Formal speech she used normally, emotion filling up her voice for a second. What? She snapped back. I'll ignore the fact that you technically just confessed to treasonous intent several times in a row, so iPhone said stiffly. You're angry. I get it. Whatever. You have a personal connection to this. You know Eisen better than we do. I agree this plan isn't optimal. There's a but in there, growled Erza. But, said so iPhone, the situation is the way it is. Neither of us can change that. This is our course of action now, and we either fall in line or turn against it, making our chances even worse than before. Forget loyalty to the Goatee. I can tell that doesn't matter to you right now. But, loyalty to your friends. You're Erza Scarlet. There's nobody you care more about than your friends. Are you telling me you'd run away and let rookie captains like Aubrey and Strauss go into battle alone, against impossible odds? Are you telling me you'd leave them behind and not fight alongside them? I know that's not true. That's not who you are. That's a low blow, said Erza, the worst of her rage blunted, her fury disappearing as if she'd just gotten a cold shower. It's the truth, so iPhone said mercilessly. You can't walk out of this. Not because of what will happen if you refuse to obey an order, but because of what will happen if you hear that they died fighting and you weren't there beside them. So iPhone, Erza said pleadingly, this is going to get us all killed. I can't take that. It would break me. You don't know that, said so iPhone firmly. It's very risky, yes, but if we plan our attack carefully, it could be incredibly effective. This is not the suicide mission you make it out to be. If you respected my opinion before, then respect it now when I tell you that we can win. But to win, so iPhone continued, mercilessly hammering the point home, every last one of us must be committed. Every last one of us must be at our very best. There must be no hesitation, only swift and decisive action. You must find a way to be that way, Erza, because if you don't, we very well might all die. God damn you, so iPhone, Erza growled. Am I lying? So iPhone insisted. Erza clenched a fist, and effortlessly let it punch a sizable hole in the wall. No choice, huh? She growled. And, I have to do it. For them. That's good, so iPhone. Even though it means following that stupid old man, I have to go for it. God damn it. I know, said so iPhone. I know it's hard to follow some orders sometimes, but, it's necessary. No matter how much we may hate it, when we're set on one course, we must stay with it. That's a lie, Erza muttered. You've never heard an order you didn't want to follow in your life. You'd be surprised, said so iPhone dryly. Now, when you're finished abusing the furniture, join us outside, and put on your best leader face. It's one thing to speak as you do in private, but don't let the others know just how you feel. You're still in command of this group. We need you. It's a bit late for that, isn't it? Erza said gloomily. I don't think anyone missed it. You'll do fine, said so iPhone. Now, whenever you're ready. Take your time, if you need to I'll man the fort in the meantime. But, when you do get out. Big, strong leader, got it, Erza muttered. Get out there, then. I'll be with you soon. The worst of her anger having passed, Erza took a few deep breaths as the little captain left her office. So iPhone was right. Erza had no choice in this, and if she was going to do this, she had to give it her all. Still, she could not escape a gut feeling of absolute dread. Eisen was crafty enough as it was, and this? It might win him the war without even having made a move. A world where he was triumphant, that was not a world she wanted to live in. It was with some trepidation that Jalal had answered the summons to the Consejo de la Sombra a few hours after his meeting with Lord Eisen. The unusual, almost unnatural calm that had come over him had left him some time after he spoke with his lord, and as he got to his chambers, he had begun to reflect that perhaps he had, in fact, offended his lord gravely despite his assurances. Perhaps, he had thought, he was just a security risk whether Lord Eisen believed him or not. Perhaps he might be exiled or executed. Lord Eisen was a man of vision, and that vision was vital enough that no risks could be allowed to come into play. And, if nothing could jeopardize it, where would that leave Jalal? Still, it wasn't as if there was anything he could do about it. He certainly wasn't going to run based on what might just be paranoia. So, when the summons had come, he had taken a deep breath, strapped his sword to his belt, and gone to meet his fellow council members. If anything was amiss, he had yet to notice it. Neliel had greeted him cheerfully as he walked in, Halabel had nodded respectfully, and Ulquiorra had more or less ignored him all as usual. They met in the same chamber, and everything seemed very much the same as always. The only thing out of place was the fact that far in the corner, slumped over in a comfortable armchair, sat another Arankar. Even at rest, Jalal could tell he was powerful. Was that Stark? He had not seen the fabled Espada up close before. He had been something like a legend out in the wastes, a hollow supposedly so powerful that one might die just from going near him. Jalal had been surprised to learn he actually existed. After some time, Lord Eisen walked in, as collected and admirable as ever. "My Concho," he said warmly, "I am glad to see you all gathered here once more." He took a seat at the head of the table. It was a much smaller thing than the imposing council table in the chamber where Lord Eisen held his official meetings, leaving all of them closer to him. It was rounded, so that there was no head of the table. There was no need to make a show of dominance here. Everyone present was committed to the cause, and fully behind Lord Eisen's vision without the need for intimidation or the threat of force. "This may very well be the last of these meetings we all have together," said Lord Eisen, almost wistfully, "for I have summoned you here to tell you that the day is almost upon us. Within a matter of days, as time passes in the world of the living, our invasion plans will be realized. Preparations are all but finished. I brought you here to discuss the practicalities of our attack. Tell me, my council, are you ready to go to war, to unleash hell upon my enemies until they are forced to yield?" The first to raise her voice was Halabel. "By your command, Lord Eisen," she said firmly, making a fist, "lead, and we will follow. Ask us to kill, and we will kill. This is for what you made us. That was our contract when you offered us power, and we will not fail to hold up our end of it." "Yeah," said Neliel cheerily. "We owe you a debt, Lord Eisen. Do you even need to ask?" Ulquiorra said nothing, merely nodding, which seemed to be answer enough. "How many will need to die?" said Jalal, surprising himself with his answer. "That's a ridiculous question," said Halabel, frowning behind the high collar of her shirt. "As many as need to die, obviously." Of course," said Jalal hesitantly. "Naturally, my life is yours, Lord Eisen. We await only your command." "I am glad you asked, still," said Lord Eisen, "for I need to discuss a detail of my plan, still. If the Godii, in their ignorance, have found the full extent of my plans, then I see no reason you should not know, too. As you know, my ambition is to conquer Soul Society, but in order to truly solve the problem of hegemony the Godii exercises over the people, to solve the problem at its root, I must seek out and kill or subdue the Soul King." Even Halabel, stoic, unflinching Halabel, tensed at that. Jalal's eyes widened. The Soul King was a legendary being, as close to a god as any entity he had ever heard of. The master of the afterlife was unknown to all but a select few of the Shinigami's elite, and nobody seemed to know anything about him except that he was incredibly powerful, and equally reclusive. This is the tyrant whose will is imposed on the Godii. He is the core of their ignorance. For as long as he reigns, there can be no peace, continued Eisen. There is no other way. And, to that end, I must create the king's key. His palace is beyond our reach, lest I create this one item fit to conquer heaven itself. Therefore, when the Shinigami have been defeated, we will use the energy of 10,000 spiritually enriched souls to forge it, so that my plan may be fully realized. Now it was Jalal who made a fist, without even realizing it at first. 10,000 souls, snuffed out in an instant. 10,000 lives taken. 10,000 dead men, women, and children, slain as their souls were wrenched from their bodies. He would be party to this. 10,000. It is with a heavy heart I do this, said Eisen passionately. I have explored every other avenue in my time with the Godii, exhausted every angle, but the key is the only way in and it is the only known method. To alleviate the suffering of all three realms, afterlife, life, and this miserable wasteland we call home, this is what I must do. There is nothing to say, Jalal heard himself say. It was like hearing somebody else speak, like he was in some sort of dream. 10,000 dead is a drop in the bucket compared to the suffering and death that happens out in the wastes every day. Compared to what has happened in all of our wretched history, it is as nothing. If that is the price we must pay, then so be it. Well spoken, said Halabel with a nod. Nothing worth having comes easily. When we ask for something as monumental as peace in a world built on violence, this seems a fair enough toll. I wish it didn't need to be the case, said Nilil, but, yeah, you're right. Ulquira, once more, simply nodded. As I expected, my council have the clarity of mind that made me choose each and every one of you, Lord Eisen said appreciatively. Still, this is no small thing to attempt. Once the Shinigami are beaten, we may have to contend with a greater foe still. Are you ready to lay down your lives if need be? If I have to die 100 times, said Jalal fiercely, his knuckles whitening from clenching his fist so hard, then that's what I'll have to do. I stand with you, Lord Eisen, no matter the cost. He speaks for all of us, said Halabel. There is no need to ask further, Lord. We are ready. Eisen nodded. Good. If that is the case, then I will proceed with the practicalities. Coyote, called Eisen, raising his voice to the figure in the corner, come sit with us, if you please. After a delay that bordered on insubordination, the figure in the corner stood up from his chair, and slowly walked over to the table. Jalal finally got a good look at him, and felt awestruck. Not by his appearance he was tall, but not very tall, and despite wearing the same pristine white uniform as the rest of them, he looked fairly scruffy with a short, unkempt beard and drooping eyelids looking as if he was in the middle of waking up from sleep. His short hair was not quite neat either, and along with the pelt of fur draped over his shoulders, there was something about him that made him look lazy, tired, worn. What struck Jalal was the raw power he emanated even at rest. It was as if there was a well of raw force, barely contained behind a door shaking on its hinges from whatever was behind it, trying to break out. He glanced at Halabel, who shifted uncomfortably. She sensed it just as well as him. Even Ulquira, who never seemed to react to anything, seemed a little tense as Coyote sat down at the table. Coyote, here, said Eisen smoothly, will be one of our most vital weapons in the battle to come. With a Titan at the head of our opposition, I had to find one of my own. I'm ready, sir, said Coyote with a shrug, and normally Jalal would have been baffled by the lack of reverence in his voice. I'm not alone anymore. This power. I'll use it when you need me to. You will need to go all out, I hope you understand, said Eisen. A small bead of sweat trailed down Jalal's face, and he shifted uncomfortably. He did not want to imagine what it looked like when the likes of Coyote Starkey truly let loose. It can't be helped, I guess, said Starkey with another shrug. Eisen nodded. Coyote will be our ace in the hole, so to speak. The main attack will consist of Espadas 10 through 6 in the first wave, with Tyr, Ulquira, Barragan, and Nilil in reserve. As we enter Karakara, we can expect them to be ready to respond very rapidly, so I'll need you to be equally ready to react to their deployment. Jalal tensed as his lord began to explain. He'd be part of the first wave of attackers, then. But, that seemed, almost trivial, now that he thought about it. Easy, even. To fight, to die? He was used to that notion. To take lives, again. He had spoken passionately in support of Lord Eisen, but in truth, he had been trying to convince himself. He had joined his new lord on the promise of less death, and to add to the pile, to kill so many human beings all at once. Who was he to say to their loved ones that it was necessary? No, this was ridiculous. He had been right in what he said. A world like this, a world of peace, it would be foolish to think it wouldn't come at a cost. After all the blood he had spilled, he had no right to question his lord on this. The end goal was, it was worth it. It had to be. Chapter 97, Clavar la Espada. 4th Seat Deji Ita readjusted his sash for what had to be the 17th time since he had lined up in the square early this morning. It had been 3 days since the captain commander had proclaimed his intent to invade Las Noches, and the time since had been spent in hectic preparation. Now, in the morning light, the time had finally come. Around him, nearly 300 warriors stood assembled, most of 3rd Division's able-bodied military personnel standing in row upon row, eyes fixed forward as their captain inspected the muster. It felt unreal. After Captain Eisen had announced his betrayal, most of the Godii had been in shock. Since then, a general sense of constant preoccupation had characterized the entire military body. Grueling drills, constant training, a manic preparation for a war the likes of which most of the soldiers had never known. Ida knew. He was old enough that he had fought in the last Quincy War. He had been a young man then, but the horrors of it stayed with him. Even now, his face marked by the lines of a man well past his best years which, by Shinigami terms, made him fairly old. He remembered it like yesterday. He remembered what it had been like to run his blade through the gut of another young man, what it had been like to watch the light in his eyes fade. He had tried to console himself with the fact that their enemies now were soulless monsters, not people, but there was not much consolation to be found. The men and women beside him were as well trained as could be expected. Captain Abarai had led by example, participating in almost every exercise personally, often instructing his soldiers directly, whether they were veterans like Ida or unskilled greenhorns. In the short time they had had to prepare, 3rd Division had adapted well. It would not, he suspected, be enough. Nobody could understand the horror of a war unless they had lived it, and now, they were expected to charge straight into the belly of the beast. "Stop fidgeting," hissed 3rd Seed Kuma, who stood next to him. He was a younger man, and it irked Ida to be ordered around by a brat, but he would not lose face by challenging him. "I'm all right," Ida muttered. "Don't let the men sense how scared you are," said Kuma. "You'll be leading several platoons. If they lose faith in you I know." Ida snapped. "But, if you're not afraid, then you're a fool." "Relax, old man," said Kuma under his breath. "The captains are going in first. They'll clear a path. Our job is just to support them. Clear away any hollows left in their wake." "Sounds real simple, don't it?" muttered Ida. "Can't remember a single time when things went to plan when I went to war." "There we go again," said Kuma, rolling his eyes, "as if you're the only one who ever fought in a war." "The fighters around us are kids," said Ida frankly. "Sure, they know how to hold the sword, but the most they ever saw was a pack of hollows. Ever seen a whole swarm of them?" "I have, and let me tell you it's good that they'll have officers like the two of you to guide them, then." Ida and Kuma both straightened up, immediately standing fully to attention. The firm, austere voice had come from Captain Abarai himself. Both of the senior officers had failed to notice him coming within earshot. "Sir, yes, sir," Ida said loudly. "Fit for battle, sir." "Sir, we meant no offense started Kuma, but the captain interrupted him. "I know you're all hesitating," he said, raising his voice so that all present could hear. In fact, judging by the way his voice spread, he probably had some form of kidducast that let him make himself heard as far as he needed. "I know you're all a little afraid. No matter how brave a face you put on, all of you fear what is coming. Admit it, at least to yourselves. It is up to you all to master that fear, to use it to your advantage, never letting it control you, but turning it into a tool for your survival. By 1200 hours today, all of you will be deep in enemy territory, risking life and limb. That is your duty. It may not be what you signed up for, or expected when you joined this organization, but that is reality. We go today to fight. To fight not just for what's right, but for our lives, for our loved ones, for our homes. That is what is at stake, our way of life, our very lives, and the lives of those who matter to us. What each of you must know is, we can do it. No matter how hard it may seem, we can. For 1,000 years, we have endured. We will endure 1,000 more after Eisen is gone. So, when you go through that portal, you will know this: master your fear, or lose it all. Master your fear, and you will win." He paused, and a fair few of the younger division members cheered, inspired by their captain's words. "Is that all?" Renji said brusquely. You are soldiers of 3rd. I expect more spirit than that. I can't hear you. This time, the cheer was deafening. Ito and Kuma joined in. It was impossible not to be swept up by the sheer, irresistible emotion of it. As their voices joined hundreds more, they suddenly felt their fears vanishing. For the Godai! Roared Captain Abarai as the cheers died down a little, and the crowd roared its assent. For Captain Commander Yamamoto, and for 3rd Division. The crowd of soldiers cheered loudly now, the nervousness that had hung in the air like an oppressive fog now gone. In that moment, Ito almost forgot the horror of the Quincy War. Almost. And, that is why, said Renji, his voice going quiet as the cheers eventually died down, I need my senior officers at their very best. When I fight at the front lines, I will need soldiers capable of running this division even if I die. So look sharp, both of you. Understood? Yes, sir. Kuma and Ita said as one, saluting. Captain Abarai had come into his own. He was nothing like the intimidating, always slightly wrong Ichimaru Jin. He had raised 3rd into something that could be proud of itself, something it had desperately needed. Even now, even knowing what they were headed into, Ito was ready to follow him. The atmosphere around the breakfast table was heavy and joyless that morning. For the last few weeks it had been Erza's point of focus, a reminder that her life hadn't changed too much, that she hadn't let go of the things that mattered. To sit down with Orium and Momo, to eat and talk for a little while, to just be for a small amount of time with the challenges of the day still ahead of her, it had meant more to Erza than she had realized. She had known, of course. She had known it wouldn't last. War was always coming, sooner rather than later, and they were probably lucky it had lasted as long as it had done. She didn't feel very lucky. You're going to need to make new toast, said Momo quietly. Erza looked down. The roasted slice of bread had gotten soggy with butter, past being lukewarm and nearing cold. I'm not hungry, Erza muttered. She looked around. Orium had left already, and Erza felt grateful. The girl had insisted on taking part, and Erza, knowing she didn't have the energy to argue about it, had managed a compromise. Orium would serve a secondary role as a combat medic, never advancing into Las Noches itself. You still need to eat, Momo said meekly. In an instant, on an impulse, Erza made a fist, slamming it into the table. The wooden sheet cracked under the force of the blow, the table rocking on the spot, nearly splitting. Momo jumped, letting out a yelp. Erza, said Momo. Erza shook her head. I'm sorry, she said with a sigh. I didn't mean to scare you. I know how you feel about this whole thing, Momo said cautiously, as if choosing her words carefully, and I understand that it's hard for you. But Momo, no, Erza said, sighing again. I've said all I care to say about it. I don't need another discussion about it. It is what it is. And, what a thing it was. Erza was not the type to give up hope, even in the direst of circumstances, but it was hard to describe the frustration she felt in the face of old Yamamoto's stubborn insistence on a plan she knew was foolish, dangerous, and potentially disastrous. It was the helplessness, most of all. She had bent the knee and sworn her fealty, and although that was conditional, although she would not stand by the Godai if it was not righteous, so iPhone had been right. Come hell or high water, her place was beside her friends, even in the face of certain death. There was no choice in this. Not long ago, she had plunged herself into a foolish, desperate mission, she reminded herself, along with only a handful of inexperienced teenagers. She had prevailed, against all odds. This was not impossible. But, it felt different. She had made that choice for herself, and, as ignorant as they were, so had the kids who had followed her. This time, the choice had been made for her and the thousands of people who followed the Godai. She made a fist, straining against the broken table. Erza, said Momo pleadingly, please, at least talk to me. What is there to say? Said Erza exasperatedly. We're going in. It'll be incredibly dangerous. I might die. You might. I won't. The thought of it was crushing to Erza. She had seen Momo die once already, and if not for Orium, Momo would have been gone. The memory of her still on the ground, unresponsive, bleeding all over the dirty ground. Would you stay behind? Erza said, on impulse. If I asked you, would you stay? I would like to be able to fight knowing you are safe. No offense, but I am much stronger, and... Would you do the same for me? Said Momo quietly. I can't. Then, neither can I. Momo reached out a hand, and Erza took it, squeezing it tightly. We're partners, Erza, Momo continued, her voice like a soothing balsam, equals. I won't say I can't go for your sake. You may be much stronger than me, but that means you will be fighting much stronger enemies. We're both as much at risk, and we both have our duties. Not just to the Godai, but to our own people. If Aizen wins, I won't say I was sitting on the sidelines, and neither should you. I know, Erza said with a nod. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. It's okay, said Momo, squeezing back. You just want me to be safe, just like I want you to be safe. Please, said Erza, looking her lover in the eye, don't die. I don't know what I'd do. I won't die, Momo promised. It's you I'm worried about. Promise you won't do anything reckless. I swear it, Erza said passionately. You know, I still have a feeling you might do something crazy anyway, said Momo, a small smile on her face. It's in your nature, isn't it? Erza smiled back. I'll try, okay? No craziness. Unless, it's, like, absolutely necessary. And, only then if I have to. And, I mean really have to. I'll see you again tonight, said Momo, and we're both going to be okay, you hear? We're going to have stormed Las Noches, defeated the Espada, and taken Aizen's head. That's the spirit, said Erza. They both smiled at each other, both knowing that it was very nearly a lie, very nearly a falsehood, that it was the most hopeful version of reality anyone could expect. Because sometimes one had to pretend, and if one acknowledged the full truth, one might just break and lose the hope one clung to. Come on, said Momo, one piece of toast. You have just enough time before the rest of the captains arrive. All right, said Erza, shrugging. If you insist. I do. It's the most important meal of the day, you know. Fine. Erza said with a chuckle. Just one last time, they were having breakfast together, almost like it was normal. These last few minutes, at least, Erza would treasure because she might never have this again. Uraharakisuk's basement had never been so crowded. As spacious as it was, it felt filled to the brim. Every captain of the Godai stood lined up in 2 neat rows, Captain Commander Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai standing at the head of the formation. Erza's group had been last to fall in line, the others having arrived directly through a Senkaimon. It was early in the morning still, but nobody looked less than fully alert and focused. Erza looked them over, one by one, her new colleagues. Near Yamamoto, his veterans. Anoha Naretsu, as calm and collected as ever. Kyoraku Shunsui, looking strangely sober, an impressive figure now that he had foregone his usual lackadaisical posture and smile. Yukatake Jushiro, lending his usual air of approachable integrity to the group. Zaraki Kenpeki, as eager for the fight as ever, in as good a mood as she had seen him since they'd last fought. Kuratsuke Mayuri, that stain on Godai history, seeming impassive behind his black and white face paint, but no doubt eager to plunder Hueco Mundo's data riches. Komamura Seijin, loyal and distant. Hitsugaya Taushiro, looking as cold as his fabled Zanpakuto. Abarai Renji, putting on a brave face. How hard was he trying, Erza wondered, to be the next Kukaki Byakuya? Listen as Strauss. Her old friend, wearing her toughest face, so far removed from the innocent girl from fairy tale. Much like Erza, herself. Byakuya, as stoic as ever yet, Erza knew by now, burning with desire to prove himself, to throw himself into the fray. So iPhone, a small but stern figure, resolute in the face of madness. They were her colleagues. Some of them she liked. Most, she at least respected. A couple, she despised. All of them, her included, they might die today. Erza had never been afraid to die. She had done so once already. Dying was the easy part. It was just giving it her all, fighting until she couldn't anymore, and then letting the darkness take her. But, dying in the face of uncertainty, committed to a course of action she had no faith in? That was a bad way to go. It was not set in stone, she reminded herself. It might still work. Yamamoto was, after all, an accomplished tactician in his own right. They could do this. She had to believe that. The captains weren't the only ones present, of course. In the background, Urahara was making preparations for the gateway, in deep conversation with Grimjo. The Arrancar looked deeply puzzled, no doubt being quizzed about the nature of the Garganta one last time, something he no doubt understood more instinctively than intellectually. Yuriuki was not far off, having shown up earlier. Orium, Ichigo, Chad, and Tatsuki were all present, and Erza reminded herself that they were all auxiliaries, all meant to keep to the back lines. Only Uriah was missing, and Erza was not about to chase him down. He had no moral obligation to take part in this foolish war, and that was one fewer life she had to worry about, at least in the short term. Urahara Kisuk, said Yamamoto gruffly, are the preparations complete? Just a minute, Commander, said Urahara distractedly, I am still doing some double checks. I'll be able to stabilize the portals indefinitely, in theory, but I'm sure you want me to get this right the first time around dash. I will address you all, then, said Yamamoto, ignoring Urahara's words the moment he started to get long-winded, which Erza suspected had been the scientist's intention. Today, the mission to Karakura ends. Captain Erza Scarlet, you are relieved of the title as Expeditionary Commander. Your service has been exemplary in the defense, monitoring, and preparation for war in this city, but the time has come to initiate the next phase of this conflict. Erza bowed. You honor me with your words, Captain Commander, she said in her most formal voice. I have done my duty, and gladly relinquish command to you once more. Yamamoto nodded to her, but gave no further response. The plan has been sent to all of you in preparation, he continued, but I shall go through it once more, to assure there is no confusion. Using our best intelligence, we have determined a point of entry leading directly to Aizen Saoshik's quarters, along with his most powerful servants, the section of his palace where his espada will reside. Our primary objectives will be the capture or elimination of Espadas Coyote Starke, Barragan Lusenburn, Tyr Halabel, Ulquiera Sifur, and Nilil Tuaderschwank. Furthermore, and most importantly of all, we seek also to capture or eliminate the traitors Aizen Saoshik, Ichimaru Jin, and Tuankan Aim. All available details were in your briefing reports. I expect you will all be familiar with them at this time. Erza had studied the reports religiously, intent on doing what preparation she could, but they hadn't told her much she didn't already know. As much is unknown regarding the full extent of their abilities, proceed with caution. Our secondary objectives will be the capture of any relevant information contained in the palace, whether scientific or otherwise, along with the elimination of any lower tier of Espada or Arrancar. We will divide into 3 battle groups, each to be led by a spearhead of fighters clearing a path for our soldiers. Each group will head into a different direction, in order to pinpoint the location of our enemies. In the event that the advance leads nowhere, any battle group will fall back to the portal and reassign to a route that needs support. The vanguard's task will be to locate our priority targets. If the force you meet is overwhelming, fall back and request support. If you do face Aizen Saoshik, do not engage. It is my duty alone to defeat that man. Strike quickly, and do not let yourselves be led astray. I will remain on standby, along with Captains Kyoraku, Yukatake, and Anohana, where we will stay until the traitors have been located, or until our intervention becomes absolutely necessary. Captain Kukaki Byakuya, you will lead 1 battle group alongside Captains Abarai Renji and Lysina Strauss. Erza's jaw clenched. She hoped they would be fine. She hoped none of them would do anything foolish. At this rate, she wasn't sure she trusted any one of them not to. Captain Erza Scarlet, continued the Captain Commander, you will lead 1 battle group alongside Captains Zaraki Kenpeki and Komamura Seijin. That will leave Captain Hichugaya Taushiro in charge of the 3rd battle group, alongside Captains Soiphone and Kuratsukima Yuri. Captain Soiphone, focus on reconnaissance above all else. I want our intelligence to be updated as soon as possible. You will all lead elite elements of your division behind you, to secure the ground taken and deal with any lesser threats. As captains, you are expected to seek out and destroy the greatest threats. Do not waste your time on petty foes. I will want regular updates on your progress. A KIDA network will be set up for the sake of communication. Understood? Yes, sir, said the captains in unison. And, just in time, cheered Urahara. I think we're about finished over here. Bring forward the prisoner, then, commanded Yamamoto. Grimjo was ushered forward, standing face to face with the venerable commander. Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, said Yamamoto. Shit, Grimjo muttered, you really do look just as hard as they say, huh? We are staking considerable trust in you now. Will you turn your back on us? And get killed horribly for my troubles? Fuck no, said Grimjo, shaking his head. Fuck Aizen. I ain't going to double-cross ya, I know better. It's my neck on the line here as much as yours. Yamamoto nodded. Then, open a portal to the designated spot. I trust you have been briefed on the exact location. Don't sweat it, old man, said Grimjo with a grin. It's just a basic Ask Garganta. I got it. He extended a hand, and then there was a ripple in reality, a veil of darkness tearing open to reveal a large, open corridor with white walls. The portal was wide, large enough to accommodate 6 men marching next to each other, a necessity given the sheer amount of soldiers they intended to march through it. Battle Group 1, Assault, Yamamoto ordered. Prepare the Senkaimon. I want the elites of Divisions 6, 3, and 9 to follow after as soon as possible. Byakuya, like a dog relieved of its chain, leaped into the portal, Renji and Listen close behind him. Urahara Kisuk, said Yamamoto. Stabilizing portal, said Urahara, murmuring an incantation under his breath quickly. After a minute or so he paused, and there was a pulse of energy. There, said the scientist. The portal should remain in place for as long as we need it. Erza watched the scientist finish up his spell. Behind her, the imposing figures of Zaraki Kenpeki and Komamura Seijin fell in line. I am glad to fight beside you, Captain Scarlet, rumbled Komamura as he took up position. Likewise, Erza said with a nod, suppressing a knot of fear in her gut. Momo would be coming in soon, along with the contingent of soldiers. It was really happening. This was it. Ah, hell, why don't you two hug it out and leave the killin' to me, huh? Said Kenpeki, resting his great sword on his shoulder. I don't mind, really. Stay close, or you'll end up getting lost, Erza muttered. You're not going to have any fun wandering around alone in the dark. Yeah, the giant murmured. Battle Group 2, Assault. Yamamoto commanded, and Erza ran headlong through the newly opened portal, her 2 companions in tow. From now on, they were marching into hell. Lord Aizen. It was Kaname who burst into his study, flinging the door open. Aizen looked up. Kaname was normally quite collected, and to not even knock would normally be something he considered quite disrespectful. What? Aizen asked. We are under attack, sir, said Kaname. Aizen stood up, putting a hand on his blade. From where? He said sharply. Is it the Quincy's? The Quincy's? Said Tuan, puzzled. No, Lord. 5 minutes ago, we detected 3 huge riot signatures, Shinigami in nature, followed by another 3, and then another 3 in rapid succession, all landing near the quarters of your various espada. Shinigami, said Aizen, genuinely surprised. It's the Godii, sir. They're launching a full-scale attack. The reality of it hit home with Aizen. Unbidden, a laugh came over him, a chuckle that turned into a mad cackle. Sir, said Tuan, more confused than ever. That foolish old bastard, said Aizen, shaking his head in disbelief. The gall. The audacity. Lord, we must respond, said Tuan. I will gather the Constjo, and dash. No, said Aizen sharply. Order Starkey, Barragan, and Tyr to fall back to my office for now. I do not want them near the battle, not yet. The same goes for you and Jin. I want to know where they are and where they're going, but we're not going to rush out and meet them. Lord, said Tuan. His confusion was starting to become less than endearing. "These fools," Eisen said mirthfully, "they attacked me on my turf, in my castle. Why should we meet them on their terms? Lost No Chase is a vast place. Let them search, let them spread themselves out. We will strike when they have reached for more than they can take. Get in contact with Sale. Track their movements. I want to know who is going where, and at what pace. I want a report within 10 minutes. When you're done with that, contact the other Espada. Shall I tell them to retreat, too?" Eisen thought for a second, then shrugged. "Let them be. They're expendable. With a multi-pronged attack like this, they might as well draw our enemies out. With any luck, they might halt the advance or even kill a captain." "Yes, sir," said Tuan firmly. As he hurried out to execute, Eisen smiled to himself, warmly and sincerely for the first time in a long time. Yamamoto, this was a strategy bold enough that it was worthy of Eisen himself. But as Yamamoto was not him, well, there was only one way this would end. Yamamoto had shown his hand, and it was weak, much too weak. Was he just desperate? No, his position hadn't been that weak to begin with. It was just plain hubris, the pride of an old relic about to undo him. This, Eisen thought, was the beginning of the end, and the only difference was that it had come sooner rather than later. Renji's heart had been beating quickly, thumping hard as he charged in behind Captain Kukaki. The three of them had wasted no time in charging forward, securing their established route before awaiting reinforcement. It had taken nearly an hour before the elite infantry of their respective divisions had marched through and begun the advance inward, by which time they had covered nearly a kilometer's worth of corridors, archways, and halls. With a small army at their back, they had pushed deeper inside, though Captain Kukaki veered off into his own set of hallways after a little while. There had been resistance. Hollows swarmed about the place, drawn to the sounds of combat as they engaged their first Aaron car. Lysina was locked in combat with a serpentine creature, a huge class hollow by the looks of it. Renji, for his part, was weaving his whip-shaped Shikai around, furiously driving back an Aaron car. It was attempting to release its weapon, but Renji gave it no time to do so, every strike of his whip drawing blood, until finally a twist of his weapon raked across its throat, sending blood spraying across the marble floor. He let the whip become a sword, and surged forward with an enthused battle cry, shearing the head off the mortally wounded Aaron car's shoulders. It collapsed, lifeless. He looked around. There were hollows still fighting, division soldiers locked in combat, the sounds of battle all around him. There were flares of discharging Kida spells and of Shikai abilities sending ripples through the air. Not 20 feet away, a shockwave ripped dozens of tiles out of place, sending shrapnel into the air as an officer cut down two hollows in a single blow. Renji readied his blade to help, only to realize there was no need. The elite force that had followed behind him and Lysina numbered nearly 100, and the few dozens of hollows that had flocked here were being overwhelmed. Lysina walked up to him, hollow blood splattered across her pretty face, and Renji realized that with the Aaron car and the huge class hollow gone, the battle had become a rout. "Captain," said Third Seat Kuma, saluting as he marched up to his captain, "room secure." "You're bloodied," said Renji, nodding at the man. "Are you hurt?" "It's not mine, sir," said the third seat, gesturing to the blood staining his face and uniform. "I am unhurt, save for a small scratch." "Good," said Renji. "Any casualties?" "3 fatalities, 7 wounded." "We are within acceptable parameters, Captain." "I want a team to stand guard over the wounded, and a messenger sent back to check for support from 4th, Renji commanded. "See to it, and get the men moving as soon as possible." "Yes, sir," said Kuma, saluting. As he hurried off, Renji couldn't help but grin a little. This was going well, all things considered. "Easy," he said confidently, turning to his fellow captain. "Too easy," muttered Lysina. "I don't like it. We didn't come here to get bogged down slaughtering chaff." "We're well on schedule," countered Renji. "I know the worst is ahead of us, but this does good. A taste of victory is good for morale." "Can't argue with that," said Lysina with a shrug. "Still, I have a bad feeling about this. The further in we push, the more it feels like we're running into a trap." You heard the old man. If we go too far without finding anything, we turn back. I wonder why we're attacking this place without knowing more, though. It's a big place, said Renji with a shrug. That Grimjo bastard knows where his Espada kin used to hang out, but that don't mean they'll be exactly there at all times. Don't worry, they'll come find us. That's what I'm afraid of. Listen, muttered apprehensively. Kukaki Byakuya let his blade rise and fall with the calmest of furies, his arms, his entire body working flawlessly. Weeks of frustration were finally being released, and here, sinking his blade into the throat of a lesser Arrancar, he was at last in his element. His battle group had made good progress until they hit a narrow corridor. From above, dozens of hollows had assaulted them, led by half a dozen Arrancar, throwing their formation into disarray. 6th Division had responded well, keen to make their captain proud, but several had fallen already. Byakuya wrenched his blade free, and without pausing to watch his enemy fall, he pushed his way through the melee, moving toward the next Arrancar. He had slain 2 already, but the 4 remaining were wreaking havoc on his soldiers. Hollows they could handle, but an Arrancar was a beast beyond most of even his best veterans. He could see his newly appointed vice-captain bravely fending off one of them, bright lights dazzling from the young man's shikai as he danced within an inch of death, avoiding one potentially fatal blow after another. Byakuya launched himself into the air, bouncing against the wall as he surged forward. An Arrancar who sat in an alcove above had foregone his blade to charge a massive Zero with both hands, cackling with glee as he aimed it at the crowded hall. He saw Byakuya coming much too late. The energy in his hands died out as he scrambled to draw his blade, but he was too slow. Byakuya had already closed the distance, and with perfect precision the nobleman let the tip of his blade slide in just under the Arrancar's chin, severing through the top of his vertebrae with ease. The modified hollow went limp, glassy-eyed, and collapsed. Byakuya was already on the move, launching himself into the air again, wordlessly triggering his shikai. With one hand, he directed the pink blades over the battlefield, the 1,000 little swords shearing through 3 hollows in a moment, buying precious time for the beleaguered soldiers below. With his other hand, he took aim at an Arrancar, its blade fresh with the blood of an officer. Bakudo 61, Rakyukura. He called, and the Arrancar was frozen in place. The officers around it wasted no time, their enemy immobilized, they raised their blades to skewer the helpless monster. Byakuya was already moving on the next, sailing toward it with speed, the blades of his shikai tearing through another mob of hollows before reshaping into its sealed form. This one seemed to be their leader, it had skill and sense enough to see him coming, and deflect his first blow. It evaded the next 2 strikes, and attempted a clumsy counter-attack. Byakuya moved outside of its reach with ease, and gave the Arrancar a contemptuous glare. "Hey-da one, Shao," he said, and the surprised Arrancar was sent reeling back, nearly losing its footing. It struggled to regain its balance, and to its credit, it nearly did so, but Byakuya had no intention of letting it recover. With one swift blow, he cut off its sword arm at the wrist, and before the limb had landed on the floor his next stroke had run the hollow through. Gargling, it stumbled, and fell. Almost like an afterthought, Byakuya sent a Sakasui to envelop it, to burn what was left of the beast to death. That left only the last of them, a brazen creature pressing his vice-captain hard. Byakuya advanced, cutting down meager hollows left and right, moving to relieve his subordinate. They seemed evenly matched at the moment, but Byakuya knew it wouldn't last. The lad was a master swordsman, and if he could not overcome this foe, he was hardly fit to be vice-captain. Seeing his captain approach, the vice-captain redoubled his efforts, a dazzling blast of light from his Zanpakuto blinding the Arrancar temporarily. Finding his opening, he thrust his blade, taking the creature through the neck. As it dropped to the floor, dead, the few remaining hollows turned and fled, their morale broken. Most of them were cut down as they fled, and a hearty cheer rose through the ranks of 6th Division soldiers as the chaos of battle died down, and they formed up once more. "Ryuin," said Byakuya, addressing his vice-captain. Ryuin Itsuki had been his 3rd seat prior to Renji's promotion, and he was still uneasy in his newfound position of responsibility. A young man of a lesser noble family, he was eager to please, a little too eager, perhaps. The vice-captain wiped his blade clean of blood, sheathed it, and pushed a strand of his long, brown hair aside, tying it up in a ponytail. "My apologies, Captain," he said, short of breath. "I should have finished him faster." "Do better next time," said Byakuya dispassionately. "This is nothing next to what awaits us further down." "Yes, sir," said Ryuan firmly. "Listen, all of you," said Byakuya, raising his voice enough so that his soldiers could hear him. "Anyone not too wounded to fight, make ready. We press on. Our quarry is not yet found." There was a chorus of affirmatives, and although he did not show it, Byakuya appreciated it. It was good to see his soldiers in action, to see them do what they had trained for without fail. Even with some of their comrades dead or dying beside them, their spirit remained unbroken, unshaken. In a swift stride, Byakuya led them out of the corridor, into the hall approaching them. It did not take long for danger to find them. Byakuya's group had pushed further than anybody else thus far, far enough that it was time. Far enough that an old enemy had been sent to take his head, at last. As they approached a set of stairs leading upward, Byakuya saw him. Staring down at him, cold as ice, looking like something dead on the inside, there was Ulquiorra Sifur. A handful of Arankar stood near him, although keeping their distance, and Byakuya could sense more than a few hollows lurking in the dark. Ulquiorra paid them no attention, and neither did Byakuya. The time had come. Now, he would avenge himself. Now, he would settle the score. He took a deep breath to calm himself. He would not let himself be carried away. He would not let anger cloud his judgment. He would not let emotion get the better of him. The Espada was formidable, as strong an opponent as he had ever faced, but this was what he had come here to do. To kill their strongest enemies. "Captain," said the Espada, his voice devoid of any sentiment, "you are intruding on Lord Aizen's domain." 6th Division, Byakuya called loudly, "Make ready to charge, on my command, but stay away from the Espada. I alone can defeat him." "Our last bout says otherwise," said Ulquiorra. Byakuya would not take the bait. He raised his blade, and taking the first step forward, he cried, "Charge!" He was already sprinting forward by the time his officers obeyed the order, blade raised to strike at his opponent. Their swords met, and Byakuya threw himself into the conflict with a cold, calculated passion. Win or lose, live or die, this was where he was meant to be. Komamura ran forward behind Captain Scarlet, deep in thought. There had been resistance, but what Zaraki Kenpeki hadn't turned into minced meat, the two of them had crushed with ease. The brutish champion had already veered off, heedless of battle leader Scarlet's calls, charging after a fleeing Arankar on his own. Komamura had not been surprised. Discipline was to Kenpeki what mercy was to a hollow, incompatible and alien. Hopefully, he would at least cause some havoc. It was unbecoming of him, but Komamura was distracted. Tuan was somewhere in this complex, his best and oldest friend. The man who had accepted him when he feared nobody would, the man he had thought he knew. That man was a traitor now, and Komamura knew that his old friend was fated to die. Even if he survived the war, he would be taken captive, brought to a court for sentencing, and formally executed. There was no other possible penalty for treachery as severe as this. Komamura had often cursed himself over this. Tuan, his best friend, how could he not have known? How could the blind captain have hidden the darkness in his heart so well, and for so long? Tuan had earned the death that was coming to him. It ate at Komamura's heart, but it was the truth. Tuan was a traitor, not only misguided but a willing accomplice. He believed in the madness Aizen called justice. He was being used, but he was still responsible for his actions. Led astray, yet still fallen. Part of Komamura hoped he would never lay eyes on Tuan again, that he would receive news of Tuan's death after the battle was done, that he would only see Tuan's lifeless corpse one last time before it was buried in an unmarked grave. Another part of him hoped to face Tuan in battle, to try to shake some sense into him one last time, to try to reason with him. To bring him to justice. Komamura felt responsible for him, as if he might have turned Tuan onto a more righteous path if he had been a better friend, as if he might have spared the Godei all this grief if he had seen through the deception. It was a ridiculous notion, objectively, but still it was one Komamura could not shake. He felt that Tuan, live or die, was his responsibility. He should face Tuan in combat, try to persuade to and back, and when he inevitably failed, kill his oldest friend. The thought twisted in his heart like a knife. Captain Komamura. Seijin halted his run, realizing he had left Captain Scarlet behind by a fair few paces. "Battle leader," he said, hurrying back to her side, "forgive me. I was distracted." "So I was," admitted Komamura with a little shame. "Aren't we both?" Scarlet muttered. "We've pushed far enough, I think. The infantry should be catching up with us soon." "Frankly, I wish these Arrancar would show themselves," said Komamura. "We cannot have come this far without them noticing. Such cowardice is less than I expected from these Arrancar. I was told their egos, at least, were large enough to want to take us on even if they have no honor." "It's not cowardice," Erza muttered. "It's strategy. You think it is a deliberate choice? Spread thinly in hostile territory we don't know too well?" "Oh, yes, I do," Erza growled. "We should retreat, Yamamoto's orders be damned." Komamura hesitated. Her logic was sound, but Yamamoto's order had been clear. There was no room to retreat unless they were faced with overwhelming force. He respected Scarlet, but her antipathy to the Captain Commander's plan was well known, and did not sit well with Komamura, whose loyalty to the old man was absolute. He would rather not pause this advance to debate her on the topic. "Battle leader," he said hesitantly, "we should dash." "Hush!" Erza said sharply, her hand going to her blade. "Do you sense it?" Komamura paused, reaching for his blade at the same time as Scarlet did. Upon focusing just a little, he sensed it, too. In the distance, a great mass of Ryotsu, slowly approaching their position. "I think we must have found our first espada," he said, taking a stance. "Not just any espada," Erza said severely. "That's Tir Halibel, the Tercera." "Then, we stand and fight," said Komamura, resolutely. "No other choice," Erza agreed. "Better hope the others don't get in the way, because this could be a bloodbath." Zaraki Kenpeiga was running with a grin plastered on his face. The lesser beasts of this place had quickly learned that to approach him meant death, but a few Arrancar had still been bold enough to cross his path. They had died quick, brutal deaths, Kenpeiga barely taking a scratch in the process. His blade tore through muscle, sinew, and bone. A one-handed blow nearly sheared an unlucky Arrancar in half, except the blade became stuck in the modified hollow's midsection. Kenpeiga tugged at the hilt of his weapon, hard, ignoring the panicked flailing of the dying monster's weapon, and with one fierce motion he ripped the Arrancar in half with a jerk of his arm and wrenched his blade free. Blood sprayed onto his arms as the dead Arrancar fell to the floor in 2 pieces. He took in a few breaths, looking at the chamber around him. It was wide and spacious, the multiple pillars holding up the ceiling decorated with the blood of his enemies. A dozen or so bodies lay strewn about, all of them Arrancar that had attempted an ambush. Their overconfidence had been their undoing, and Kenpeiga's entertainment. Come on, Kman!" Kenpeiga cried spiritedly as he flicked the blood off of his blade, marching forward. "Gimme a real challenge, ya bastards." These had been a decent warm-up, sure, but they were small potatoes. Where were these demmed espada he had heard so much about? He could only chase little fish for so long before he wanted a go at the sharks. 2 of them, he noticed, weren't quite dead. A lanky, tall fellow with blonde hair lay wheezing against a pillar, incapacitated, a cut from shoulder to hip. A thick, heavy-set Arrancar, bleeding profusely from a cut to his side, was crawling away. Idly, Kenpeiga considered finishing them off, but decided not to. He wasn't going to waste time on trash, not when there were real challenges out there. "Pesha! Donda Kaka!" The cry rang through the spacious hall, agonized. A white and green streak sped past him, to the 2 Arrancar at death's door. "We're not dead yet, Lady Nilil," gasped the blonde one. "We'll live." Kenpeiga got a good look at the new arrival, kneeling by the heavy-set Arrancar that had been crawling away from him. She was a buxom beauty, with green hair and a goat's skull at the top of her head. Her looks, though, were the last thing on Kenpeiga's mind. "Hey," he said, pointing his blade at her. "You're one of them espada, ain't you?" "Zaraki Kenpeiga," said Nilil, her voice filling with hate, the brute monster that the Godii calls champion. Isn't that right? Something like that, Kenpeka said with a shrug. Nilil tuadershvank, said Nilil, drawing out her blade, Quinta espada. Now, that's what I'm talking about, said Kenpeka, raising his blade. Let's see what you got dash. Before he could finish the sentence, Nilil had dashed forward, an expression of rage on her face. Kenpeki anticipated her move, swung where he expected her to be, but she was faster than he had expected. She twisted out of the way of his strike, went under the blow, and stabbed her blade forward. Surging right through his guard, she nearly buried her blade in his gut. Kenpeka grunted, a jolt of pain coursing through his body. Die, you son of a bitch, Nilil snarled, pushing her blade in deep. Now, that NNNGH, Kenpeka said, with a low, rumbling chuckle. Now, that's more like it. His blade in an awkward angle, he grabbed her hair with his free hand, and head-butted her. His forehead slammed into her mask fragment, skull against bone, and a fresh wave of pain surged through Kenpeki. He ignored it, as he was used to doing. Nilil reeled back, wrenching out her blade as she did so. Blood poured out from the wound, staining Kenpeka's shiakusho. Right, then, said Kenpeki, advancing on her. Don't you fucking disappoint me, girl. Halabel slowly descended the stairs ahead, pausing to stare into the distance. She could sense her down there, close now, almost close enough to touch. She would not back down. Under the collar of her jacket, the Tercera smiled a joyless smile. Do you hesitate? Said Tuan, who had been walking beside her. We are in no rush, said Halabel dismissively. They come to us, on our terms, correct? Tuan nodded. That was Lord Eisen's command, yes. And, we'll fight without restraint if need be. All restrictions have been lifted, Tuan confirmed. A wartime exception to the ordinary rules has been made. Full release of your blade, Gran Rey Zero, anything at your disposal is yours to exploit to the fullest. Good, said Halabel, staring into the distance. I must ask again, what stopped you just now? Asked Tuan. Old allegiances? You have a duty to Lord Eisen dash. Be silent, you petty little lapdog, Halabel said dismissively. I can't stand men who take themselves too seriously. Do not mistake reflection for hesitation. Circumstance no, Providence has brought Erza Scarlet within my reach sooner than I had expected. I am savoring it. She was on the path, and deliberately went astray. She had the truth, and she chose to forsake it. She betrayed us. She betrayed me. For that, she will pay a debt of blood and pain. I will take some time yet in approaching her. She will not run. It is not in her nature. Of course, said Tuan, nodding. My apologies, Halabel. I did not mean to question your loyalty. Halabel snorted. You and I, both are opponents taken directly from our past. Some would call our Lord cruel for this choice. It is a deliberate strategy, said Tuan with a shrug. Our shared past will make both of them lacking in their resolve. Where they are doubtful, we will be resolute. I know what I must do, and I will not hesitate to do it. Is that cruel? It is a boon, said Halabel. It is what I have wanted for a very long time. Truth be told, I am grateful for the opportunity. I will sever her head and bring it to our Lord. Let's see you challenge my determination then. Tuan sighed, and put a hand on his blade. You know, he said, taking a step forward, Halabel slowly following his lead, Lord Eisen seems to have a certain regard for her. Some degree of respect, if you will. You may be better off presenting her head to him while it's still attached to her body. I was given no such instruction, said Halabel coldly. If it truly mattered to him, he might have said so. I will not stay my hand based on your speculations, Tuan. As you wish, said the blind captain with a shrug, although I would not underestimate her if I were you. Whom do you think you are talking to? I am the Tercera. I have never lost a bout to her. I will crush her, and when she lies there broken, I will kill her. There will be no torment, no excess, only a quick death. It is as good a fate as she deserves. Halabel's pace quickened a little as she descended the stairs. In the distance, she could see her now, a mane of bright red hair, framing a suit of gleaming metal. Erza Scarlet. I'm coming for you. Defy me, fight me, I do not care. No matter what you try, I will be ready for it. Chapter 98, Clavar la Espada 2. Status Report. The old man's voice was firm and resolute. So iPhone wished she shared his confidence. This operation was risky, although so far, it had not gone awry. Perhaps he was onto something. She thumbed the controls of the portable riot-reading device her team had set up to monitor the progress of the battle groups, tapping it impatiently. Battle Group Scarlet, we've lost contact with Zaraki Kenpeke, Captain Commander. He appears to have veered off course. We've detected signs of conflict in his general direction, but we do not know more than where he was headed. As might be expected, Yamamoto grumbled. At least he seems to have found enemies to kill. The others. Captain Komamura reports hostile contact to high-tier Espada. Keep an eye on them, Yamamoto ordered. Be ready to provide backup if necessary. So iPhone nodded. Battle Group Hichugaya, no serious resistance yet encountered. If they have nothing to report within 5 minutes, I want them pulled back. Understood, sir, said So iPhone. As tense as the situation was, they were rapidly getting a hold of Aizen's castle. Section after section had yielded to their advance, and as new data poured in, they were getting a clearer and clearer picture of the place they were invading. If this kept up, if there was no devastating loss, then maybe. Battle Group Kukaki, minor resistance encountered, but nothing major reported by Captains Strauss or Abarai. However, Vice Captain Ryuan of 6th Division reports that Captain Kukaki has engaged in combat with the Espada Ulquiorra Cipher. Await reports, said Yamamoto. Reinforcements will stand by dash. Did you say Ulquiorra? The voice that had so insolently interrupted them, of course, belonged to the churlish auxiliary, Kurosaki Ichigo. His little group had been allowed to enter Hueco Mundo, and the girl, Inu, was already making herself useful, patching up the wounded that trailed in from the skirmishes ahead. So iPhone, whose opinion of them had softened a little after befriending Erza, was nevertheless in no mood to tolerate insubordinate behavior from entitled little brats. This was a serious military operation, not some Sunday picnic. Hold your tongue, boy, she snarled. You will speak when spoken to. You think I'm playing around? Kurosaki exclaimed, and so iPhone's patience was starting to run thin. I saw him fight Ulquiorra before. It wasn't even close. If you wait with the reinforcements, he's dead meat. Come on, send me in. I'll do it, I'm faster than almost any of you. Captain Kukaki can handle himself, and you are not part of command, so iPhone said sharply. One more word out of you, and dash. A gesture from Yamamoto silenced her. I remember that report, said the old man. I also remember your presence affecting the good captain quite negatively. Your presence might make things worse. I can do it, sir, said Kurosaki stubbornly. Why should I believe that? You are young and prideful. Captain Kukaki is prouder still. We learned to work together, Commander, Kurosaki insisted. I respect him. I won't get in his way. The Captain Commander gave him a scrutinizing stare. So iPhone narrowed her eyes. She had been a little baffled that the old commander had humored him at first, but it occurred to her that he was seeing something she had not. Kurosaki had addressed the Captain Commander civilly. He had argued, rather than rush headlong into action. Either one of these actions showed more maturity than she had expected of him. Sir, Kurosaki entreated, he's in danger. I know I can help. I'm your ally, ain't I? I can act the part if I have to. The wizened Captain Commander gave him another long, quiet stare. Tuan. Komamura's cry was passionate, in between enraged and pained. He called out to his former friend as soon as he was within earshot, but there was no reply. Erza heard Komamura growl, a guttural, feral sound deep down from within his chest. It would have frightened her a little, if not for the foe approaching her right next to Tuan. Halabel. Erza had often sparred with the Espada, back when she was still a puppet to Aizen. She had not won once. In fact, it hadn't even been close. And now, she had become an errand car, and her already monstrous power had been distilled into something terrifying. Want to switch opponents? Erza muttered under her breath. I'd understand if fighting him would be too painful. On the contrary, Captain Scarlet, Komamura said, his voice trembling, I would not have it any other way. Tuan is mine to deal with. I would not have you lay a hand on him, even if I was at death's door. I understand, said Erza with a sigh. Halibel probably felt the same way. Her face was obscured as always, even now in her tall, buxom human form, but Erza could feel the hatred she emanated. I will leave you space of your own, said Komamura, walking away from Erza. I would not infringe on your fight any more than you would infringe on mine. The room was spacious, thankfully, the ceiling sitting some 40 feet above them, but the terrain was the last thing on Erza's mind. Resolutely, she drew her blade and assumed a stance. Hello, Tyr, she said, as the espada came closer. It's been a while, hasn't it? Erza Scarlet. Her voice was cold, so very cold. Tyr Halibel had never been what anyone would call warm or opening, but there had been a subtle sense of empathy about her. The way she cared for her servants, always looking out for their needs, the way she had befriended Nilil, despite their personalities being almost polar opposites, the way she had indulged Erza, time and time again, despite always sounding as if Erza was something of a nuisance to her. It was gone now. As she came closer, Erza took a look at her old friend, her new enemy. She had been humanoid even before the transformation, and out of all the hollows Erza had come to know back then, Halibel's transformation was among the least drastic. She had dark skin, generously exposed in an outfit that seemed to be designed with the idea of showing the body off rather than concealing it. Great curves accentuated an athletic, muscular body. A collar hid her face such that her cold eyes the only thing visible between her coat and her blonde hairline. A short blade with a very wide guard hung across her back, rather a lot smaller than the enormous blade that had once been fused to her arm. I guess he didn't do much for your mask, Erza said. How have you been, Tyr? I have nothing to say to you, traitor, said Halibel icily. Oh, on the contrary, said Erza, carefully thumbing the rune at the side of her plate mail, causing it to instantly unbind from her body, the heavy metal dropping to the floor with a clang. I think you have rather a lot to say to me. Enough to fill several pages, I would bet. You've always been the quiet type, but not for the lack of having something meaningful to say. If you're going to kill me, wouldn't you rather I knew exactly how you felt? Are you stalling? Said Halibel, furrowing her brows. Have you grown cowardly as well as deceptive, Scarlet? You know, said Erza, gritting her teeth, whatever our differences, I demand more respect than that. I went another way than you because I absolutely believed it was necessary. Everything I've done is out of sincere conviction. You may think little of me, Tyr, but I do not accept being called a coward or a liar. Slowly, Halibel reached for the blade at her back, pulling it out by one part of its wide guard. Nimbly, she spun it around midair, grasping the weapon by the hilt. I will give you that much, she said, grasping the weapon tightly. You've never been a coward. But, you have lied to me, Scarlet, and even if you are not cowardly, you are a traitor to what I believe in, at best delusional or critically ignorant of what we will need for the future. You know, I was told something real similar not long ago, said Erza, staring Halibel in the eye, refusing to back down, and it wasn't wrong. Not entirely. I get that if you've lived a life of suffering, pain, and uncertainty, any option that takes you out of it is going to sound great. You'll do anything for it. I get that. But the thing is, what I said then is still true. I still know Eisen Saushik better than any one of you. I've seen his true face. I've seen what he is in the dark, and Tyr, he will use you and throw you aside the moment you stop being useful to him. I want you to live. He doesn't care. Let me guess. Come with me, and I'll give you a free pass. The Godei will offer us nothing. Eisen. Eisen can be a cruel man, but if we win. She paused, shaking her head. No. This is foolish. You have rejected us, Erza, and you continue to spit on us. There are no words left to change any of this. She pointed her blade at Erza, and the captain noticed it was hollowed out, a mere metal cut out of a real weapon. Call your Bankai, Halabel commanded. You will stand no chance without it. You can't help but offer me a sporting chance, huh? Said Erza, letting her riot souffle. Truth be told, she knew Halabel was right. Not only was the Tercera an absolute powerhouse, but she was good at what she did. Her skill with a blade may exceeded even Erza's, the weapon she had wielded literally a part of her body. This would be a fight for her life, the kind that made Zaraki Kenpeka seem like small potatoes. Bankai, Erza cried, as her riot soufflared and peaked, the blade coming aglow with the command, Tetsukan Yasi Itamashii. She was encased in gleaming armor, and Erza felt a rush of power, the howling, prideful spirit of her blade egging her on, urging her to rise up and crush her foe. Halabel simply looked on, and gave her a small nod. You've grown some, she said. She raised her blade. It is not enough. In an instant she was upon her, and it was purely by reflex that Erza blocked the strike. Halabel was fast as she was powerful. Erza reeled from the blow, just barely able to remain standing. The Tercera had hit like a truck, harder than Kenpeki and with precision to boot. Erza grit her teeth, defiantly staring Halabel in the eye. God damn! She managed, nearly overpowered just from the Tercera pushing against their locked blades. If that is all you have, then you truly are dead, said Halabel, shaking her head. You may have had some chance at catching up to me if I had remained a hollow, but I have ascended. Only a handful of Shinigami could even touch me, and you are not one of them. You know, Erza grunted, there's this saying among humans. And that is. She angled her hilt very slightly upwards while angling the blade down, and as Halabel's blade began to slide down the length of her blade, Erza surged forward, slamming the hilt of her blade into the Tercera's forehead. Surprised more than harmed, Halabel staggered back, immediately raising her blade in a defensive position. Pride goes before the fall. Erza cried, charging. Summoning every inch of her courage, her skill, and her heart, she raised her blade to strike. She thought of Momo. She thought of Orium. She thought of her family and she thought of home, and firmly shoved away the part of her that felt very sure she was about to die. She couldn't afford to lose here. Not even to the likes of Tyr Halabel. Komamura kept his blade low, not yet ready to engage his old friend directly. As a courtesy they had both walked well away from their respective partners' space, never taking their eyes off each other figuratively speaking, in Tuan's case. They had stopped at last, standing face to face some 5 yards apart. Tuan, said Komamura, his voice a low, regretful rumble. Say the words, said Tuan neutrally. Say what you doubtless need to say. The sooner you have done so, the sooner we can get on with this. He truly didn't care. The realization hit Komamura hard, like a wave of ice-cold water. No matter what he had to say, it would never be considered. But, he still had to, because no matter the odds, one had to try. It is not too late to do right by the people you've wronged, Komamura started. Tuan, you have betrayed us but I know there is honor left in you. It is precisely because I believe in honor, in justice, that I have taken this path. Is it? Tuan, I was your best friend. I must have missed something to never have seen this anguish in you that turned you this twisted, but I know you. This is about more than justice. No cause such as Aizen's comes about through just means. History will be the judge of that. It's about vengeance, is it not? Komamura insisted. Vengeance for the one you lost along the way. It was that event that embittered you in the first place, wasn't it? Where Aizen found a seed to plant to poison your mind. So, here you stand, aligned with a murderer, poised to slaughter untold thousands for some greater good, all for retribution, not justice. Tuan, can you not see the madness of it? Tuan's grip around his blade tightened. Are you finished? I do not want to kill you, Tuan, said Komamura, so I beg you one last time, wake up. Justice is not what you've chosen. I will not defend myself further. You could never understand, said Tuan dismissively. You will never know pain like our new companions have, and you will never understand the need for a new order with lasting peace. Then you truly are lost, Komamura rumbled. He raised his blade and thundered forward. Tuan met his charge in stride, deflecting the force of his blow to the side and counter-attacking with a piercing thrust. Komamura dodged the attack, skipping back with nimbleness that belied his bulky frame. He blocked the next strike, knowing exactly where it would come, and pushed Tuan back, going on the offense with a series of heavy, wide-arcing swings. Tuan dodged, evaded, and occasionally parried, but went untouched. It was a familiar dance. Ever since their youth, the two of them had sparred together. They had been close friends all these years, and they knew each other's fighting styles by heart. They had bested each other more times than any of them could count, and it had never been a one-sided fight. Their record, as far as Komamura could recall, was dead even. Except, this time it was for real. That was another reason, more practically, that Komamura had wished to fight Tuan. Tuan's Bankai would eviscerate almost any captain-level fighter from the shock of having to deal with something that robbed them of the use of their senses, but Komamura knew it well, and he knew its weakness. Tuan, therefore, would be hesitant to use it before he had first gained an advantage. He would look for an opening to wound, if not kill Komamura, and to finish the job within Mikoroji. It was Komamura's job to prevent that from happening, to press Tuan into using it prematurely. He had a battle plan, now he had to execute it. A single, quick shunpo took Tuan behind Komamura, but the captain swung around, meeting the strike directly, redirecting Tuan's blade to the floor. Tenkan! He roared. A gigantic fist manifested at Komamura's left, and at his mental command it slammed into Tuan. The sheer force of the blow sent the traitor captain flying, slamming into the far side of the wall, which formed cracks where he impacted. Tuan coughed, the air knocked out of his lungs, but recovered quickly, just in time to meet Komamura's furious charge. He rolled to the side, under a wide swing that nearly sheared him in two, and lashed out with his blade as he sprung to his feet. As Tuan regained his bearing, he smelled blood from where it trickled down his old friend's side. First blood was his. Aizen watched amusedly from the control room Sale had set up. Every battle was unfolding before him, and it was a pleasing sight. The Shinigami had spread themselves thin. Aizen had allowed them to advance deep into his fortress before he had ordered any counter-attacks. Right now, the majority of the Godai's forces were either bogged down in some assault that would gain them nothing of value, or held in reserve far away from the ones who needed help the most. Nilil, status. He said, speaking into the Kido-enhanced communication device he had set up for his warriors. Engaged, said Nilil, her voice strained, undoubtedly in the middle of combat. Aizen smiled. Zaraki was a base brute who could only be beaten by raw force, and Nilil had been the ideal choice. Stark would have ended it quickly, certainly, but he was not about to play that card for somebody as insignificant as Zaraki. Gauge his strengths, but do not risk yourself, Aizen ordered. Release as necessary. Kill him. Understood. Ulquira, report. Said Aizen, switching frequencies. Nothing to report yet, Lord. I estimate I will have slain my opponent soon. Kukaki Byakuya. The man was so intensely prideful that he had, predictably, been first in the fray, bravely leading the vanguard. Sending in Ulquira, whom Aizen already knew was superior by far, had been an easy choice. Halibel, report. Engaged. Aizen did not respond further. Halibel was everything Erza was and more, intensely skilled, equally determined, and incredibly powerful. They were similar in all respects, except Halibel was just stronger. And, if any of these fights somehow went awry, well, he had reinforcements of his own, too. The day was his. Byakuya had wasted no time in unleashing the full might of his sword. After a few tentative strikes, it had become obvious that the Quarto was every bit as sharp as he had been in the world of the living, every bit as powerful, every bit as lethally quick. As the storm of pink blades was unleashed, Shinigami and Hollow both had scattered. An unspoken truce of sorts had formed, both sides staring in awe as their leaders clashed in a battle of titans, the likes of which none of them had ever seen. Byakuya was well aware of the eyes watching him, well aware that failure might very well consign all the men and women under his command to an early grave, but the thought did not distract him. His mind was a thing of sharpened steel, of absolute focus. He would not let his emotions get the better of him this time. Even so, he struggled. It had soon become apparent that Ulquira was, if anything, even deadlier than Byakuya remembered, as if he had held himself back a little in their encounter back in Karakara. He had attempted to go on the offense, but after it had nearly cost him his life, Ulquiorra's blade coming just short of his neck, he had been forced back on the defensive. Right now, he was weaving great patterns of blades through the air, crashing against the espada like waves breaking against rocks. The bursts were precise, controlled, and quick, guided by his hands, and more than a few hollows that had strayed too close had been shredded to bloody paste. Byakuya barely noticing their passing. He sidestepped a thrust that nearly skewered him and took a quick step back. The espada was relentless in his offense, but despite appearances, Byakuya was not being helplessly pushed back into a corner. As the espada pulled back for another thrust, Byakuya weaved his arms around rapidly, a quick burst of pink surging up from around Ulquiorra's feet. The stream shot up, shredding through the Arrancar's white uniform. Byakuya's fingers twitched rapidly in an intricate pattern, and the blades spun around, grinding back and forth, spinning at high speed as a million of them raked against Ulquiorra's skin. The rest of Senbonzakura was floating around, docile, the entirety of Byakuya's focus going into this one attack. Ulquiorra's arrow was pierced, dark red blood spraying across the floor as a gash was torn into his chest. This was a new technique for Byakuya, far from perfect, but it seemed to have done the trick. Focus was the key, and like sandpaper on wood, he had worn down the hard exterior. Ulquiorra's eyes widened very slightly, probably more out of surprise than pain, and with one powerful swing, he forced the blades to scatter, the sheer force of his strike disrupting their flow through the air. He took a step back, and a cheer erupted from the lines of Byakuya's 6th Division soldiers. "That was new," said Ulquiorra, giving his opponent an inscrutable stare. "I have adapted, Arrancar," said Byakuya, beginning to whip the storm of pink blades around him into a frenzy. "Mighty though you may be, you are not invincible." "Indeed," replied the espada. The wound had already stopped bleeding, clotting over, and although it looked grisly, it seemed too superficial a cut to give him pause. The relentless assault broken, Byakuya took the offensive, unleashing a veritable storm of blades upon the espada. Ulquiorra evaded the waves of pink with relative ease, though too lithe and quick to be captured by them. Byakuya grit his teeth. This monstrosity of an Arrancar hadn't even released his blade, and although this was progress, Byakuya had barely even faced him. Fighting the fight of his life, he sustained his assault. The dome of blades was an option, but the monster had an advantage in hand-to-hand combat, much as it pained Byakuya to admit it. He was too old, too experienced, too tough, and too powerful to best in direct combat. Ranged combat was Byakuya's best bet right now, to be backed up by whatever kido he could throw at it. Suddenly, Ulquiorra lunged into the air, and although Byakuya launched a stream of blades to seize the opportunity to ensnare him, he suspected something was afoul. The espada was much too clever to leave himself vulnerable to attack, unless... In an instant, the billions of blades were thrown aside. A zero had formed at one of the espada's fingertips in the blink of an eye, detonating near Byakuya's feet with devastating force. Byakuya nearly lost his footing, going into a roll to regain his bearings. Pain registered as he rolled over some sharp piece of rubble, but the hurt was secondary, inconsequential. Even as he got to his feet properly, he knew what the espada had done. It would take him but a second to recall the blades again. They had been scattered but not broken, just as the monster had intended. A second, more than enough time to close the distance. In the fraction of time it took Byakuya to deduce this, the espada was already at his throat, sword raised for a stab. Reacting with the instinctual precision of a peerless elite, Byakuya bent back into the side, very narrowly avoiding a cut that would have run right through his spine. His shoulder burned as the blade cut through it. Byakuya was off balance, though, and the next cut would hit. His focus unbroken, Byakuya managed to raise an arm, twisting it aside just as the Arrancar's blade ran through it. His arm was skewered, and a fresh wave of pain poured into him, only barely kept in check by adrenaline and furious determination. However, he just barely avoided being run through the heart, the blade missing its mark again. Knowing the espada needed only to pull back and strike again, Byakuya lashed out, grabbing Ulquiorra by the collar. A second of time, and he would surround the monster in blades. Ulquiorra raised his hand, and Byakuya saw the light of a zero forming. The world seemed to slow to a crawl as he saw his own death. The blades were coming, nearly there, if he had just one moment more. The zero formed. Byakuya blinked, knowing this was it. It would discharge, and if it didn't kill him outright, he would be left too wounded to defend himself. He would die here, then, with nothing more to his name than defiance, his honor still spoiled. Then a bright red light flashed, and another fresh jolt of pain reminded Byakuya that he was alive. Ulquiorra was reeling back, his blade pulled free from Byakuya's arm. His skin was singed, if not broken, and he stared up just behind Byakuya. "Sorry I'm late," said a voice, familiar even with the eerie reverberation of a hollow's tone, "but I got the old man's okay on this one." Incredulous, Byakuya turned to see Kurosaki Ichigo, a hollow's mask resting atop his head, the sleek form of his bankai held firm in both hands. There was a yellowish glow in his eyes, but even with that abominable phenomenon, Byakuya felt oddly relieved. He had nearly died. Now, he was alive. Thanks to Kurosaki Ichigo. I owe a life debt to that kind of person. He thought, a little bit of disgust seeping through the concoction of adrenaline, excitement, fear, and anger. "Please, Captain Kukaki," said the boy, "accept my help in this. You want the Godai to succeed in this, don't you? I don't want to be the one to tell Rukia her brother died in action." Byakuya gave him a look, a series of emotions running through him. It wounded his pride to have been saved by a lout like this, and it wounded his pride to accept help. It wounded his pride to fail to defeat this enemy by himself. He was a captain. This brash, inexperienced brat was just a fool with more power than he had earned. But, all the same, he had a duty. A duty to the Godai, to win, to turn the tides of this war. He needed to live. He needed to regain his honor before he died. "You said, you are here on the Captain Commander's orders?" "Yes, sir," said Ichigo, a little cockiness creeping into his voice. "Yeah, I think the old man would have let me go on my own." Slowly, Byakuya nodded. "You lead, then," said Ichigo, "and I'll follow, if that's what it takes." "Very well," said Byakuya, turning his eyes to the hated Espada. "I will accept you as my temporary subordinate." Kurosaki rolled his eyes, then chuckled. "Whatever you say, Mr. Captain, sir. Let's kick his ass, yeah." That, Byakuya decided, was a novel idea, no matter how crudely put. Nilil grit her teeth, her hate-driven fury given pause by the sheer, overwhelming force of her opponent. She was strong, she was fast, but there was nothing that could have prepared her for this. He fought with a savagery unlike any Shinigami she had seen, reckless and wild. She had given him a dozen wounds already, grievous and deep, and all they had done was to inspire him further. He fought more like a hollow than like a Shinigami, except hollows were usually extremely focused on their own survival. Where a sensible hollow would avoid risk, he reveled in them. He'd rather take a wound and counter-attack, it seemed, than to parry or evade. It had started well enough. Her power and finesse had won out. She had cut him from shoulder to hip, driving him to his knees momentarily. For a moment, she had dared to hope that she had won, or at least started on the beginning of the end for him. Then, with a mad grin, he had reached for his eye patch, and the explosive force of his oppressive, overwhelming Ryotsu had made her stagger back. It was like nothing she had seen, outside of maybe the former King Baragon, or Starkey. Force so overwhelming that it seemed unbelievable. She had done her homework, learned all she could about the captains of the Godai, but she had always thought that Zaraki Kenpake's description had been, if not exaggerated, then at least more of a poetic descriptor. A particular emphasis on their champion, a particularly vicious and skilled warrior. Here and now, she realized it had been very literal, and she cursed herself for her short-sightedness. Come on, Kman. The beastly captain hollered, swinging his blade about in wide, reckless arcs, each strike feeling like a sledgehammer's when Nilil parried it. "Ya gotta have more than that, woman. Show me all ya got. It's the least you can do now that I went all out." Nilil reminded herself of the broken, nearly dead bodies of her fractions, bloodied and weak on the floor, and mustered the will to meet his furious advance. They locked blades, and Nilil managed to redirect a furious sideways swing, leaving him wide open. She stabbed forward, drawing blood, but she knew it wouldn't be nearly enough. Most enemies would have been crippled or at least slowed down by a foot of steel in their chest, but Zaraki Kenpeka seemed possessed of a positively unnatural constitution. She followed up the attack with a ferocious punch to a fresh gut wound, stepping inside his guard to stop him from getting a good angle with his much longer sword. The action earned her a grunt of pain. Ever vicious, he responded by slamming his head down onto hers, but Nilil was ready, meeting the headbutt with the bone of her mask. It was Kenpeka's turn to stagger now, shaking his head. "You really aren't the brightest, are you?" Nilil said coldly, taking a few steps back, guard raised. "Fightin' ain't about brains, it's about fun," said the captain, seeming to shake himself out of his daze. "Fun. I read your file, and I thought it was unbelievable any Shinigami could view violence that way." "Believe it, woman. You said you wanted me to go all out," said Nilil darkly, her ryotsu rising as she held out her blade. This had gone on long enough. She had a duty to Lord Aizen, and a duty to the friends he'd nearly killed. She would destroy him. "You about to finally get serious?" Zaraki said, cocking his head. "I was starting to think I'd have to really hurt you before you wised up." Nilil held her blade up horizontally, her power beginning to peak. "Declare, Gamuza," she said calmly, staring the monster in the eye. There was an explosive discharge of spiritual power, and Nilil felt herself change. She had not used this form outside of training since she had been turned, but this was as good a time to bring it out as she could imagine. As the light of her transformation faded, there she stood on 4 legs with cloven feet, a furred centaur body, shaped more like a goat's than a horse's. The horns on her head had grown, curving downwards around her head, and her arms were laced with bony, armored protrusions. In her right arm was a lance, some 12 feet in length, pristine white bone with either end as deadly sharp as the other. She reared on her hind legs, staring down on the contemptible man beneath her. "Now we're talkin'," said Kenpeki approvingly. "Now show me what it can do." Nilil moved away in a flash without responding, landing some 70 yards away. "Hey!" cried Zaraki. "You ain't gonna run away from me, are ya?" "Anything but," Nilil whispered under her breath, moving forward in a trot. It soon became a gallop, heading into the furious speed of Sonito. She could see Zaraki Kenpeki laughing, readying his blade. Let him. He wouldn't make it. She saw him as if in slow motion, his blade ready to come down on her the moment she closed in, but he underestimated her speed, couldn't read it, more likely. Nilil aimed her lance, and braced herself for the impact. With bone-shattering, flesh-tearing force her lance struck, spearing the savage captain in the chest. The shock of it made him lose control of his swing, his arm thrown to the side as she struck just under his heart, running him through. Zaraki Kenpeki was lifted into the air, held aloft by Nilil's lance, and she felt a deep, shameful sense of satisfaction as his blood dripped down on her face. No matter how savage, or how powerful, this form was the perfect counter to any fool who relied only on strength. Mayuri sneered, driven back, deflecting another blow. In theory, this expedition was a golden opportunity to gather data like never before, to bring back samples that could keep his department busy for years, even decades. Practice, as was often the case, was very different from the theoretical model. Truth be told, he had held little regard for the Captain Commander's orders. He had gone far ahead in his route, hoping to seize an Aaron car or two and bring them back for experimentation, but before he could get his hands on anything more consequential than an ordinary hollow or two, he had been confronted with the serious-looking Espada in front of him, a stern, blue-haired figure with a tattooed face, who had introduced himself as Jalal Fernandez. He had wasted no time in engaging, and Mayuri had found himself hard-pressed. His Shikai, which was ordinarily all he needed to disable a specimen, had found no luck against the steely skin of the Espada, in the few instances he had even had a chance to strike. The specimen to be was fast, furious, and skilled with a blade. Mayuri, although no stranger to the marshal, spent most of his time in a laboratory, and it was becoming clear that this was not something he could solve with violence. Casting a quick shao, he put some distance between him and the Espada. "You are a stubborn little creature, aren't you?" said Mayuri, increasingly irritated. "If you do not cease this ridiculous resistance, You will be very sorry when I examine you in my facilities. Kuratsuka Mayuri, said Jalal, scowling, the Godai's greatest monster. To think that the Shinigami view us as evil, yet do not bat an eye at the likes of you walking amongst them. You are a symbol of the corruption and hypocrisy of the Godai. It will be my pleasure to take your head, scum. Yes, whatever, said Mayuri dismissively, contemplating his next move. Poison? He could think of a dozen different neurotoxins that would effectively slow down or even paralyze the Hollow if he could administer them. He had a good idea of how much he would need to use, based on the varying levels of strength of the specimens they already had, compared to the power of the specimen before him. But administering it, where his blade failed to penetrate, surely so would a needle. In short, he would need to subdue the Espada first non-fatally, at that. I'll tell you what, if you surrender right now, I will let you keep the use of your limbs, and I will even let you stand up and walk for an hour each day. It is as good a deal as I have ever offered anyone. Jalal's face locked into a deep scowl. Go to hell. Mayuri shrugged. Remember that I did give you a chance, he said, tut-tutaying. And they say I'm merciless. There was nothing for it. He would release his blade fully, and in the relatively narrow confines of this corridor, however spacious, there would be no escape from the poison gas. It would paralyze the Espada, and from there on it would be child's play. Bankai, Mayuri cried, raising his blade, Kanjiki Ashisaji Jizu. The halls echoed with the haunting, warped cry of a toddler, as the freakish entity manifested, like a thing of nightmare, a child's face, a caterpillar's body, heinous to look at. Jalal, though, had lived through hell for most of his existence, and had seen far worse in his time. Resolute, he stepped forward. Not impressed, said Mayuri coyly. I am sure it must be terrifying to your own kind, said Jalal, but what I see is a creature too large to move through this space effectively. His Ryotsu was growing, and he discreetly channeled force into his left hand, building up a zero in his palm. The restrictions had been lifted, as part of emergency wartime conditions. He could let loose with anything he wanted. You underestimate it. No less than I would expect from your brutish ilk, said Mayuri. Kanjiki Ashisaji Jizu, attack. The creature inhaled, and spewed out a vast quantity of purplish, noxious gas. Jalal, though, had not underestimated it at all. Kuratsuka Mayuri had been studied as carefully as any other captain, and Jalal remembered the file's summary: cruel, ruthless, reliant on poisons, chemical concoctions, and similar devious tricks rather than brute force or martial skill. As the gas approached, Jalal leaped up against a pillar, propelling himself into the air. His next leap took him to a wall. He avoided the floor like the plague, moving toward the heinous creature. The first volley of gas had stopped, sent far down the corridor in the opposite direction. Jalal sailed past the creature, landing beside one of its stumpy legs. In the meantime, the zero kept growing in his hand like a red, deadly flower, slowly taking on a lighter color. I'm over here, you fool! He taunted, cutting into the side of the Bankai with his blade for good measure. You think you can escape? Mayuri sneered. I can fill this entire chamber with gas. I am immune to it. You are not. Turn around and face him, you useless beast. He snarled the last part at the Bankai, which clumsily turned about, readjusting to face Jalal. Just like the Espada had anticipated, the monstrous Bankai was slow, adapting poorly to the conditions of the palace. More than enough time to build up. As it turned about, Jalal stepped forward, revealing his hand, literally. A supercharged zero had built up, almost to completion, the bright blue almost white from the raw, intense heat it emanated. Gas him! Cried the captain, realizing, too late, that something was going wrong. The creature reared, opening its mouth to inhale, and in a second it would fill the chamber with gas. In a second, it would be over. It's over, said Jalal sharply, raising his hand up, pointing it forward. Gran Ray Zero. There was a blinding ray of bright white light as the immense power of the zero discharged. Even with his eyelids closed, Jalal's eyes were stung by the light. He felt the raw force of it, pumping from his core, into his arm, through the conduit in his palm. This was power in its rawest form. It was a method most higher-tier espada seemed to disdain, but none of them were above using it. It had its place. The Ciro hit home, striking the mouth, the head of the bestial apparition. It took only a few seconds to fully discharge, but it felt as if it took forever, the sheer raw force burning at Jelal as it played out. Finally it was done, and Jelal saw the ruin it had brought. Kanjiki Ashisaji Jiza was no more, its head, and most of the body adjacent to it blown away. What was left of its body was dissolving into nothingness, like burnt paper disintegrating in a wildfire. The gas it had spewed was being funneled out through a gaping, newly made hole in the wall, several new holes. In fact, the upward angle of Jalal's aim had ripped open not only the wall into his right, but several floors up as well. In the distance, he could see the open, eternal night sky of Hueco Mundo through the conical arc of devastation his Ciro had wrought. Its use was normally barred in the palace. For good reason, Jelal decided as he saw just how much he had brought to ruin in an instant. The captain stared, wide-eyed, clutching the forcibly sealed shape of his blade, reverted to its most base form. "Normally I wouldn't have tried it," said Jelal coldly, taking a step forward, his sword sheathed. "Normally, a captain-level opponent would have been too fast, and this kind of Ciro too costly for this to be a viable tactic. Especially for me. I'm not nearly as strong as Tyr or Neliel. But, with a creature this unwieldy? I could hardly pass up the opportunity. Do not come closer," Mayuri said, anxiety creeping into his voice. "What's wrong? Where is that confidence you had a second ago? I thought you were going to capture me and vivisect me in one of your labs. I have allies close by," Mayuri croaked, raising his blade. "I warn you, engage at your own peril. I will dash." Before he could finish the sentence, Jelal had lunged. He leaped through the air, spinning himself around like a whirlwind. Mayuri struck out with his sword, but Jelal parried with his arm. However, the captain did not see the vicious kick slamming into his left arm until it connected. Jelal felt the satisfying sensation of bone crunching. He landed on his feet and pressed on with his attack. The captain, still in shock from the way his Bankai had been overwhelmed, was only barely holding his own. Jelal was not about to let him have the initiative back. He slammed a fist into the captain's solar plexus, and although the man seemed impervious to pain, he still doubled over. Quickly, Jelal grabbed the wrist of the captain's sword arm with one hand, the other grabbing him by the throat. Furiously, his grip tightening around Mayuri's neck, he lifted him off the ground. "I would normally prefer to kill you quickly," he hissed through his teeth. "I am not normally a cruel man. But you, Kuratsuke Mayuri, I will gladly watch the light die in your eyes." He tightened his grip. The captain was not breathing, feebly struggling in Jelal's grip. His broken arm twitched, no doubt he would have used it to reach for some devious drug if he could move it. Jelal could feel the bone in the captain's neck under his ever-tightening grip, and knew it would be over in a matter of minutes. At this rate, he would break the captain's neck before the man ran out of air. "Let him go." The cry came from the end of the corridor, and without letting his grip slacken, Jelal turned to see the new arrival. There stood a short young man with bright white hair, a much too long sword in his hands. "Captain Hichuga Taushiro," said Jelal calmly, as if this was an everyday conversation. "I've been led to believe you are at least somewhat virtuous, misguided though you may be. Are you sure you wouldn't rather let me finish this before you attack? I am sure none of your companions would miss him." "That may very well be," said Hichuga severely, "but when I sensed trouble nearby, I came to assist regardless of personal opinions. I cannot let you kill him. Let him go, or I will strike you from behind." "A little virtuous, then," said Jelal. With a little frustration, he flung Mayuri into a wall, the vile captain lying limp. He was unconscious, but not dead, not yet. Shame. Turning about, he pulled his blade out. "Come on, then," he said. "Sit upon the frozen skies, Hyorin Meru," cried Hichuga, charging. The temperature around them dropped, and Jelal smiled. Loath as he was to admit it, he wasn't bad at this part. The violence was contemptible in and of itself, but one couldn't be where he was, an espada, without having learned to enjoy it when necessary. The metal coils of Zabameru sailed through the air, whipping up a frenzy of deadly, carefully controlled movements. Renji forced back the Aaron car in front of him, the assault of his Shikai forcing the Aaron car on the defensive. Through an opening in Zabumaru's coils, carefully left there, Lisanna surged forward, striking from the side, just as their enemy parried a vicious strike from Zabumaru. Her Shikai was also released, the lightning claws of Arashi Raijin primed with force and ready to kill. She surely would have hit home with her stab, but at the last second, with unbelievable speed, the second of their foes intercepted her, halting her charge with a flawless parry. She immediately retreated, covered by a quick set of movements from Renji's blade whip. "These guys don't quit, do they?" she muttered, as she returned to Renji's side. "They're still testing us," Renji muttered, examining his opponents carefully. They had introduced themselves as Zamari Larue and Luppy Antiner, the Novino and Octavo Espada, respectively. Luppy had an arrogant air about him, the look of a youthful sadist in his eyes, in contrast to the stoic, quiet aura of intimidation that surrounded Zamari. "One's deadly fast with the blade, the other's as deadly fast on his legs," Lisanna observed. "Still, we've got one thing on them." "And what's that?" said Luppy, lazily advancing on them, blade in hand. "You're hollows," said Lisanna disdainfully, "and everyone knows you don't play well together." Truth be told, they had so far, although the teamwork had been pretty minimal. Luppy, keen on the glory of killing a captain, had been pushed back until Zamari had stepped in to bail him out, protecting him. The calm, calculating nature of the dark-skinned Espada marked him as the more dangerous of the two to Lisanna, despite the considerable power and skill Luppy had shown so far. "Again," said Lisanna. "They're bound to slip up. So long as you can cover me." "We can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expect it to work," Renji said, shaking his head, "but most of all, we have a choice to make here." "What?" said Lisanna, eyes on her enemies, ready to pounce. "First of all, do we stay and fight at all? We've pushed far, and this is some pretty hard resistance. We can take them." "Maybe," said Renji skeptically. He did not doubt their ability to fight, but the tactical nature of the situation meant something had to change. But there would be no shame in retreat. "Retreat from these speed demons," Lisanna said, shaking her head. "Even if we could get away, they'd tear through every last soldier that followed this way." "Not happening." "Agreed," said Renji, "but that being the case, we can't keep testing the waters. We need to go all out. Here I was hoping to save the Bankai until we hit something bigger than these two chumps. Or at least until they went all out." "What's a Bankai for if not to kill your enemies?" said Renji with a shrug. "True enough," Lisanna agreed. "Oh," said Luppy, who had listened intently. "Zamari, it sounds like the little bumped up, second-rate officers are ready to go all the way." Zamari just shrugged, clearly not the bantering type. Seeming a little off-put, Luppy raised his blade and cried, "Well, I'm not going to be shown up by two greenhorn Shinigami who got their Bankai yesterday. Strangle, Trapatera." Responding to his command, the blade released, an explosive discharge of Ryotsu following in the wake of it. A bony chest plate surrounded Luppy's torso, and from the back 6 extremities hovered 3 pairs of tentacle-like appendages. In itself, it looked less than threatening, but Renji and Lisanna both knew better than to underestimate the resurrection of an Espada. Luppy took a few steps forward, and the tentacles sprouting from his back lashed out, elongating unbelievably. Renji spun his Zabumaru in a defensive pattern, deflecting a couple of blows, but there were 6 tentacles and 1 Zabumaru, and they were both forced to jump back. The floor was crushed and pulverized stone tiles sprayed through the air where they had stood a second ago. "Son of a bitch," Renji swore, but before he could do more than dodge, Zamari had appeared beside him, aiming a stab at his chest. Renji just barely parried, his sword was rather unwieldy at such a close range. Lisanna rushed to help him, but Zamari rushed away, gone in an instant. The blink of an eye later, a tentacle slammed into Lisanna, and she was sent flying into a wall. Renji wove his blade around in a defensive pattern again, creating a circle of blades around him. He had no choice here, he had to go all out. "Captain Strauss!" he cried out. "I'm fine," Lisanna grunted. "All right, then," Renji said, his spirits flaring as his Ryotsu began to grow. Bankai, Hiayu Zabumaru. There was a feral cry as his Bankai became manifest, the bamboo serpent rearing its skeletal head, displaying its rich mane of red. Renji felt his confidence grow. Defensive focus. Listener said sharply, a Shunpo taking her right next to Renji. Your Bankai has better range than he does, so use it. I'll cover your back from that quick bastard. Sounds good to me. Renji cried, and raised the tailbone in his hand, commanding the serpent. It surged forward, striking Luppy with surprising speed and immense force. The Espada absorbed the blow with his tentacles, crossing all 6 of them in front of him, but he was ruthlessly flung to the far end of the spacious chamber. There was a blur at the corner of Listena's vision, and she responded instantly, stabbing forward as she leaped to her right, channeling lightning into her Shikai. Zamari parried her first and second swing, taking care not to lock blades with her. He'd had the sense to realize, already, just what her Shikai could do. Impressive, he said, having been forced back a few steps. You anticipated exactly where my attack would come. A big, burly thing like that Bankai, said Listener, gesturing quickly to Hiayu Zabumaru. A fast guy like you could sneak through. I just looked at the way it moved and asked myself, where would I go to stab him in the back? Evidently, your analysis was sound. As Renji moved the Bankai about, the great coils swept all around them, and they both jumped over a massive section of bamboo. He was focusing on keeping Luppy pinned down, trusting her to handle the defense and handle it she would. She launched forward with a quick series of attacks, testing the Espada's defense. He parried deftly, but mostly dodged and evaded. Then he disappeared, and Listener dashed back toward Renji, throwing a quick shakuha when she realized she would be too late. The Kido, although imperfect, threw Zamari off his balance just before he could take a swipe at Renji. Listener followed up with a dash forward, letting out a spirited cry as she slashed down with both sets of claws at Zamari. You keep your eyes on the prize, don't you? She growled. Trying to lure me away just far enough that you can take him down. Is this outrage the fabled Shinigami morality? Zamari retorted, evading her attacks again. Is this too dishonorable for you, Captain Strauss? Would you rather I engaged in noble, direct conflict? I'll settle for you dying. She clapped back. Zamari lunged at her, and they continued their deadly dance. Meanwhile, Renji was putting his all into pinning down Luppy. The superior range of his Bankai was working out. Although the violent force of his resurrection was scraping at the hard exterior of Hiayu Zabumaru, tearing little chunks off it, the Aaron car was making little headway. He leaped into the air, trying to close the distance, but Renji was on top of it, twisting around the bamboo serpent to snap at him midair. Luppy nimbly avoided the strike with an acrobatic twist, his lips curled into a victorious sneer. He surged forward, aiming to close the gap. You're just too obvious, you arrogant little pretend captain. He snarled gleefully, his tentacles folded back behind him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Heh, said Renji, grinning right back. You know what's arrogant? Luppy's eyes widened, as if sensing something was wrong. Underestimating a Bankai user just because he's new. Renji cried, and as he twisted his wrist a little, 2 gigantic folds of bamboo blocked Luppy's path. The Espada slammed right into them, very barely landing on his feet, and Renji didn't give him any time to recover. A wide, sweeping blow from the serpent's body sent Luppy flying, sailing through the air until he ungraciously slammed into the wall at the far end of the chamber. I'm not letting you get back up. Renji cried, and his Ryotsu began to rise. Red energy began to charge into each individual segment of his Bankai, and Renji spun it around from the tail, guiding the gigantic serpent to surge forward. Hiktosote how! Renji cried, and there was a massive discharge of power, an explosive burst from every segment of the serpent's body in succession, gaining power each time, until it burst from the serpent's mouth. A huge ray of red, raw force exploded forward in a surprisingly neat, controlled arc, striking Luppy just as he got up. The Espada jumped to the side, managing to avoid the worst of the strike, but when the dust settled, there was a large hole in the wall, several large holes in several walls, in fact, and the arrogant Espada was nowhere to be seen. Zamari moved back in a blur, putting some distance between him and Renji, who made Hiayu Zabumaru rear up again, ready to strike. There was a triumphant grin on his face, and he raised his free hand, pointing at the remaining espada. "Come on, Strauss," he said confidently. "Let's mop this guy up." "Amen to that," Lysina said, wiping her brow. Keeping up with the bastard had taken a lot out of her. He was devilishly fast and deadly, and she had saved Renji's life at least a dozen times already now. Zomari stared out into the distance, through the wrecked part of the palace where Luppy had disappeared. "I must decline," he said, turning around. "Tough!" Renji cried, sending down the bony head of his Bankai to snap at the espada. It only shattered pieces of floor tiles, though, as the swift espada had already run away. They caught a faint glimpse of him as he ran, a blur of motion in the distance, gone in seconds. "Coward!" Renji bellowed. "Let him run," Lysina said coolly. "We beat his punk friend," Renji said, "and you didn't even get all out. Let's get him." "No," said Lysina, shaking her head, "our flank is secure. Seal your Bankai. We'd better start thinking about whether we want to continue at all. You were right before we've gone far enough. We need to return to report. If we just run after him, we might get lost and end up cut off." Renji sighed. "Yeah, I guess so. Damn." "Hey, chin up," said Lysina, nudging him. "We did good. We won." "Yeah," Renji said, nodding. "Yeah, we did, didn't we? Good start." "Yeah," said Lysina, "so let's go and check up on the troops." They both felt it at the same time, well before they could see it. An overwhelming force, something so enormous that it beggared belief. A figure with long, brown hair stepped into view from a doorway further down the chamber, a furry pelt draped over his shoulders. "It can't be," Lysina said under her breath. "Primero," said Renji solemnly, all his cheer and confidence gone. They knew very little about the strongest espada, but there was no mistaking what was in front of them. Power, raw power, so overwhelming that it felt like hanging over an endless pit, like staring down a tidal wave, like being in a landslide about to burst. He came closer, and the two young captains stood petrified, clutching their weapons. How could anyone hope to stand up against something like this? "It's kind of a pain," said Starkey, as he came in closer, "but I'm supposed to make some noise here. I'd rather kick back and relax, but this is the whole big battle I promised to be part of, so I don't have much choice." Renji summoned what little courage he had left and snapped out of his stupor. "How much juice you got in your Bankai?" he said to Lysina, a bead of sweat trailing down his forehead. "Not nearly enough." "Give the order to fall back," said Renji. "Even if we can't beat him, we can buy time for their escape." "You know," said Lysina sadly, raising her blade, "I really hoped I'd last longer than this." She reached for her belt, unsealing a bound Kido, a hell butterfly containing the right order, and let it fly. As Starkey moved closer, not even bothering to draw his weapon, she let her riot Tsuris, readying to release her Bankai. "You always try, right?" she muttered. "Even if you're screwed." "Even if the chance is 1 to a Googleplex," said Renji with a nod, "even if you're scared shitless." "She's going to be heartbroken," Lysina muttered. "That's war for you." She sighed. Bankai. As she released her blade, Starkey continued his slow march toward them. It would be over soon now. But, a minute or two. They might be able to manage that. Chapter 99, Clavar la Espada 3. A gout of bright red flame enveloped an unlucky Aaron Carr, the Kido-powered flame incinerating him in a matter of seconds. He screamed briefly before he collapsed on the floor, mercifully dead. "Formation!" Momo cried, lowering to Byam. Her blade had already been released, and it was warm with the heat of the dozens of fireballs she had cast already. "Get in formation. Line up. Medical teams, secure the wounded. Third and fourth seat, organize the troops." As she barked her orders, the Shinigami of 5th Division hurriedly obeyed. They had advanced into Las Noches following the bloody trail Erza and Komamura had wrought, and it hadn't taken long for them to run into resistance. Dead Aaron Carr lay in the wake of the captains who had come before them, but the palace seemed to have an endless supply of lesser hollows, be they Arrancar or their less evolved cousins. As the Shinigami had advanced into a spacious corridor, the beasts had fallen upon them in the dozens, charging into their ranks with furious abandon. Men and women had died, bones had been broken, flesh had been torn, and blood had been spilled, but the organized, disciplined formation of the Shinigami had won the day so far, the hollows crumbling under the united strength of the Reapers. One by one, they had been cut down and purified. As Momo charged another fireball, incinerating the last standing Arrancar, the few remaining hollows turned tail and fled, most of them cut down by Keto fire from the division specialists. Momo watched as the division closed ranks again, leaving the fallen behind. It hurt her to see the men and women under her command like this, forced to ignore their dead comrades, but this was war. The wounded were already being taken to the sides, where 4th Division support teams would come retrieve them later. Momo took care not to let her distress show in any way. Erza wasn't here, and in her absence, the 5th Division needed a strong source of leadership. She would save her tears for later. "First unit ready for battle, Vice Captain," cried 3rd Seed Kaikau with a salute. Momo nodded. "Then we're moving. I'll personally take the lead." "Is that wise, Vice Captain?" said Kaikau. "I would gladly take point. We could not afford to lose you to a surprise attack dash. Captain Scarlet is out there, fighting for us. It is up to this division to catch up, secure the ground she has cleared, and offer any support we can," said Momo, her tone allowing for no disagreement, "and I will lead our efforts in doing so. Is this understood?" "Yes, Vice Captain." "Then get the soldiers ready." As the soldiers of 5th advanced, bruised and bloodied but unbroken, Momo's sorrow was mixed with a sense of pride. She was doing it. They were doing it, together. They had seen battle and handled it correctly. In the distance, she could sense Erza's spiritual signature in another, monstrously powerful source of energy. "An espada, then. Forward!" she commanded. "Forward, soldiers! Our captain needs us." There was a resounding cheer, and the march broke into a sprint as they upped their pace. Her enthusiasm was short-lived, though. Just as a larger room started to come into view, undoubtedly where Erza was squaring off with whomever her opponent was, 3 Arrancar stepped into view, dressed in pure white. Momo sensed it clearly: these were no lesser warriors, not like the relative weaklings they had cleared out on their way here. "Halt!" Momo commanded, sliding to a stop. The soldiers, to their credit, obeyed almost immediately. The muster came to a still, staring down the 3 new arrivals. Momo took a good look at them. One looked ill-tempered. She had short, black hair, her left eye was lined with red, and a bony horn protruded from her skull as part of her mask. The second had dark skin. Thick, wavy brown hair flowed down her shoulders. The third looked aloof, flowing robes obscuring her lithe features, her elegant face complemented by long, black hair. "Fractions," Momo said under her breath. There was no mistaking it: these had to be the strongest, chosen to serve an espada. "You're goddamn right," said the dark-skinned one confidently. "Lady Halibel is fighting in there. Not one of you will be allowed to interrupt." "Mila Rose, stop talking and get to work, you lazy cow," said the horned one. "We should just kill 'em all." "The fuck do you say to me?" snapped Mila Rose. "Apache, this would be so much easier if you weren't always such a bitch." "You're both disgracing yourselves," the third one said with a sigh. "Vice Captain," the 3rd Seed hissed to Momo, "what do we do?" "A coordinated assault." Momo shook her head. "Stand back. I'll handle this. Be ready to back me up, but don't interfere. These 3 are beyond you all." "Look at that, huh?" said Apache mockingly. Son, she's gonna take on all of us." "Delusional," Sun said, "but let her try if she wants to. Our only job is to guard the door." Momo let the symbols on her body come aglow. They were underestimating her at their own peril. She took her first step forward, sword drawn. "Fucking hell," Apache muttered, "I'll do it myself if you lazy assholes won't." She moved in a blur, sword drawn. However, as she came in for a swing, striking with lightning speed, she found her movements slowing to a crawl as Momo raised a fist, intercepting the strike. The blade stopped, almost an inch short of Momo's skin. "The fuck?" said Apache, equal parts frustrated and surprised. "I've come this far," said Momo darkly, "and I won't be stopped by any one of you." Shao. The spell, despite being simple and enchanted, sent the Aaron car flying. Before she hit the ground, Momo raised her hand again, palm thrust out as she cried, "Sukatsui." Blue flames enveloped Apache, who hit the stone floor screeching in pain, rolling around to put them out. "Fuck. Fuck. Fuck," she cried, patting at the fire until it finally went out. Her fellow Fraxions didn't lift a finger to help. She finally stood up, a murderous look on her face. Her clothes were half burned, and parts of her skin were singed. "Wow, Apache," said Mila Rose smugly. "Good job." "Fuck you," Apache snapped. "And, fuck that bitch most of all. Now I'm real pissed." "As disgraceful as she may be," said Sun Sun, taking a step forward, "we can't let her fight alone. Brace yourself, Shinigami girl." "Try me," said Momo defiantly. This was the trial by fire she had anticipated. 3-1. Magic versus might. And, on the other side of her opponents, Erza, fighting for her life. She had to win. Losing was not an option. "Go! Go! Go!" Ikeiku's cry was loud, exuberant, filled with blood-mad glee. Raising Hojikameru, he was already charging the figure ahead of them, completely without hesitation or regard for the fact that their enemy could only be an espada. Iba stared, exasperated, for a second or two before he followed suit. He was no stranger to violence, but Ikeiku was second only to his captain in his desire for bloodshed. Their captains had left them in the dust, as expected, but they had none of them been left behind. 11th had barely held together, throwing themselves at their enemies with the kind of fury that was so characteristic of their division. Their casualties, Iba was sure, would be greater than any other divisions, but the damage they did in return was proportionately massive. In their wake they had left twitching, dying Shinigami behind, and piles of dead hollows slowly disintegrating. Iba had done his best to keep the battle line organized, but any chance of personally taking charge had ended when the blonde beast in front of them had emerged. Iba knew a top-level threat when he saw it, and with his captain away, it fell to him to step up and face it. Ikeiku was busy locking blades with the espada, a muscular monster with thick, blonde hair going every which way. He looked every bit as cheerful about the fight as Ikeiku, and Iba cursed his luck. The espada was countering Ikeiku's every blow so far. No, not all, it was clear that Ikeiku was the better swordsman. Blow after blow rained down, Ikeiku's sword sheath complementing the sword itself, and every now and then, he'd score a glancing hit. If not for the arrow, Iba was sure the third seat would have drawn blood already. Iba circled round, blade drawn, looking for an opportunity. Charging in recklessly could be disastrous. If he was careless, he might end up hurting Ikeiku instead. As he circled around, Ikeiku caught a sweeping blow, redirected it toward the floor, and lashed out with the sheath. It caught the espada in the temple, and he reeled back, stunned. Ikeiku jeered triumphantly as he slashed the hollow across the chest, his blade dyed red with blood. Iba, seizing the opportunity, lunged at the hollow from behind, cutting at his knee. The espada, fearsomely quick, twisted himself around, moving his leg out of the way. Iba went in for another strike, cutting from above, but the espada raised an arm, blocking the strike, simultaneously parrying another attack from Ikeiku with his sword. "That's an espada for you, huh?" Iba grunted. His blade had barely drawn blood. "I guess I don't need to feel ashamed for coming at you from behind." "It's the smart thing to do," said the espada, with a wide grin on his face. "Keeps me honest, doesn't it? And here I thought your lot were all stupid." The espada pushed back against the both of them with sudden force, and Ikeiku and Iba both staggered back a few paces. "You're Madare Ikeiku and Iba Tetsuzaman, ain't ya?" said the hollow, licking his lips as he glanced back and forth between them. He seemed calm even now, but he seemed aware, as if able to react to any attack no matter the angle. "You got the look of a couple punks about you. Almost like you're tough. The uniforms don't suit you so much." You shut up, Iba snarled. We're officers of the Godi 13, not brutes like you. Whatever, Ikeku said, looking eager to resume the melee. Since you know our names already, why don't ya give me yours? Zhang Crow, said the Espada. Just Zhang Crow. Right, then, said Ikeku. You seem like you're worth going all out for. Grow, Hojikameru. As he called out the words, he slammed the hilt of his sword and his scabbard together, summoning the poliarm that was his shikai. A toothpick, said Zhang Crow dismissively. If that's what you call going all out, I'm not gonna bother with you any further. I'll just kill ya both real quick and move on to something worth my while. Careful, Ikeku. Iba cried, knowing it was most likely pointless. He's the real deal. We have to work together, don't let yourself get provoked. As if I'd need provoking to come at him. Ikeku said, howling a spirited battle cry as he charged again, thrusting the spear rapid fire at Zhang Crow. The Espada parried the strikes, undaunted. Iba cursed to himself. Ikeku and tactics went together like oil and water, and with so many people around, Iba doubted Ikeku would actually go all out. Preparing to summon his shikai, Iba tried to spot a weakness in the Espada's defense, anything at all. He was strong, vicious, and fast, and Iba felt as if Ikeku was punching above his weight class. Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, a hollow as proud as he was egotistical, had never imagined he'd ever feel envious of a Shinigami. But, seeing the constant flow of soldiers marching through the gate he had opened, not that anyone had thanked him for it, he felt a growing sense of jealousy. These bastard soldiers were all of them going to see real action, and soon. These ants, spreading out in all directions into the palace of Las Noches, were going to shed and draw blood soon. They would partake in the wonderful dance of brutality, where you really got to know what you were made of and only the most vicious could prosper. Grimjo shifted uncomfortably, mentally salivating at the thought. To be this close to the fight, to know that battle was done where he couldn't reach it, to sense it even at a distance. He grit his teeth. Fucking hell, there really is no justice in this world. His hands went to the hilt of his blade. Red had persuaded the other black-clad bastards to let him keep it. She'd vouched for him. But, right now, Grimjo had half a mind to sink it into the back of a passing Shinigami just to slake his bloodthirst. It wasn't that he had any kind of loyalty toward his fellow hollows. Fuck him. Fuck Aizen, fuck his little legion of dimwit pets, and fuck the demmed palace they lived in. But, although he had learned to tolerate a few individual Shinigami, he still hated them all categorically, and it was just as frustrating to watch them go by and do nothing as it was to keep himself from running into the fray. Far in the distance, he sensed Red, her energy pulsating vibrantly, and right next to it. Halabel. Now, that was something he'd like to see. Red was fucked, obviously, but she'd put up a hell of a fight. Grimjo made a fist. To hell with it. Ally or not, pact or no pact, he wasn't going to just stand by in the operation that was about to give Aizen the finger in the most direct way possible. Hell no. He'd get hell for it. Briefly, he stopped himself. He'd get hell for it, and possibly ruin his relations with these bastard Shinigami. But, on the other hand, longingly, he stared into the distance, sensing the clashes ahead with the desperate need of an addict. To hell with it. He glanced around. By the gate, a detail of elite Shinigami stood guard as more and more of their kin streamed through. Not far off were four monstrously powerful figures: the old man himself, the surprisingly frightening doctor lady, the guy in the pink coat, and the guy with the white hair. Captains all, Grimjo didn't remember their names except, of course, Yamamoto. Nobody in Hueco Mundo was ignorant of that. They seemed preoccupied. The old man kept a keen eye on the troops and would often turn to whom Grimjo guessed were his military advisors. He was downright distracted, actually. Both he and his two disciples would often turn to discuss as new reports, fresh from the front lines, were delivered. The doctor lady was coordinating what he guessed was doctoring work. All four of them, their attention on anyone but him, that meant nobody here would really have the strength to stop him. Still, just running would feel too obvious. Grimjo, although favoring direct brutality, was no stranger to underhandedness or distractions. Frowning, he put his mind to it. What could he do to make this less obvious? Keep it simple. Grinning to himself, Grimjoe glanced at the four captains. None of them were looking his way. The officers in charge seemed very busy coordinating the muster of arms. Slowly, Grimjoe unfastened the blade from the sash at his waist. Tempting as it was to cut one of them down, it was not the kind of heat he needed right now. He took a tentative step closer to the line of men rushing through, again glancing to see if he was being watched closely. Determining that the coast was clear, he lowered the blade down, and in one quick motion, stuck the sheath out just in the way of a running Shinigami. The officer, yelping, tripped and fell, and the soldiers behind him stumbled as well. Just as Grimjoe took a quick step back, there was a chaotic set of shouts and loud orders cried as officers rushed to restore order to the line. Before anyone could notice, Grimjoe took a step further away, toward the inner parts of Las Noches. He glanced one last time and saw that the old man seemed busy still. Making a break for it, sword in hand, Grimjoe rushed in toward the palace grounds. A second's worth of sonido took him out of hearing distance of the captains, and very soon after that, he'd left the crowded, busy muster of soldiers behind. Just you fucking watch, assholes, Grimjoe thought, merrily fantasizing about the havoc he'd wreak. I'll show you all who's pathetic now. Rukia's heart was beating quickly. She had been given command of a platoon of her own, as per her recent promotion to officer. She had taken the responsibility very seriously and spent 2 days with them before the invasion, just preparing, getting to know them. She had made sure to keep a professional distance, but at the same time, it would have felt unfair to ask them to risk their lives for a leader they did not know. It had been a frightening prospect, but she had not backed down. To begin with, it had been easier than she had expected once they entered the war zone. As a platoon leader, she was subordinate to the battle group leaders, who were in turn subordinate to the 3rd seats of 13th. They had followed in the wake of 6th, their captain still in reserve. All Rukia had to do was keep the soldiers organized and follow orders. They had fought, they had bled, and some had died. Rukia had yet to take even a scratch. She was not the kind to put herself above others, but it was becoming increasingly clear that she stood head and shoulders above everyone around her in combat efficiency. Her subordinates looked to her with an awe that was both flattering and uncomfortable. They believed. Then the easy part had ended. Her company had split off from the rest to secure a chamber and complete the tactical mapping of the area, and on the way there a hollow ambush had hit them hard. The 100 or so men and women of the group had been cut down to 70, and among the casualties was the company commander, leaving Rukia the most senior member of command, and effectively the new company commander. The thought of it was mind-boggling, but Rukia knew better than to let it show. But, what the hell did she do now? Orders, ma'am. It was an elder officer, a 16th seat who probably would have been in charge if not for her, and Rukia briefly felt tempted to hand over command to him. To have somebody else solve a problem she felt ill-equipped to handle, with lives in the balance? It was more than a little appealing. We have our orders, said Rukia firmly, as she got hold of herself, squashing her doubts. Her brother would not have stepped down, or hesitated. She was not him, would never be as good as him, but she could aspire to be like him. She could remain resolute, do her duty and carry out her orders to completion. We'll secure the chamber, map it out, and then head back to Rally Point 3, Rukia said, raising her voice so that the others might hear her. You can do this. You're in charge. You're making the calls, and if you make the wrong call, they'll die. No pressure. Yes, ma'am, replied the old 16th seat with a nod, seeming relieved. Perhaps, Rukia thought, she wasn't the only one who feared the weight of command. Perhaps everyone did. Perhaps the difference was how one handled it. Form a line, Rukia called out, standard formation. I want the veterans in front. Medical teams, tend to the wounded. 10 men will remain behind to guard. The rest, follow me forward. You heard her. Bellowed the 16th seat. In formation, you lazy bastards, or I'll whip you all bloody. The soldiers, seeming glad to have clear direction, fell into the well-practiced formations, lining up in front of the wounded, facing toward the chamber. They were close now. Hopefully, that ambush had been the worst of it. I'll take point, said Rukia, putting a hand on the hilt of her blade. "Ma'am," said the old officer. "I wouldn't mind dash." "I will not ask these soldiers to do what I will not," said Rukia firmly. "I will lead from the front. Besides, whatever comes at us needs a resolute response, and I am the best suited for direct combat." It was a little self-aggrandizing, Rukia thought. It was also true. My brother wouldn't hesitate about his own self-worth, Rukia thought to herself. Refusing to get lost in self-doubt, she took the first step forward, giving the order of a cautious advance. It was nerve-wracking to walk down the corridor, expecting hollows to come at them at any moment. Rukia was no stranger to fighting, but war? So many people on her conscience? Even so, she kept herself in check, and they reached the chamber without issue. She barked her orders, and the men spread out in a defensive perimeter, securing the area. "I want a clear and detailed description of the place written down," Rukia ordered firmly, "so get that done, and then let's get the hell out of here." "Yes, ma'am," said the 16th seat. Rukia watched them work, a growing sense of trepidation in her chest. A million things could go wrong. This was hostile territory. She could sense powerful hollow energies all around, so many that she couldn't even feel alarmed by them anymore. The abnormal had become normal in this maddening place, and death was just around the corner. But, even in these circumstances, some things could be extraordinary. On edge, Rukia kept watch, sensing for trouble. Slowly, she felt something approaching, not too powerful, but a cut above what they had fought so far, which meant it was well beyond any of the soldiers present. "To me, right now," she cried. "Form up near the entrance, defensive formation." The men, to their credit, reacted quickly. The last of them scampered away just as the figure came into view. He was a strange sort, Rukia could not see him very well across the expansive chamber. He appeared to have pink hair, and a pair of glasses? No, that was a strange sort of mask fragment, Rukia realized as he got closer. "Orders, ma'am?" her deputy asked, seeming rattled. "Retreat into the corridor, now. This is something well beyond all of you," Rukia said, knowing it was true. If this was not an espada, it had to be something close to it. Well, said the Arankar. "That wouldn't do, would it? I'd like you all to stay. There's so much I could learn about you." His callous voice sent shivers down Rukia's spine, the cold look in his face nothing short of psychopathic. "I am Sayalaporo Grants," said the Arankar, "and you're not going anywhere." Rukia steeled herself. This was it, now or never. Back and forth they went, thrust, stab, dodge, parry, evade. A spell cast here, the shock of a Shikai ability there, it was all becoming something of a blur. Their battle was melding into a familiar mold, and even with the bitter enmity between the both of them, it was hard to shake the memories of when these battles had been but spars, mock combat between two youths working hard to improve their skills. Tuan took 2 rapid steps back, evading 2 monstrous thrusts that he knew were coming, could sense before they had even begun, then dodged under the second encountered with a thrust of his own. Komamura, likewise familiar with the twists and turns of Tuan's style, parried it with ease and shoved his opponent back. Tuan stumbled, but recovered quickly. Komamura had always been physically stronger, and almost as precise as Tuan was. He used a step of Shunpo to create some space between them, to pause to take a breath or two. Sweat was running down his forehead, and he could feel the chill of the air against his shoulders and arms, both slick with moisture. They were evenly matched. Too evenly matched. Tuan had always been very slightly better at the intricacies of sword-to-sword combat, but Komamura had greater reach. Try as he might, Tuan could never come in close enough to deliver any serious blow, and there was nothing he could pull that his old friend would not see coming. To make matters worse, Komamura had full access to a powerful Shikai, whereas Tuan's own would be ineffective against a target aware of its abilities. Effectively, he was getting very little done against an enemy who knew all his tricks, inside and out. Would he go through with it? If Tuan pretended to surrender, pretended to regret his actions, would Komamura fall for it? Part of Tuan felt hesitant to use such underhanded tactics. He believed, as Lord Aizen did, that the ends justified the means, but something inside him pulled him the other direction. A very considerable part of him, proud and stubborn, wanted to best his old friend in direct combat. Not out of some banal sense of rivalry, but as a victory of his convictions, proof that his ideas were better. Just do it. Roll over and pretend. Appeal to his better nature. Bring up your past. He'll drop his guard. No. Even if it could work, there was no guarantee it would. The hurt and anger Komamura had gone through since Lord Aizen had revealed the truth might have driven his old friend places Tuan could not have expected. Komamura might run him through without a second thought. Tuan grit his teeth. Direct action it was, then. Wordlessly, he charged again, his blade sweeping a wide arc as he closed the distance. Komamura parried and swept out with an armored fist. Tuan evaded the blow, then somersaulted back just as another, much bigger fist sailed through the space where he had been a moment ago. Tuan landed gracefully on his feet, surging forward with a thrust, aiming to close the distance. If he got in close enough, the greater size of Komamura's blade would work against him. Komamura parried his stab, driving the blade aside. He twisted his sword down, trying to pin Tuan's blade. Tuan had expected it, and aimed a palm upward. "Shao!" he cried. The spell struck Komamura in the jaw. Momentarily stunned, Komamura staggered back, but before Tuan could capitalize on the opening, a gargantuan blade came down in between them. Tuan jumped back, bringing up an arm to cover his face from the explosive spray of dust and gravel as the humongous sword connected with the floor, carving a several feet deep line of impact. "Tuan," said Komamura, as the dust begun to settle, "I will ask you one last time to stop, before it's too late. Lay down your blade, or I'll kill you." Tuan grit his teeth. It was insulting. As if he'd come this far to give in to the inefficient, cowardly system that had let him down. "You're breathing heavily, Komamura," he said, refusing to respond to the plea directly. "You will grow careless. Sloppy." "So are you, old friend," said Komamura, "and I think we both know which one of us will tire first." A wave of anger washed over Tuan. Komamura was right. Komamura had the strength of an ox, he always had, and in a battle of attrition, Tuan knew he couldn't win. Komamura was a formidable opponent, more so than Tuan remembered, balancing tremendous power with finesse and restraint. There was just one option left, but Tuan was loath to use it. If anyone in the whole world knew how to defeat it, it would be Komamura. At the same time, he would rather die than let down Lord Aizen. Personal fears and anxieties should never come in the way of that. "It's unfortunate," said Tuan, raising his blade, the tip pointing down, "but there really is no other way than this. I will make this quick if I can, Komamura. For old time's sake, I will at least try to give you a swift death. Bankai. Suzumushi Suishiki, Inmakurogi." Tuan touched the ring by the hilt of his blade, and let it expand outward as he pulled at it, the circle spinning more and more quickly at his command. It split into 10 rings, encircling him, and with a slash of his sword, Tuan sent them flying outward. As the world became a place of darkness, he sensed Komamura move, very slightly. A nod of the head, an oddly confident gesture, as if he knew what was going to happen. Was he making his peace with death? Did he have something prepared? "It doesn't matter," Tuan muttered to himself as he took a first step toward Komamura, comfortably walking inside the lightless, soundless realm of his Bankai. "I'm sorry," he said, knowing he wouldn't be heard. "If you had more clarity, you could have been one of us. I would have liked that. But, wishes are pointless, aren't they? All that matters is what you can actually do to change the world. You couldn't. I will." Tuan broke into a run, blade raised for the attack. His old friend couldn't read his attacks anymore. This would be over, very soon. Jalal circled the captain, his blade arms spinning at a relatively slow speed. Hyorin Meru, as the captain had called his blade, was fully released. The captain was a sight to behold. Great wings of ice, clawed feet, hovering symbols above his head, this was Hachugaya Taushiro, the fabled prodigy of the Godai, the child captain. Jalal knew better than to count the boy's lack of experience against him. No captain ever gained their rank for a lack of martial ability, and he had found no weakness yet, no rash mistakes. He was cool, both figuratively and literally, approaching the battle with considerable calm. The two had not wasted much time, both realizing quickly that neither could best the other whilst holding back. Jalal paced around in his insectoid resurrection, protected by bony plates. His spinning blades had so far shattered all the ice thrown his way, but the chill of it made him fearful. If he was ever fully encased, he knew it would be over. The cold would be the last thing he felt before the dark took him, and he'd stare out at the distorted image of the captain as his life faded. "Aren't you a little too cautious?" said Hichugaya, his voice level. "I've never seen a hollow so reluctant to tear my throat out." "A lack of caution is the end of you," said Jalal, still circling around him, the little captain shifting around to keep his eyes on his quarry. "I've learned that much. We're not all fools, Captain. In fact, I think caution will be to my advantage." The symbols above, one of them has partly faded. "Tell me, what does that mean? Wouldn't you like to know?" "Ah," said Jalal, nodding, "so it is important. A timer, perhaps. If all I have to do is outlast you, then this battle will be mine. You're too reliant on big attacks, young man. Precise and well measured, but still too wasteful." He watched the captain's reaction carefully. Through the well-practiced indifference, he thought he spotted something. Annoyance, perhaps, or concern. He had gotten very good at reading people, and his gut told him he had hit home. His suspicions were all but confirmed when the captain swung his blade, sending an icy gale his way. Knowing the cool air would freeze into ice in a second, Jalal dashed to the side and begun to close the distance, his blade arms spinning at full combat speed. Hichugaya met the charge head-on, one of the icy wings absorbing the strike from Jalal's blade arms. Shards of ice sprayed through the air, but his strikes clattered off without doing much harm. That was the problem with them. They would do some fierce damage if they hit, but the sheer speed of the blades meant that if they didn't connect, they went nowhere, the momentum throwing them all around. Jalal took a step back. His bony armor deflected a stab. Hichugaya brought down his blade again, and a line of icy spikes sprung up where Jalal stood. Instinctively, Jalal leaped into the air. It would make him a target, and avoiding a strike would be harder midair, but he had no intention of letting the captain strike first. His clawed arms folded back for the moment, revealing Jalal's hands. He crossed his arms, aiming his palms down, and he let power surge through him. His old memories had been painful, but there had been inspiration there too. Revelations of old skill sets, ways to fight unfamiliar to most hollows. A great circle of red formed beneath him as he sailed through the air, and Jalal poured his energy into it, letting the attack drink deep of his reserves. "Grand Chariot!" he cried, and a multitude of Seros formed, over a dozen, bombarding the area where Hichugaya stood. They went off one by one, rapid fire, gouging great craters into the rocky floor. It couldn't have missed, he was sure, the volume was too great and the speed too quick. The captain had to have shielded himself. Before the dust even settled, a determined, furious Hichugaya came sailing through the air. A mighty swing of his blade knocked Jalal out of the air, and he grit his teeth as he felt the pain of steel slashing into his skin. His armor had failed to protect him. He righted himself as he fell, managing to land on his feet, but the captain was already on him. Managing to snap his blade arms back into place in time, Jalal parried an overhead strike. "Tired yet, Captain?" he said sardonically, glancing up at the symbols above Hichugaya's head. The first of the three symbols had all but faded. The barrage had taken a lot out of him, it seemed. Then again, it had taken a lot out of Jalal, too. "Judge for yourself," Hichugaya snapped, parrying a stab from Jalal's other arm. A thrust was all the espada was able to manage this close-up. The wings rose up, spreading wide and leaning over Jalal, and a great chill overcame the espada, greater than normal. Figuring it was yet another attempt to freeze him solid, Jalal tried to take a few steps back, get his blades spinning again, but the dragon's tail wrapped around his ankle. Overbalancing, Jalal fell on his back, and Hichugaya stabbed his blade down, cutting into Jalal's chest. Not very deep, thanks to the hollow's armor, but it hurt all the same. Being pinned down would be the same as death. Almost desperate, Jalal lashed out with his own tail, and the unexpected movement caught Hichugaya in the face. The blow did not do much real damage, but it stunned the captain. Quickly, Jalal scrambled back to his feet, and breathed a sigh of relief as he got his blades spinning again. I have to say, he said, partly because he wanted to buy a little breathing room, partly because he had something to say, you're just as good as Lord Eisen said you were. I clearly need to do better if I can't even defeat the Septimo. Don't be fooled by numbers, Jalal said, ignoring the insult. I am not the strongest of them all, but not one of Lord Eisen's best are weak. Evidently, said Hichugaya, furrowing his brows. He hadn't expected it to be this hard. In that regard, Jalal's expectations had been better adjusted. This was exactly as hard as he'd expected it to be. A captain was always a captain, and the likes of Hichugaya Toshiro. Jalal felt more than a little pride to be holding his own so far. Come on, then, said Jalal, letting his blades spin like buzz saws. Let's see which one of us wears out first. Blades out, he charged. The captain met him. Once again, they locked weapons, bone blades against ice, neither one willing to yield. Erza's twin blades spun around in tandem, dancing around at lightning speed. Halibel was keeping up, if only just barely. Erza had switched into the light-scale mail of Heaven's Wheel, and with her twin blades, she was fast enough to even push her opponent back. Not the Tercera for nothing, Halibel had managed to parry or evade every strike Erza had thrown at her so far, despite the shorter range of her strange Zanpakuto. Still, this was just to get a feeling for how Halibel was in her new form. It had been ages since Erza fought her, when she had only been a Minos Grande Hollow. She was overwhelmingly powerful still, but the gap had closed a fair bit. Erza had come a long way, and her swordsmanship and speed were enough to phase the dark-skinned Espada, to keep her on the defensive. Erza dodged under a vicious counter-thrust aimed at her skull, both her blades raking ineffectively against Halibel's arrow. That was the problem with fighting an Arrancar of Halibel's stature. Although Erza might be clad in plate mail, her opponent had natural armor all around her, and even under the best of circumstances, the twin katanas would struggle to pierce her iron skin. Nimbly, Erza let the wings at her back carry her a few paces backward, assuming a stance and waiting for her opponent to charge. Not a moment later, Halibel had closed the distance, a mighty swing of her shorter blade cutting horizontally against Erza. Anticipating the attack, Erza rolled under it, and before she even got to her feet her armor had changed into a grim black and her weapons had shifted into a shield and warhammer. She parried a lightning-fast slash aimed at her neck with the shield, and brought down the hammer on the Espada's shoulder. Erza heard the crack of bone, and Halibel stepped back, a brief look of shock on her face. Her clavicle had snapped, and an ugly, red mark was dripping with blood where the hammer had connected. I'm not the young, naive Shinigami getting my teeth kicked in anymore, Tyr, said Erza sternly, furiously staring down the Tercera, and you're not going to walk all over me like you used to. Halibel said nothing, but her brows furrowed. Anger briefly passed over what could be seen of her features, and she flexed the arm whose shoulder Erza had struck. It had to hurt, but then again, no hollow of Halibel's quality would be stopped by a little pain. She lunged again, favoring her sword arm, and Erza braced herself. As Halibel rained down blow after blow, Erza patiently defended with her shield. Seeing the opening just in time, she lashed out with the warhammer, catching Halibel in the knee. It was a good hit, and Halibel stumbled, falling onto the floor. She turned the fall into a roll, quickly getting to her feet. Had Erza been a little more ruthless, she might have pushed her edge right there, hit when her opponent was down, but for some reason she held back. Halibel was, in Erza's mind, she was still a friend. Not a ruthless monster that deserved to be cut down, but a misguided soul. Somebody who wanted what Erza wanted, a better world for all. In the second it took Erza to hesitate, Halibel had come up on her feet again, limping. She was favoring her left leg, the right seeming weaker. Her leg did not seem broken, but Erza felt sure it had to at least have fractured. The hammer was made for breaking thick, hard defenses, and Halibel had not expected it, not seen it coming. I told you, Erza repeated, I'm not the girl you used to know. You'd better get serious. That, she realized, was nearly suicidal. She had been lucky enough to catch Halibel unawares, against a weapon she had no experience fighting, but Tyr Halibel in her full glory, resurrection, and all? The thought was terrifying. Still, part of her wanted to face it. A strong, stubborn part of Erza wanted to see what her old friend was capable of. To leave her broken and beaten without it felt a little cheap, somehow. Unfair. "You've changed," said Halibel slowly. "You never used to be arrogant." "What's arrogant is getting hit twice and thinking you're not the one doing something wrong. Isn't that a bit prideful? Isn't pride one of the things you consider a luxury?" Halibel snarled and leapt forward. Erza's hammer and shield shifted into the brutal form of Render, the great black blade. She met the charge head-on, their blades slamming into one another. Halibel, poorly balanced on her wounded leg, stumbled slightly, and Erza slammed the hilt of her blade into the Espada's face. Stunned, she reeled back, and Erza brought down the blade with all her strength. It cut the Tercera from shoulder to hip, biting deep into her iron hide. Halibel stumbled back, shock written in her face as blood began to dye the white of her uniform red. Erza advanced, steeling herself. Time to finish this. Cheap or unfair, this was life or death, and she had an obligation to stay alive. If that meant winning early, then so be it. She raised her blade, but just as it came down, Halibel sprang into action. She raised her own blade, letting Erza's strike slide into the hollow end of her Zanpakutu, then twisted their joined swords aside, driving the strike into the floor. A spray of shattered rock went flying into the air as it came down, hard. Halibel lashed out with a fist, heedless of the pain in her shoulder, and caught Erza square in the face before she could react. Erza stumbled back, letting go of her weapon. Even wounded, Halibel was much too dangerous to be kept pinned down, and Erza let the shield reappear to parry any follow-up strike. As she recovered, though, she saw Halibel had not moved. She was bleeding, breathing heavily, yet standing tall despite her wounds. "You were right," she said, her husky voice teeming with anger. "I was being prideful. Or, arrogant. Call it whatever you want. I thought I could end you without going all out." She gave Erza a strange look. Was that appreciation? Pride? Respect? For a moment, she looked less than hateful, but Erza could not be sure in what way. "Destroy," she said, and Erza felt the Espada's power surging. Tiburon. The riot so peaked, and as the dust settled and the glow of transformation faded, Halibel stood tall before Erza, injuries gone. She was something to behold. Halibel wore very little in the way of clothes now, her wrecked uniform faded and torn off from the discharge of power. Two bony, armored protrusions formed a set of shoulder guards, and her chest was all but naked, her breasts held in place only by two slivers of bone. A set of bone splinters formed a skirt of sort around her waists, and her lower legs were encased in armored bone, too. In her right arm was the all-too-familiar bone greatsword, held aloft with ease. She looked like some elegant, terrifying Amazonian goddess, like some primordial deity come down from the heavens to wreak unimaginable havoc on the world. "You changed, too, huh?" said Erza weakly, swallowing down a growing lump of fear. The sheer power Halibel radiated was terrifying. "You'll soon see," said Halibel coldly. As the Espada took her first step forward, Erza braced herself. At least in her battle with Kenpeke, she'd had the upper hand in terms of skill. Here, she had no such advantage. This would be the fight of her life. Zaraki Kenpeke was not in a good mood. It wasn't really the fact that he had a sizable hole in his chest, with blood trailing out at a rate that anyone else would have found alarming. It wasn't the first time that had happened to him, and hopefully wouldn't be the last. A good beating meant some serious pain, and that was the trade-off for the joy of combat. That had always been his philosophy, simple enough for him. So far, it had worked. It wasn't the pain, or the injury, or the fact that he was starting to get dizzy. It was the fact that nothing about this was fun. The disappointment of it was the worst part. Heading into battle with the Fifth Espada had set his expectations high. He had fully expected to go all out, take off his eye patch and really let loose. She wouldn't win, he hadn't expected that, but it should be a good, hard fight, one that left a few good scars and sated his bloodlust for a while. Well, he had taken off his eye patch, but that was the only expectation that had been fulfilled. She wasn't weak. It was just that nothing about this was enjoyable. He couldn't reach her. It was a fight, and he was barely even fighting, just trying to stay alive. So far in life, Kanpeki had had a very basic strategy, which largely involved savagely mauling his opponent with reckless, powerful attacks. If he went up against some technical type with a lot of skill, he'd rely on his ability to endure pain and punishment long enough for his opponent to make a mistake. Against somebody fast, he'd rely on the fact that he'd probably only need one good hit to cripple them. Anything less than that, he'd usually walk all over. But, for the first time in his life, he was faced with a style he had no answer for. Nilil Tuadershvank was fast, but not only that, she was powerful. And, that was only the start of it. Kanpeki, who had never really bothered with finesse like parrying or evading, was forced to think about the way he fought for the first time in several lifetimes, actually. It was that dreadful lance. Half again as long as his own blade, it had more reach by a considerable margin, and when it was backed by the momentum of one of her charges, it was absolutely deadly. Kanpeki snorted irritably, swearing under his breath as he anticipated another attack from Nilil, ignoring the pain as he rolled to the side without even attempting a counter-attack. The lance sailing over his head by the barest margin. She had gotten one good hit in so far, and he was still reeling from it. Another clean hit would be the end of him. This wasn't just strength, it was concentrated force, optimized to pierce through any defense. What the hell was he supposed to do? The hall they fought in left her plenty of space to move in. If he could get her into a narrower corridor, her larger form wouldn't help her nearly as much, and if he could get the initiative even once, that damned lance wasn't going to work as much more than a glorified club. It was a one-trick pony, everything into the charge. Unfortunately, it was working. He'd tried to bait her, but furious as she was too clever to fall for it. She had seen through the limited choice of moves he had and had evaded them so far. She readied herself again, and Kanpeki took a deep breath, steadying himself on his legs, forcing down a wave of nausea and pain, gritting his teeth. If I don't do something, I'm going to die. His thoughts gave word to a realization that had already been etched into his mind. With murderous intent, he grasped his blade in both hands, remembering the basic kendo the old man had taught him so long ago. A quick sidestep, a well-timed slash, she couldn't be that tough. If he could get her hurting, slow her down a little, he could turn it around. If he didn't, it would probably be the end of him, here and now. He could see the hate in her eyes, the killing intent. Time seemed to slow as Kanpeki took a stance, the formal movement awkward and unfamiliar. There would be a fraction of a second to act, the smallest of openings. If he missed, he'd die. He heard the clopping of her hooves over the stone floor, tag-a-dam, reverberating in his head like thunder. His eyes narrowed, and his breathing slowed to an even, calm rhythm in a display of discipline that felt alien to him. There was nothing for it. Then there was the clash, sudden, brutal, and over in the blink of an eye. Waiting until the last possible moment, Kanpeki leaped to the right side. Her lance was coming at him from his left, meaning her angle would be that much worse. He could only hope it was enough. As he leaped, he slashed at her side, knowing her greater momentum would add to the power of his swing. He felt his blade bite deeply into her flesh, but at the same time he felt the shock of impact as Nilil, adjusting at the last second, still managed to glance his shoulder. Kanpeki was thrown off his feet, white-hot pain flashing through his torso as he struggled to hold onto his blade. Breathing erratically, he blinked, trying to dispel the black spots in his eyes, threatening to take his consciousness away. He forced himself to take one deep breath and clawed at the floor with his hands. His hand, he realized, the other one wasn't answering. After what felt like an eternity, Kanpeki got to his feet, leaning against a pillar. His left arm hung limp from his side at a twisted angle, and his left shoulder sported a new, raw gash where the lance had glanced him. His left arm had popped out of its socket, hanging limp. Loath as he was to do it, Kanpeki let go of his blade, momentarily leaning it against the pillar. He took another breath and held it, knowing this would hurt. Grasping his limp arm firmly, he lifted it up, only hoping the espada wouldn't jump him in the middle of it. He grit his teeth, snarled, and yanked at his arm, forcing it up and inwards at just the right angle. 1,000 nerves screamed at him, and his vision went black for a second. When he opened his eyes again, breathing quick, sharp breaths to work through the pain. He tried moving both his hands. Thankfully, his left arm was back in the fight, although the edge of his vision was still dark. "I gotta hand it to ya," he rasped as he reached for his blade, unsteadily taking a step forward as he laid his eyes on the espada again. "Been a while since anyone made me do that." "You're strong." "You are a monster," Neliel hissed. "You know, I want to believe you can be better than this." "I think you are, most of you. But you? You're worse than our own kind, Zaraki Kenpeki." Her right side was dying red with blood, and by the looks of it, the one hit seemed to have done its job. Her right front leg was trembling. Even so, Kenpeki knew he was worse off by far. His vision was going blurry with blood loss and pain, and his Ryotsu was fluctuating. What a fucking way to go, huh? Beat into the ground in the one fight I can't stand to be in. The bitter thought haunted him, but Kenpeki was nothing if not persistent. If he was going to die, then, well, it wasn't like he had hoped for a peaceful retirement, was it? Here and now, sword in hand, that was as good a time to go as any. "Enough talkin'," he said, taking another unsteady step forward, breaking into a run. If he could catch her now, then maybe. Neliel reared up on her hind legs as he came at her, batting his fumbling swing to the side with her lance and lashing out with her front hooves. They struck him in the face, and Kenpeki stumbled back, spitting out a tooth. Neliel broke into a sprint, away from him, turning around to face him some 20 yards away, just enough to mount a charge. Kenpeki breathed in, defiantly raising his blade in both hands. It felt wrong. Combat had always been a joy to him, but this? A fight where he could barely get a hit in, where he was all but helpless against an enemy perfectly suited to tear him down. He hated it. Hating battle, that was what felt wrong. It was like hating good sake, or his sword. Not that he was going to chicken out. He broke into a run, facing the charge with one of his own. The wounded were coming in at a steady pace, but so far the load was far from impossible to manage. Anohana was directing dozens and dozens of field medics, overseeing the operation directly. Isane was hard at work, covered to the elbows in the blood of the injured. She was holding up well, occasionally shooting her captain a look. Each time, Anohana gave her an approving nod, feeling a little guilty that she could not help. But, she was on standby for more important matters, as one of the senior captains, and as per the orders of Yamamoto, she was to be ready to intervene at a moment's notice if Aizen, or one of his greater disciples, showed themselves. Then she felt it, distantly. A sense of wrongness. At first, she dismissed it as nerves, but as the sensation persisted, she recognized it. Each captain had been outfitted with a mark denoting their life status, roughly speaking. Right now, the Kido-powered mark, one of 13 on her arm, pulsed alarmingly. It was the 11th one. "Captain Commander," she said urgently. "Yes," responded Yamamoto, sounding a little aloof as he stared out into the distance. "There's an emergency. I must go." It was not a request, and the old Captain Commander knew better than to refuse her. He nodded. Not wasting another second, Anohana dashed down the hall with all haste. People had died already. More than likely, she would see old, familiar faces fade away before this was gone. But, not him. Please, not him, of all people. He had been skewered. Faintly conscious as he was aware of at least that much. The lance had run halfway through his stomach, and partly into the pillar behind him. He tried to raise his blade and take her head off her shoulders now that she finally was within striking range, but the sword felt heavy in his hands. He grunted, his arm trembling as he slowly raised the weapon. Neliel stared him in the eye, a furious look on her face, and twisted her arm. A fresh jolt of pain shot through Kenpeki, and the darkness on the edge of his vision began to overtake him. His strength faltered, and his blade lowered. "Ah, hell," he muttered, coughing up a stream of blood. "You really did it, huh? Good, on ya." The last thing he saw was that merciless face, framed by curving horns, silently staring him down as the darkness took him. Against either one, Ulquiorra would have had absolute confidence. Neither Kukaki Byakuya nor Kurosaki Ichigo possessed the skills or strength to best him in combat. In almost any situation, even from a disadvantage, he would defeat either one of them in single combat. But, put together, they were, rather a nuisance. Something had changed. The friction between them the first time he had seen them together had been extreme, to the point where the prideful, haughty nobleman had all but attacked the boy. Now they worked together harmoniously, a flurry of pink petals shielding the half-breed from harm every time he came at Ulquiorra. And, every time Ulquiorra was hard-pressed by the black blade of the half-hollow, the pink tide would form a saw, grinding at Ulquiorra's form. His skin could only protect him for so long, it seemed. Speed had been his ally so far, but this was not a winning battle. Pushed back time and time again by a relentless opponent, always on the defense. It was a joke. He was the Quarto, Lord Eisen's most trusted enforcer. Either of these two was vermin. Ulquiorra Cipher was not a prideful person. In fact, his commitment to a lack of emotion meant he was barely a person at all. Pride, envy, anger, these were useless emotions that ruled lesser beings. But, he did have purpose, a singular drive that gave his existence meaning, without which he had no reason to raise his blade, or even draw breath, service to Lord Eisen. Right now, he was not serving his lord well. The half-breed brought down his blade again. Ulquiorra parried with ease, but as usual, before he could retaliate a wave of pink forced him to retreat. Ulquiorra Cipher was not an emotional being, but something very much like anger was starting to make itself known at the corners of his mind. Ichigo brought down his blade again and again, exhilarated. His mask held strong, he was stronger and faster than he had ever been, and he was driving back the fourth espada. Wrapped in pink blades dancing around them like some surreal artwork, it felt like fighting in a dream. This was what they should always have done, working together. Even an espada was bound to trip up eventually, and when he did, Ichigo wasn't going to hold back. He tried to take Orium. He made her cry. He terrified her. He's coming for my entire city, my home. I will kill him before I let that happen. He never knew it, but he had never been more of one mind with the stoic captain by the sidelines. Kurosake, Byakuya called out, this is going nowhere. Can you buy me a few seconds? Very briefly, Ichigo wondered what it was. Well, it wasn't as if he had the time to stop and ask. He just had to trust him. Like he had so far. You got it. He called back, his hollow's voice echoing across the halls. Momentarily that pink blade storm slowed down, and Ichigo redoubled his efforts to pin down the espada. He appeared behind Ulquiorra, almost instantly. The espada parried his attack flawlessly, as Ichigo had expected, but he pushed against him, their blades grinding against each other. Their faces inches apart, Ichigo sneeringly said, scared yet, espada? With inexorable strength, Ulquiorra batted aside Ichigo's blade. Ichigo jumped back, narrowly evading a slash that nearly cut out his throat. He caught the next strike, an overhead swing, and angled his blade down, redirecting the blow. He slashed down, aiming to exploit the momentary opening, but Ulquiorra was too quick. He nimbly sidestepped the blow, gracefully dodging the attack. Getchuga Tenshou! Ichigo roared, discharging one of the crescent moon strikes almost point blank. Ulquiorra caught it with his blade, reeling back a little as he sheared it in two. Bakuda 63, Sija Sabaku. As the glowing, golden chains wrapped around Ulquiorra's torso, Ichigo realized why Byakuya had needed some time. Nothing short of a full, perfectly worded incantation of a high-level Bakuda could hope to contain a hollow of Ulquiorra's caliber. The chains wrapped tight, and although Ulquiorra almost instantly strained against it, his guard had been forced down. Before he could break free, before he could escape, Ichigo raised his blade for a stab and without hesitating, he surged forward. Tensou Zanjutsu bit into Ulquiorra's flesh. Putting every ounce of his strength behind the attack, Ichigo pushed hard, and was rewarded with his great blade piercing through hardy arrow, sliding fully half the length of his blade through the espada's chest. Ulquiorra shot Ichigo a hateful look. The chains cracked under the pressure, and Ichigo, realizing he'd rather not have his blade stuck, kicked Ulquiorra in the chest while tugging his blade free. Ulquiorra reeled back only to stumble into a great wave of pink. The espada did not scream, but his mouth widened with pain as the thousands of little blades, rotating and grinding like some particularly vicious saw, bit into his back. The pink took a redder color as Ulquiorra moved away in a single, masterful step of Sonito, putting a fair bit of distance between them. "Good job," Ichigo said appreciatively, shooting the nobleman a nod. "Keep your wits about you. This is far from over," said Byakuya, keeping his eyes on Ulquiorra. "You," said Ulquiorra, staring them both down. "You are both unworthy of this." Ichigo, who had never expected to see anything more than passive contempt from the Espada, was surprised to hear a tremor to his voice. He sounded, just a little, like he hated them both. "Unworthy or not, it sounds like we're about to get whatever this is," said Ichigo confidently. He already had a good idea of what the Espada meant. Things were about to get deadly serious. "Even a hollow should know better than to blame his lack of success on anyone but himself," said Byakuya. "Do as you must. We will defeat you with or without your full strength." Ichigo gave him a strange look. Was he that confident? That prideful, still? To Ichigo's surprise, Byakuya just shrugged, as if to say, "It's not like we could stop him from going all out." If that was the nobleman's meaning, Ichigo couldn't really disagree. Ulquiorra pointed his blade at them. "Enclose, Mercy Lago," he said darkly. His Ryotsu rose drastically and there was that terrifyingly familiar discharge of power, as his shape morphed and reframed itself. "Time to switch it up," said Ichigo. "I concur," said Byakuya. "Senkei." Upon his command, the pink blades shifted in turn, forming a dome of blades around them. "I'll keep you unaffected," said the nobleman coolly, grasping a blade in his hand. "Whatever he's about to throw at us, I doubt my petals will catch." I was struggling to wound him at all. "Got it," said Ichigo with a nod. The dust cleared. As Ichigo had come to expect, his injuries had fully recovered. The Espada tore away his half-shredded shirt, revealing a toned, muscular body, as white as the skin on his face. He hadn't transformed radically at all, most of his form seemed to be the same. The half-helmet mask fragment on his skull had become a full helmet, with elegant, menacing horns protruding outward. Great, bat-like wings extended out from his shoulders, and in his hand he carried a long spear of some sort. His hands and feet were different, though, bestial and black. Claws sprouted where his fingers and toes would have been. Veins of black protruded far up his legs and arms, a disturbing contrast to his marble-white skin. The green lines under his eyes had thickened, irregular and muddled now, and his black hair was longer, giving him a wild look. One moment he was giving them a contemptuous look. The next he was upon them, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Ichigo let out a gargled cry as the spear ran through him. Byakuya reacted with due haste, swiping at the Espada's neck, but he evaded with ease. Wrenching the lance free from Ichigo's shoulder, he launched into a series of rapid-fire stabs. The nobleman was put on the defense, and even under the aid of Senkei it seemed clear he would be overwhelmed within seconds. Still reeling from the pain of the stab, Ichigo grit his teeth and charged some energy into his blade. The Getsuga flew out at his command, but Ulquiorra somersaulted over it and continued his assault almost uninterrupted. Ichigo took in a deep breath. He could feel the strain of his hollow, thrashing against the bounds of his mental control. He wouldn't be able to maintain the mask for much longer. Had they just been delusional, thinking they could handle an Espada like Ulquiorra? Not that they could back out now. Here they would stand, and here they would live or die. Tuen felt a sense of resignation. Komamura was near death. Very soon now, Tuen would take his best friend's life. Very soon now, he would have proven his loyalty to Lord Aizen beyond any and all doubts. Very soon now. Refusing to be stopped for even a moment by any kind of doubt or hesitation, Tuen focused his mind entirely on the battle ahead. He would grieve later. He would do the deed, and never let himself be stopped by any ties to the past. Komamura was in a bad shape now. He had suffered a deep cut to the chest, and he bled profusely from a dozen other wounds, as well. Still, he had done well, considering the disadvantage. Aside from his chest wound, he had taken only relatively shallow cuts. His reaction speed was commendable. Despite having no sensation available to him except the touch of Tuen's blade, he would twist himself out of the way the moment he sensed the Zanpakuta's edge against his uniform, turning grievous injuries to shallower cuts. If anyone could do it, it would be Komamura. Who else knew Tuan's fighting style better, except Tuan himself? It was unsustainable. He was breathing heavily, and the damage was adding up, valiant efforts or no. Tuan would have liked for it to be swift, merciful, and kind, but then again, he was killing Komamura. No part of that was kind, certainly not from where his old friend was standing. He would struggle until the very end, like the stubborn old beast he was. It was a drawn-out torment for the both of them. Tuan dashed in behind Komamura, going for a deep stab. "Come on, you stubborn animal, just die already." He aimed for a spot where the captain's armor would be weaker. The blade went in, and just as it did, Komamura spun around, lightning fast, with a powerful sideways swipe. Tuan, anticipating this, dodged low before thrusting upward, aiming for Komamura's neck. The captain pulled back just a little, but the blade cut deep into Komamura's chest. Another good couple of hits like that. Then, Komamura's free hand shot up in a vicious punch, one that Tuan narrowly evaded. He dodged under it, repaying the attack with a swift slash to the arm. "Can't you see it?" Tuan cried, even knowing his friend couldn't hear him. "Can't you see you're already dead and gone, you foolish beast?" Frustratedly, he took a few steps back. Komamura was breathing heavily, he could tell. His heart rate was slower. The blood loss seemed to be getting to him. His offhand was hanging from his side, seemingly paralyzed by the fresh cut. His shoulders were heaving, and he was covered in blood. The deed was almost done. Just a little more, Tuan thought to himself. Almost there. He dashed to the side, aiming another stab to Komamura's gut. This time, the bestial captain did not react in time. He tried to twist himself aside, weakly, but it was no use. The blade slid in halfway, only partly hindered by Tuan's faltering strength. He was getting weaker, too, he realized. This had been harder than he had expected, and not just emotionally. Still, this was it. All that remained was a coup de grace. Then suddenly he felt a massive fist close around his wrist, and Tuan reeled back in shock. "I wasn't sure this would work," said Komamura, and Tuan trembled at the giant's weary voice, echoing through the soundless chamber suddenly, "but I had to at least try." Hadedash Tuan began, raising his offhand to quickly call out a spell, anything to get him free, but Komamura's sword arm came in, the guard of his Zanpakuta slamming into Tuan's face along with his fist. Tuan staggered back, held on his feet only by Komamura's grip on his wrist. He spat blood, his head ringing, pulsating with fresh pain. "You never were all that inventive," Komamura rasped, his breath ragged. "Very, very good, but not very inventive. Always business as usual with you, Tuan. I had to bank on that. I had to think of the patterns you used. I had to let myself get hurt, really badly, or you'd never let your guard down. But I knew if you did, well, your Bankai has one weakness, doesn't it? It's quite an advantage it gives you, but I always thought that kind of power invited sloppiness." Komamura raised his great blade, angling it for a stab. Tuan, his head still shaken from the blow, tried to break himself free, but it was no use. Komamura was holding on to him for dear life, and as the blade rose, Tuan cursed. There was a single, smooth motion as the Zanpakuta surged forward, violently cutting into Tuan's chest. Sinew, muscle, and bone gave way, and Tuan gasped as he was impaled, fully from tip to hilt. "I'm so sorry," Komamura said ruefully. "I'm so sorry." He twisted the blade, and Tuan gargled as his insides were maimed and mangled. Somehow he kept hold of his blade, although he was barely conscious of it. This was a mortal wound, and Tuan knew it. His Bankai began to crack, his concentration ruptured as thoroughly as his insides, and with a crack, it disappeared, the world around them returning to color and sound once more. Komamura let go of Tuan at last, and Tuan fell to the ground, sliding down into an undignified pool of blood. Komamura winced as Tuan's blade pulled free of his flesh, and slowly returned the favor. It was all going dark. His sensations were going faint. His insides had been shattered. His ribs were a mess, one of his lungs was ripped in half, and God only knew how many arteries Komamura had severed. Tuan took in long, gasping breaths, trying to stay focused, trying to stay awake. There was one thing still left. Stay still, Komamura ordered, remaining standing over him. I wish I could say we could take you in and heal you, but I doubt I'll have the chance. I'll ease your passing. And no. Tuan hissed, slowly bringing a trembling hand up toward his face. I do not wish to see you suffer, said Komamura, but if you wish to be left alone, I will give you that much. Tuan just hissed, hatred overcoming him. This pity? This farce of mercy, from the likes of Komamura? From the side that had eschewed justice, perpetuated the same system that had robbed Tuan of the one he loved most? Never. Komamura stared in disbelief as Tuan made a claw of a hand over his face, and slowly, a mask of white began to form. His bleeding stopped, and his riotsu changed to something different, something darker. Tuan! Komamura cried, shocked. Tuan, what have you done? What was necessary? Tuan hissed. His bleeding had stopped, and somehow, against all reason, he began to claw himself up to his feet, wobbling but still standing up. A hollow's mask had formed over his face, featureless save for a single black slit running from forehead to chin, and a grotesque mouth with no teeth, just jagged edges. That is the thing, Tuan hissed, his voice reverberating across the hall. You never understood what was necessary. None of you did. Not even you, Komamura. What the hell have you done to yourself? Komamura demanded. You would throw aside your humanity like this. The process is imperfect still, so Lord Aizen said, Tuan replied, but it seems to work fine to me. To become a vizard, to take part of a hollow in you for strength. Now I can continue beyond your petty limits. You will die, and I will live. Tuan surged forward with sudden, renewed speed, and Komamura only just parried, put on the back foot. Tuan cried out in a shrill, malicious cackle, letting blows rain down on Komamura, the bestial captain grunting with pain, just barely defending himself. Die! 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 Tuan cried, all reason abandoning him. It felt good to let loose, to give in, to feel the hate. Die, Komamura! Die! Then suddenly he stopped, and blinked. His mind felt clouded. Something felt wrong. He could sense his skin changing, hardening, something malevolent crawling all over it like a parasite. Clawed hands grasped his blade. Panicked, Tuan reached for the mask on his face with his offhand, trying to pry it off just like Lord Aizen had shown him. That was right, one wasn't supposed to use it when one was too injured, or it would. No. No. He cried out, as he tore at the mask. Part of it came off, exposing his left eye, but the rest refused. A numbness came over him. He was losing control. He could feel his blade arm wanting to kill and kill, with a will of its own. Tenkan! The voice rang out, bold and furious, and suddenly Tuan found himself on the floor. Surprised, he stared out at his legs. They were, some 4 feet away from him. Attached to his waist. To his left, a few feet away, lay his sword arm, still clutching the Zanpakuto. And there was him, one arm left, torso sheared from the rest of his body. Komamura! He managed, staring up at the giant. His old friend said nothing. He didn't have to. Even now, Tuan could sense it all from the sound of his voice, the tremors in his riotsu. Regret. Disbelief. Disappointment. Sadness. Somewhere along the way, Tuan realized, something had gone wrong. He raised his arm to Tuan, the one limb he had left. It was dark-skinned as it should be, the pale white having retreated. The fog over his mind had begun to lift a little, replaced by a haze of pain and despair. A single tear trailed down from the one eye not covered by white bone. Just do it. He hissed, his trembling hand pleadingly tugging at Komamura's uniform. The last thing Tuan Kaname sensed was Tenkan's edge, rising up and then coming down very, very quickly. Komamura very slowly wiped his blade, partly from the pain, partly from the shock of it all. To kill a friend was bad enough. To see him reduced to that, it was almost too much to bear. Eventually he sheathed his blade, still in a haze. Tuan had been laid to rest. He had at least been a Shinigami when he died. It was a small mercy, but it was all he could find. Komamura fell to his knees, weeping quietly by his dead friend's body. The advance was beginning to slow down. Captain Hichugayo was engaged in combat with an espada, and Rangiku knew better than to try to intervene. Not only would she be monstrously outmatched, but she would likely just get in her captain's way. Normally those might have read like excuses, but she did have a military advance to coordinate, didn't she? Well, at least she used to, except she had turned one too many corners fighting some lesser Arrancar, and once it had been dealt with, she had found herself alone in a dark, spacious chamber littered with fallen pillars and dust. Unlike the other rooms, the ruination didn't seem recent. Wherever this was, it was a place that had been neglected for a long time. Rangiku looked disdainfully at the Arrancar corpse at her feet, its throat shredded, still twitching. Bastard! She resisted the impulse to kick it. Then she gave in to the impulse and kicked it anyway. It didn't accomplish much, or change her situation in any meaningful way, but it made her feel slightly better. Right. Alone and isolated in enemy territory in the midst of the biggest attack the Godai had mounted in living memory. Don't panic. Rangiku took a few deep breaths, blade still out, and sensed for any enemies. After a couple of minutes of careful sensing she deduced that if there were any out there, they were good at hiding their presence. Well, that took care of immediate danger, at least. Now, she just had to figure out a way back. She couldn't have strayed far. In the distance, she had sensed the many battles still raging. Her captain was close, probably just a couple of chambers over. Let's see, here, she was positive she had come around that passage, right over there, and she was relatively sure she had come through there after a left turn. Or, was it? The memory was rather a flash, most of it occupied with her dead enemy's sword trying to take her head off. Hello. Rangiku froze. She had sensed very carefully. Nobody would be close, unless they were very good at hiding. Show yourself. She demanded, taking a stance, pointing her blade in the general direction of where the voice had come. Where exactly that was, she didn't quite know. The gloomy chamber was wide and there was a slight echo to it. Now, there ain't no need for that sorta thing. Rangiku froze a second time, from a different type of shock. Having been so on edge, she hadn't quite realized it the first time she heard the voice, but it was unmistakable. That lazy drawl, speaking like it knew every secret in the world already, playful but threatening at the same time. Jin, she whispered breathlessly. How ya been? He stepped into the light, or rather, out from the shadows and into the slightly less dark part of the room, leisurely walking toward her, stopping just a few yards away. Rangiku kept her blade up, trembling. Jin was the enemy. They had always been friendly, but she had never really known him. She had learned that not so long ago, when he had ascended with Aizen, the one person who seemed to know what Jin was capable of. Ichimaru Jin, childhood friend. Ichimaru Jin, murderer. Ichimaru Jin, traitor. He had his hands hanging from the sides, and he seemed at ease, but Rangiku knew better than to relax. A captain was a captain, whether he had abandoned the rank or not. If they fought, she swallowed. If they fought, she would die. He had his hands hanging at his sides, and he seemed at ease, but Rangiku knew better than to relax. A captain was a captain, whether he had abandoned the rank or not. If they fought, she swallowed. If they fought, she would die. Relax, Wuja. Jin said, lazily scratching his head. If I wanted to kill ya, I'd have done it already. No, you wouldn't, Rangiku hissed. Drawing it out and playing games is exactly what you would do, you bastard. Jin shrugged. Well, ya got me there, I guess. He reached for his blade, and Rangiku tensed, steeling herself. Then he pulled the blade from its sheath, and with a casual, almost disrespectful gesture he tossed the weapon aside. It clattered on the floor, a good ways away. See? He insisted. The hell do you want? Rangiku snapped, frustrated and afraid. Even unarmed, he was very dangerous. Well, said Jin, leaning his head back a little, I just sensed that my lil Ran was out and about, and I figured I'd take the opportunity to say, hi. Stop it. Ranjiku's voice turned into a shout, just a pitch away from a scream. Stop what? Said Jin innocently. This whole, playing games, like we're not mortal enemies, like you're the type of guy who'd be sentimental enough to just say, hello. That wasn't you before, and it sure as hell isn't you now. Jin cocked his head. Guess you're right about one thing. I ain't the sentimental type. If you're here to kill me, just get it over with. Ranjiku snarled. Do me at least that favor. Show me at least that much respect. There was something in his face then, even in the gloom, that seemed to change. Most people wouldn't have noticed it. In fact, Ranjiku was sure she was the only one in the entire world who could have. Because, Ichimaru-jin had never had any friends, except her. She was the one person who would notice. I'm not here to kill you. After all this time, after all I did, that's the last thing I'd want to do. The lazy, exaggerated drawl had gone from his voice, his accent toned down, more natural. The hint of low-key mockery had vanished, too. Have you finally decided to stop pretending, then? Said Ranjiku, lowering her blade just a little. I've spent so much time pretending, I don't really know when I'm not, he said, shaking his head. I ain't normal. Never been. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever really been me with anyone except you. It was Aizen, wasn't it? Ranjiku said weakly, lowering her blade even more. All those years ago, when you were just a boy, before you had anyone to show you a better way, he saw what you were and he fed the monster in you. Wasn't it so? Jin shook his head, his eyes opening wide. You know that ain't true. I've always been the same. Cold. Never understood any of the things everyone else took for granted: loyalty, love, life. No, I've never been corrupted by anybody. I am who I am. Then, why? Ranjiku demanded, finally lowering her sword entirely. Why did you betray us? Why did you leave me? I'm sorry. I wish it could be another way. I wish the best for you. No, you're not, and no, you don't. Ranjiku spat. You don't know what sorry means, you bastard. It does sound false when I say it, doesn't it? Said Jin with a shrug. I was always able to fool some people by saying the right things and pretending like I was normal, like I was just a little strange. But not you, Ran. I just said some things I know people would normally say. To comfort, I suppose. Why even bother? He suddenly took a step closer, and Ranjiku flinched. Because you do matter. Even if I'm not normal, you do matter. So, why are you here and not with us, then? Why would you turn to Aizen? For the same reason, said Jin, and something malicious seeped into his voice. A hint of anger, the kind of emotion he never allowed anyone to see out in the open. What do you mean? I followed him because of what was done to you, he said. What do you mean? You know. Or maybe you've forgotten. I'm sure I'd like to forget, too. But I know, and I will see Aizen Saoshik skewered for it. All this time, I've waited, and the time is near now, Ranjiku. Very soon, he'll pay. I couldn't stay by your side. I'd never make a good husband to anyone. But revenge? Violent retribution? Murder? That I do understand. And so, I chose my path. Jin. Ranjiku said breathlessly, putting a hand over her mouth. Go back, Ran, said Jin severely. You're the only person I'd spare that. Go back to the back of the lines. This invasion attempt will be over very soon, and when that happens, I'd like it if you were alive. Ranjiku took a step back. So, that was. Jin, you idiot. She grit her teeth, balling a fist. I'm here, right now, alive. I'm fine. Revenge won't undo anything. It'll only get you killed. Maybe that's the way it should be. Damn you. She muttered, shaking her head. She was near to tears now. Go. I won't ask you again. Go, or I'll kill you myself. I'd make it cleaner and quicker than any of these Aaron car, and if the choice is between you living or dying slow, in pain, I know what choice I'd make." He spoke the words with a terrifying finality, and Rangiku knew he meant it. In his own twisted way he did care, just not in any way a normal human being could relate to. "To hell with you, Ichimaru-jin," she said venomously, and turned around. "Nice seeing ya, too, Ran," he said with false cheer, as she started walking away. The first hit had cost her render. Halibel had cut the great, black blade apart with a single furious blow, nearly taking half of Erza's face off in the same strike. It had left her reeling, a great red gash across her right cheek. She hadn't had time to think about anything since, only barely managing to summon her shield and sword in time to parry the next attack. Halibel's attacks were just a little slower, the great blade carrying that much more energy with each strike, and that was the only saving grace so far. It was the only reason Erza hadn't died yet. Her arm ached with each blow she parried, and her shield was becoming worryingly dented and cracked, nearly destroyed under the intense abuse it was taking. She couldn't counter-attack, either. Halibel's weapon had too great a reach. The one weapon that matched it was already destroyed, and although it could be remade, that wouldn't happen in time. Halibel spun her great blade around for a series of swift, powerful attacks aiming high. Erza managed to evade the first two strikes, parried the third, and was forced to take the fourth on her shield. Her arm screamed with pain as the great bone blade came down. The shield finally shattered under the assault. Erza lashed out with her sword in a counter-attack, mostly to buy some time. Halibel evaded the strike, and Erza skipped back a few steps, trying to flex her arm, hoping dearly it wasn't broken. Although numb, her fingers responded. "Heaven's wheel!" she cried urgently, bringing out her twin katanas. Her arm being functional, albeit barely, was little consolation compared to what she was facing. Halibel was an absolute monstrosity in combat. It wasn't her overwhelming power, no, in terms of sheer Ryutsu alone, they were not all that different. She was just very, very good, down to the smallest of movements. Nothing was wasted when she thrust her blade, no mistakes, no small errors to exploit. Erza was a master of the blade, but Halibel had lived a whole life with one literally as part of her body, and none of it had been wasted practice. Erza let the wings carry her back a little, trying to think about her next move. It didn't help much. Halibel was upon her almost as quickly as she could retreat. Erza narrowly dodged under a swing she knew better than to parry directly. "Abandoning fighting power for speed, Erza," said Halibel disdainfully, pausing her attack briefly. "That's a losing strategy. You know it is. Have you already given up?" "Not while I'm still breathing." It might have sounded like empty bravado, but Erza meant it from the heart. She knew it was true. She could not expect help, not soon enough. This would be over within minutes, if even that. She needed time to think, but Halibel wasn't giving it to her. Erza evaded another wide strike, feeling the shock of air as the tip of the Tercera's blade nearly glanced her breastplate. She had to try something. "Flame Empress!" she cried, her armor shifting once more. She was enveloped by red and brassplate, glowing hot, and Erza launched herself into the air, swinging her blades down in a cross motion, launching a fierce storm of fire down on the espada. A blazing inferno covered her, and if a dragon had breathed down on the Tercera, it wouldn't have looked much different. Erza landed nimbly on the ground, dismissing her twin blades in favor of Breaker, the great axe. Before the freshly summoned inferno had even died down, Halibel calmly walked out of it. She looked singed, parts of her skin reddened with heat, but she looked mostly unharmed. She cocked her head a little, and Erza could hear it as plainly spoken as if she had said the words. "Really? That's it?" Halibel surged forward again, and Erza brought her axe to bear, one great weapon clashing with another. Halibel parried, catching the axe blade with ease, the two weapons grinding against each other. Erza refused to yield, giving no ground as they pushed against each other. Then, with a look as if bored by the exchange, Halibel reached out with one hand, grabbed Erza by the gorget of her armor, and pulled hard. Erza lost her balance, and with one mighty tug, Halibel threw her across the chamber with such force that it made a crater in the wall when she hit it. Falling to her knees in a shower of debris, Erza lifted herself to her feet with a burst of fiery energy, and summoned the force for another firestorm. It had done something last time, so she brought down her axe, and once more Halibel was engulfed in fire. She wasn't even trying to dodge. As the fires came for her, she raised her blade, and calmly called, "Cascada." At her summons, there was a sudden rush of water, flooding most of the chamber with overwhelming force. A literal tidal wave struck Erza, completely overwhelming the fire, which sizzled out like a matchstick thrown into an ocean. Steam was all that was left to attest to its existence as Erza found herself pressed against the wall again, pounded by the sudden rush of water. "Fire," said Halibel as the water began to recede again. "Pathetic." Erza coughed, down on her knees, breathing heavily. Weakly, she tried to get to her feet. Before she could stand up, Halibel had waved her blade again, directing the water like a conductor directing an orchestra. Erza was struck again, lifted off her feet by an impossible mass of water, seeming to fill most of the chamber somehow. Erza closed her mouth, holding her breath as she was tossed around like a rag doll, like a leaf adrift in a tumultuous stream. More than once, she felt the heavy impact of a pillar slamming into her. She was lost in this whirlwind of water, and her lungs had started to burn by the time Halibel relented, leaving Erza coughing, gasping for breath on the floor. She didn't even have time to get up this time. A mass of water encircled her, forcing her arms down at her sides. There was a controlled stream of water around her, binding her. For the first time, Erza got a good look at the terrifying ability. Half the chamber looked like an ocean now, all of it masterfully directed by the Tercera, seemingly without effort. It was as if their battle had been transported to the sea floor, a dark and wet tomb. Halibel stared Erza down, eyes narrowed, holding her great blade out in one hand, gently motioning it around. Presumably, this was what controlled the water holding her stuck. Erza wiggled her arms, but it was like moving in tar. "I'll admit it," Erza wheezed, taking in a deep couple of breaths. "I didn't see that coming." "We've both grown." "Fire against water," Erza said with a chuckle. "Yeah, that does look pathetic, doesn't it? Everyone knows water conquers fire. Right? Obviously. It's just that just like I made a mistake using fire, you made a mistake using water. I fail to see how." "I'll show you." Lightning Empress. Her armor shifted into a deep blue, raw electricity playing across its plates. Erza let her spiritual power drain right into the armor, lightning energy growing explosively. Erza's eyes came aglow with lightning, becoming a thing of light, and Halibel's eyes widened. Just then, Erza let loose. "Thunderstruck!" she bellowed, and strike it did. There was no need to aim, or try to control it. At maximum power, thousands of volts worth of electricity surged through the water, hitting Halibel almost instantly. There was no escape for her in the water, and she trembled in shock as she took the full force of the attack, powerless to defend. As her concentration lapsed, Erza was released from the encircling water. Halibel had been brought to her knees, her hair standing upright. She moaned and grit her teeth, and what came out her throat sounded like a scream cut short by a jaw forced shut by cramping muscles. The water ebbed away, turning into nothing as it flowed away from Halibel. Unsteady on her legs, Erza stood up, axe in hand. Halibel was still twitching, and if Erza could have struck now, if only she'd had the strength, this would be the perfect time. But, Erza was swaying, not yet exhausted but reeling, both from the weariness of fighting and from the sheer amount of power that attack had drained from her. "Move. Move forward, raise that axe, and take her head." The thought was her own, and Hagen Inotama Shii echoed it. Stubbornly, she took a step forward, raising her axe with an arm that trembled from the effort. Halibel was far from finished, herself, though. Her twitches began to slow, and she stood upright on her knees. Then, slowly, she got to her feet, her arms and legs trembling much like Erza's. "Well," Halibel hissed, hoisting her blade up with some effort, "I didn't see that coming, either." "We're just full of surprises, aren't we?" said Erza, cursing the fact that she hadn't been faster. Gritting her teeth, she took her axe in both hands and took a swift set of steps forward, forcing her weary limbs to move. Halibel did the same, meeting her charge with a strong parry. She redirected the force of Erza's strike, batting aside the axe, and pushed Erza back. She followed up with a heavy sideways strike, and Erza just barely parried, her initiative lost. She evaded the next strike, and hit back, refusing to back down. They had both slowed down, both tired, both wounded from their fight, both refusing to give, but as they continued to exchange one heavy, slow blow for another, Erza realized that the one who had come off worse from the last attack was her, not Halibel. Her arms felt heavy, and it took great mental effort to raise her weapon each time. Meanwhile, Halibel seemed like an unrelenting force of nature, inescapable like death itself. Erza lashed out with a hand, and a burst of lightning momentarily stunned Halibel. Erza lashed out with her axe, one-handed, and found an opening. It bit into Halibel's side, cutting through her skin, but the cut was not deep. It lacked the force, and with just one hand, Erza's worn-out muscles could only do so much. Halibel grunted, shoved Erza back, and cut down at her, hard. Erza's parry failed, and the bone blade cut through her armor in the shoulder. Confidently, Halibel followed up with a series of heavy strikes, each one driving Erza back. Erza's skill with the axe was not on par with Halibel's skill with the blade, and if this kept up, it would only be a matter of time before the tercera landed that one final hit that would end the fight. Erza lashed out with a lightning strike again, using the momentary stun it gained her to take a step back. She needed to recover a little. Adamantine armor, she called, and was enveloped in the thick, blue plate of her impenetrable defense. She needed to think, she needed to recover, and she needed to rest her arms just a little. Halibel lashed out, striking hard, but one of the two shield plates floating over the armor absorbed the hit with ease. She struck again, and again, appearing behind Erza in a flash, but to no avail. The shields held strong, and Halibel, now slowed by her injuries, couldn't do much about it. That's right, thought Erza, keep going. Bang your head against my walls until you're just as tired as I am. Halibel was not one for giving up, hammering Erza's shield mercilessly, but to no avail. The defense was impenetrable to her great bone blade, no matter the angle. After a minute or so of fruitless assault, she paused. Erza tensed. Halibel was not stupid, and she would not waste time with a method that wasn't working. If Erza couldn't be attacked, and if Halibel couldn't attack, then it would mean respite. A chance to recharge, rethink, and gain a little bit of a rest. For Halibel, too, but it was better than nothing. Still, Halibel didn't seem content to sit back. Her Ryotsu flared up briefly, and a wave of water spun up around her blade. It rotated around the blade, and as Halibel pointed the weapon toward Erza, the water seemed to sharpen. La Gata. As Halibel called it, Erza braced herself. A sharp, triangular water projectile shot out, and though Erza reeled from the impact, her shield held strong. Halibel fired twice, thrice, 4 times, and it did little more than to keep Erza wet. Halibel furrowed her brows. Defense isn't a winning strategy. Neither is yours, Erza countered. Evidently, said Halibel severely. Call it a draw, said Erza hopefully. It was not yet time to despair, at least. Draw it out long enough, and she might get some relief. Komamura might be done fighting soon. Captains could come in from the front line, too. Halibel snorted. Don't insult me. She lowered her blade, and raised a palm. Her energy began to rise even greater than before, and a bright, blue light started to build in her hand. Erza's eyes widened. She still had that much power left in her? Should she run? She didn't fancy her chances. She was tired and weak now, and she might just leave herself vulnerable. Counterattack? It would have been a valid alternative earlier, but now, it might just be suicidal. She grit her teeth, and braced herself. Gran Rey Zero. There was an overwhelming surge of power, and even with her eyes closed and her shield raised, Erza was blinded by the light. Her whole world went white, and she could only feel what happened. Intense heat charred her armor. Her skin crackled and burned as the metal of her plate began to heat. She dug her feet in and pushed back as hard as she could, but she held on only for a couple of seconds before she was violently thrown off her feet. Blind, she tumbled through the air, feeling her armor all but dissolving as she fell. She connected with a wall at the far end of the chamber and had the wind knocked out of her. Flailing around, trembling, still trying to see anything beyond the white, dancing lights across her vision, she tried to stand up. She blinked, and slowly, her vision began to return to her. Impressive. Halibel was walking toward her at a leisurely pace, dragging her blade behind her. That armor of yours absorbed almost all of my Zero. My Zero. I didn't think it was even possible. You really have grown, Erza. You were worthier than I thought. But, she said, hoisting her blade up as she came in closer, this is the end of the line for you. No more stalling. No more tricks. Try to at least die standing. Erza braced herself up against the wall. I can do that, she said, short of breath. Her vision was still blurry. On her feet. Like a member of fairy tale. And, maybe, just maybe, she could take Halibel down with her. Yato Beni Zakura, she whispered, and the charred, broken armor disappeared, leaving Erza in her pants and chest bindings. A great, long katana was in her hand, and she felt a stubborn sense of pride rising. I'll go out with a bang. I'll take you with me, you obstinate bitch. No more armors. No more armors, Erza said with a nod, just blades. Let's see who will get hit first, shall we? Halibel nodded approvingly and charged. Erza met her head on, and together they clashed, bone grinding against steel. Erza was a little faster, but she was too weak now to make much of it, and Halibel's patient, powerful swings were more than a match for her attacks. Even so, Erza would not yield. Not yet. Not until she had nothing left to give. High and low, horizontal and vertical, back and forth their blades went. Working on will alone, Erza knew her time was almost up. Dodging under another swing, she took a quick step back and aimed a stab at Halibel. The tercera parried it with ease. Erza evaded the counter thrust, just barely. By the slimmest margin Halibel overextended, and immediately Erza reacted, cutting at her shoulder. Beni Zakura cut into her flesh, and Halibel wavered for just a second. Furiously, Erza swung her blade around, pressing her advantage. The espada managed to parry the next strike, just barely, but she was off balance, and the next strike cut true. Cutting downwards, Beni Zakura cut Halibel from shoulder to hip, a spray of blood showered the floor. But, before Erza could rejoice, Halibel had swung her bone blade one-handed in a wide, horizontal arc. The great blade cut Erza from the right, severing her arm and cutting into her side. Erza gasped, spitting out blood as she staggered back, watching her arm fall to the floor. She only barely held on to Beni Zakura, barely able to lift it. Halibel stood there, bloodied and weakened, but still standing tall. Against the pain, she raised her blade, staring Erza in the eye. Die standing. That was what she'd try to do, then. Chapter 100, Clavar la Espada 4. Hikotsu How. Energy traveled through one segment after another rapidly, and the bamboo serpent spat a beam of red death. The espada didn't even flinch, and in an instant he was where the beam was not, sword raised for another strike. Lysina desperately tried to hold him off, sending out an arc of lightning. It coursed straight through Stark's body, but he advanced on her, seemingly unaffected, with an eerie calm. Renji cried out with frustration, sending out Hiyo Zabumaru for another futile strike. They had really tried. They had done their duty, put their feet down and held their ground. They had ordered their soldiers to retreat and fought a fight they knew they couldn't win. Coyote Stark had lived up to the title of Primero. He seemed untouchable when he moved, and so far it seemed only his general reluctance to fight had kept them alive. Lysina was lashing out with increasing desperation, her serpentine bankai doing little to deter the espada. The bastard, he barely seemed to have warmed up. Renji shuddered to think what he'd be like when fully released. There was the blast of another Kido spell, a flash of light, and then a sudden burst of movement that took a second for Renji to even register. One moment Lysina was fighting, and the next she had a sword through her chest. She let out a dry hiss, her eyes widening with shock. She stiffened, and then she went limp. She dropped to the floor, and Stark turned his eye toward Renji as his bloodied blade came free. He was a frightening sight. There was a wildness in his eyes, despite his calm demeanor and emotionless face. It was like watching a predator move, every step carefully calculated, always ready to pounce. "Come on, then." Renji snarled, knowing the fear was showing in his voice. "Come on, you son of a bitch. Come on." He'd make it a good death, at least. He'd been captain for, what, a month? It might be a new record low. But, at least his men would be able to say that their captain died on his feet, died like a man without turning back. If there's the slightest chance, even one in a Googleplex, you try. The old words of his sensei came to him as the primero approached. Renji didn't like his odds, but he was going to at least give the bastard a fight. He motioned the bamboo serpent into action, and its giant head came down on the espada. Just like every other time, Stark just wasn't there, a Sonido step having taken him just out of the way. He was in no hurry, only moving as much as he needed against each strike, coming ever closer. Renji growled and steeled himself, continually swinging his bankai at the espada, to no avail. Soon, Stark had come too close for the serpent to be able to strike. Renji made it coil together to form a defensive wall, but a second later, Stark had swung his blade. There was a rush of power and the pieces were sent flying, forced apart by the sheer force of the cut. Knowing it was futile, Renji deactivated the bankai, returning to Shikai. As if it made a difference whether he went all out or not. "I guess you won't turn and run now, huh?" said Stark. "Hell no," Renji snarled. "Nothing for it, then, I guess," said the primero with a sigh. Renji let out a loud battle cry, howling with suicidal anger, and charged. He raised his blade, aiming to bring it down on the espada's head. Then he was on the floor in a pool of blood, cut from shoulder to hip. He gasped, twitching as he lay there, his breath coming in sharp bursts as he tried to manage the pain. His vision blurred, and the last thing he saw was Stark standing there over him. Stark sighed again as he watched the captain fall unconscious. He should finish it, he supposed, but something in him had never much cared for fighting something that didn't fight back. What was the point? He looked down at the dying Shinigami, gently prodding it with his foot. Shrugging, he wiped his blade clean of blood and sheathed it. Whatever. The place was teeming with hollows and Arrancar, and at least one was bound to show up and claim the glory of killing a couple of captains. Let them. His part was done. Wordlessly, he turned around and walked back the way he had come. She could feel him, alive but fading quickly. More importantly, she could feel the espada nearby, appearing to be no worse for the wear. As Anohana Retsu raced through the halls, she quickly reflected on the situation. Kenpeicha was still alive, despite having been defeated. That would suggest the espada was either too wounded to finish the job, unlikely, the Ryotsu signature seemed stable and strong, or he had wound up with one of the less combative, ruthless fighters. Like Lanza Valiente, or Nilieltuaderschwank, she muttered under her breath, as she rushed through the doorway leading into the great hall where Kenpeicha was bleeding out. At first, the espada didn't seem to notice her, seeming preoccupied. She was bent over another Arrancar, and as Anohana came closer she could see that she was trying to stop an injury from bleeding, and badly, too, by the looks of it. The hall certainly bore the marks of a clash of titans. Several pillars had been broken, and large sections of the tiled floor had been shattered and upended into an ugly mess of gravel. There was blood on the ground, a thick trail, and at the end of it, Zaraki Kenpeicha, his back against a pillar, head leaned forward. There was a crack in the pillar some 3 meters up where it looked to have been pierced, and a long, red trail of blood ran down from that point to where Kenpeicha sat. She couldn't see very well, but by the looks of it, it was as solid a beating as the stubborn, brutish captain had ever taken. "You!" Niliel cried out, clumsily grabbing her blade from the floor before getting to her feet. Her eyes were red, and blood had mixed with tears on her cheeks. "You Shinigami bitch, I'll kill you!" She charged. The warrior in Anohana saw it, the wound in her side, the way her shoulders trembled, how her injury and emotional state would make her vulnerable. An easy target to kill. Some part of her knew it could be easy if she tried. Just sink a blade deep inside her and end her and move on. It would be the easy thing to do, and from there on she could work on Kenpeicha. But, as the espada came in, all Anohana did was draw her blade for a parry. "I'll kill you too," Nilil hissed, hate in her eyes. "I'll kill you just like he killed them." She lashed out at Anohana. The thrusts were sharp and masterful even despite her state, and Anohana started to see how Kenpeki had taken such a beating. Finesse and power? Even so, her own skills were more masterful. Just like riding a bike. With ease, she slipped into a familiar defensive pattern, avoiding and parrying the set of rapid slashes. Then Nilil overextended just a little, and Anohana seized the opportunity. She redirected the Espada's sword downward, batted the blade aside, and in a single, smooth motion raised her sword, letting Minazuki's edge rest against the Espada's throat. A single thrust would sever her windpipe, and an instant later her spinal cord. It would be instant death. "Just do it," said Nilil defiantly, staring hatefully at Anohana. "Why are you in a rush to die?" Something about Anohana's words, or maybe just her tone, seemed to surprise the Espada. It was a legitimate question, not a taunt, and it seemed to have impacted. After a pause, Nilil said, my friends, he. She glanced back toward the Aaron car she had been kneeling by. Anohana could see two of them, one skinny and one bulky, both of them carrying the signs of Zaraki Kenpeka's handiwork. There was blood there, and Nilil's hands were covered in it. She loved these, Anohana deduced, just like any Shinigami might love their friends. "They're not dead," Anohana said calmly, "not yet. They will be soon, though." "Are you going to mock me before you kill me, huh?" Nilil said, tears in her eyes. I can't save them, I can't, and if they're gone." "Listen," said Anohana, tentatively lowering her blade, "I am sure you know who I am." "Anohana Retsu." "Yes," said Anohana with a nod, "and if you know my name, you would know that what I do is not to kill. I help those in need. All I want here is to save Zaraki's life. He matters. You aren't going to kill me. Not unless you make me." "Listen," Anohana said, daring to lower her blade entirely, "there is no time to waste on fighting for either of us. I am going to make you a proposition. All I want is for you to listen." "Talk," said Nilil, her voice trembling. "It's simple, their lives for his. I will stabilize your friends and save them from immediate danger. In exchange, you will let me do the same for Captain Zaraki, and let us retreat in peace." There was a mad glimmer of hope in the Espada's eyes. But, a second later, she furrowed her brows. "How can I know you'll uphold your end of the deal? You have my word." "Not good enough," said Nilil, her arms trembling. "Heal them first. Right now. Then you can take him and go." "Then I'd have to trust your word, wouldn't I?" "Tough," Nilil said, giving Anohana an icy stare, "but that's the deal. Save them, or I'll make sure to give you a fight hard enough that you won't have time to save anyone." Anohana sighed, shooting Kenpeki a glance. Slowly, making sure to avoid any sudden movements, she sheathed her Zanpakuto. "He's a tough bastard," she said, hoping deeply her words would hold true. "Show me to them. The sooner I can stabilize them, the better." "All right," said Nilil, lowering her blade. If she had wanted to, Anohana could have launched a surprise attack here. Vulnerable, her will faltering, the Espada would have been easy pickings. A strike to the throat, a quick Kido spell, and a blade to the neck, and Nilil Tuadershvank would no longer be her problem. She could get right to helping Kenpeki, and retreat. Once upon a time, that's how she would have handled it. But, that was not who Anohana Retsu was. Not anymore. Taking a deep breath, she let the Espada lead the way. "Hang in there," she thought. "Don't die on me. Not yet. Hey, come on, now. Don't faint on me yet." The tall Espada's sadistic voice rang out as he brought his huge weapon down once more. The cut was powerful, but sloppy, almost lazy. Kian jumped out of its range just in time, knowing it was meant to be that way. He was too strong for her to handle, and he knew it. He had already cut down Sentaro, who was lying still in a pool of his own blood. A score of 13th Division officers lay dead around them. Still, for some reason, Neutra Gilga had decided to let her live a little longer, to play with her like a cat with a cornered mouse. And, even cornered, Kian had nothing that could really hurt him. His hide was too tough, his attacks too strong, and he hadn't even released his blade. How was this ever supposed to work out any other way than this? If only Captain Yucatec had been here, if only. But, he wasn't. She was the last one standing in the advance party, and soon, when he tired of playing with her, she'd be dead. There was another wide swing, and Kian felt the rush of air as it passed over her back when she ducked low. She somersaulted back as the espada readied another swing, and defiantly raised her blade. "Real cute," he said, his widening grin revealing 2 rows of big, white teeth, as predatory a grin as Kian had ever seen. His form was vaguely human, but it looked wrong, as if stretched too long, too thin, like whoever had made him had seen the monster inside and made sure anyone who looked at him would be reminded of his inhuman nature. It was terrifying to face. "Tell ya what, woman," he said, raising his strange-looking weapon high, "just stay still right now and let me kill ya. It'll be quick. It's as good a deal as you'll get. No one's comin'. It's just you and me." Kian didn't give him what he wanted, of course, instead dashing to the side. He gave a raspy laugh, seeming amused by her spirit. It was all she could do for now, keep him busy and hope that somebody would be here in time. But, she was running low on hope. There was another cut, faster this time, and Kian couldn't quite get away in time. She parried as she dashed away, and the blow glanced against her side. Kian managed to not get cut, at least, but she was sent flying in an undignified tumble across the floor. A sharp pain blossomed in her right arm, and although she could move it, she was sure it was fractured. Her time had run out. She saw him approaching, standing over her now. She couldn't help but tremble, and a tear appeared in the corner of her eye. Like this? Killed by a monster, with no chance of fighting back? "That's just about the prettiest sight I ever seen," said the monster, raising his weapon once more. "I sane," Kian cried, closing her eyes. Then there was a thud of sorts, and Kian realized she wasn't dead. Being dead wouldn't hurt this much. Tentatively she opened her eyes, and looked up. There he stood, wild, blue-haired and predatory. One hand on his blade, he grinned wide with earnest joy, staring down Neutra. Blood trailed from the lanky espada's nose, and he was just getting back to his feet. "Do me a favor, will ya?" he said, cracking his knuckles. "When ya get back, make sure to report I came on in and saved the fucking day, like a goddamn hero." Gaping, Kian nodded. "Grimjo," Neutra snarled hatefully, his malicious cheer gone. "Neutra," said Grimjo happily, throwing his arms up. "I always knew you were a piece of shit, but Bane so busy playing with your food that ya didn't even notice me coming? Fuck me, that's sloppy. How they put you a rank over me, I'd never know. You want some, you traitor fuck?" snarled Neutra, pointing his double crescent polearm at the former espada. "Don't act like you give a shit about treason or dumb fuck ideas like those," said Grimjo dismissively, confidently taking a step forward. "You're a ruthless bastard, but I figure you at least ain't stupid enough to buy into Aizen's bullshit." "Yeah, know what?" Neutra said, cocking his head. "You're right. Who cares? But, you are a little shit who grew too cocky. Forgot about the pecking order. You got in over your head and paid for it, you little prick." "True," Grimjo said with a shrug. By the side, Kian trembled, slowly crawling back. Her rescuer barely seemed any better than her assailant. It was 2 monsters staring each other down, circling each other like a couple of rabid wolves. "The fuck you mean, true?" Neutra sneered, raising an eyebrow. "Admitting weakness? Them Shinigami really got you in the head, didn't they?" "Maybe they did." "Fucking knew it," Neutra said with a snort. "You always was weak, Grimjo. You got to be where you was cause the rest was even weaker scum. You think you could take me on? Fucking dream on." "See," said Grimjo, "by my reckoning, you're full of shit. First time I met Red no, Erza Scarlet, the scary lady with the red hair and the armor, I nearly beat her to death. First time you met her, you nearly got beat to death. Then Halibel bailed you out. How's it feel, Neutra? You got your ass beaten to within an inch of your life, by a woman, only to have your pathetic life saved by a woman. Neutra's features twisted with anger, and he lashed out with his great weapon. You fucking piece of dash. Elegantly, Grimjoe jumped over the blow, and leaped forward. Neutra brought the weapon back for another strike, but Grimjoe somersaulted over it, and the next moment there he was, inside Neutra's guard. He slammed a fist into the Espada's jaw from beneath, knocking the lanky Arrancar off his feet. Get the fuck up, you dumb bastard, Grimjoe said, letting out a maniacal laugh. Fuck, this feels good. I've been kept chained up like a pet for over a month now, and I finally found me someone who won't be a real pushover. Someone the Shinigami will probably give me a medal for killin'. I'm gonna enjoy every last fucking second of this, you slow, dumb, easily tilted piece of shit, so get up. Neutra rose to his feet, a look of pure hate passing over his features. You'll regret not coming after me when I was down, asshole, he hissed. I'm sorry, all I heard was, please, Miss Halibel, save me from the big, bad panther. I can't do it myself, said Grimjoe with a snicker. Neutra let out a gurgling cry of rage and lashed out again. Grimjoe dodged, drawing his own blade, and the fight was on. It was mad. Ikeku was bloodied, cut in a dozen places, and so was his opponent. Neither one seemed to be anything less than thrilled about it. Iba Tetsuzumon was no stranger to violence. He had grown up in a rough part of the Rokanga, and he'd learned to fight almost as soon as he could walk. He'd always considered himself tough, and he was. A person didn't make vice captain without a bit of grit. But, to him, violence had always been a means to an end. A way to end a conflict, to get something he wanted, to force somebody dangerous to submit, or take their life if he had to. In all the Godii, only 11th Division considered violence its own reward. Iba had always been friendly with Ikeku, but sometimes he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with somebody who got a kick out of fighting for fighting's sake. Iba had his own Shikai activated, but he had barely accounted for 1 out of 10 hits so far, the frenzied third seed taking the spotlight. Zhang Crow was more than a match for the both of them so far, able to spin around and parry every time Iba tried to flank him. See, here I was afraid this was going to be disappointing, said the Espada with a sadistic grin as they momentarily broke apart, circling each other. He stared down Ikeku, and Iba couldn't help but feel ignored. That makes one of us, said Ikeku, his breath only slightly labored. It was as if this had just been a bit of a workout, not an intense battle to the death. I knew from the start you'd be dead hard. All I ever wanted, a proper challenge. You'd make a great hollow, yeah know that. Said Zhang Crow. I've never seen a Shinigami fight like you. I'll take it as a compliment. If you ladies are done jerking each other off, Iba snapped, we have a war to wage and a battle to win. Zhang Crow shot him a glance, as if staring at something the dog had left on the carpet. Oh, right. You. To be fair, he's right, said Ikeku, slowly spinning Hojikamaru around. I get all fired up, but, there's all sorts of strong people in this place. Can't get bogged down fighting one all day. Work with me here, Madarame. Iba demanded. If you keep him busy enough, I should be able to cripple him. You clearly can't do it on your own. You need to go all out. I've given all I can give, Ikeku insisted. Iba's blood boiled. Why Ikeku insisted on hiding his Bankai, he didn't know, but it was hard to miss it. Any officer who spent enough time at tuning their blade would notice it in another user if they paid enough attention, and Iba was sure of it. Ikeku was holding himself back. Why? Even with the two of them, they were at a disadvantage, and the Arrancar hadn't gone all out yet. Fine, Iba spat. Let's just go. Wait, said Zhang Crow, holding out a hand. Let's make it interesting. Go for it, said Ikeku. Iba wanted to swear. He was inviting the monster to release his blade? All right. Zhang Crow aimed his blade down, and his Ryotsu rose. Burn M to a crisp, Infierno. There was an overwhelming wave of heat as the Espada's Ryotsu peaked, and his wide mane of blonde hair became a thing of fire. Great pieces of what looked like black rock wrapped his form, barely containing a writhing mass of fire underneath it. His features were barely discernible beneath it. His hands ended in great, black claws, wrapped in fire. He was bigger than both Shinigami now, some 2.5 meters tall. Right, then, Zhang Crow rumbled. I guess I can't really end you without using this. Consider that my final respect to you, before I turn ya both into ash. Oh, not bad, said Ikeku, sizing up the transformed Aaron car. Seen tougher, but not bad. Moderate, for fuck's sake. Iba said, raising his blade. Get your head in the game. I'm never out of it. Ikeku said, and with a cheery battle cry, he charged, his 3-section blade spinning round at full speed as he came in close. A black arm blocked the strike, shoving Ikeku back. La Pared de Fuego! Cried the Aaron car, and at his call, a barrier of flame was erected before the third seat. Okay, then, said Zhang Crow, turning around to Iba. You. The Killjoy. Iba steeled himself, knowing there was no room for error. A great gout of flame spat from the raised palm of the espada, and Iba rolled out of the way. He jumped over a clawed strike, and raised his fingers, quickly chanting a Kido incantation. Heta 31, Shakaha! He cried, and there was an explosion of red as the spell impacted straight into Zhang Crow's chest. Ya gotta be kidding me, said the espada, sounding unimpressed. He lashed out with his great arms, sending gouts of fire wherever they went. Iba was nearly consumed by an inferno of fire, and he felt the oppressive warmth of the attacks as he evaded, dodged for dear life. He felt fire envelop his leg, and the pain made him flinch. It was instinctive, his lizard brain acting before he could think, and it was enough for him to lose his balance. Before he could recover, he saw Zhang Crow's claws closing the distance. Ikeku had at first tried to beat his way through the wall of fire, only to realize it was futile. So, he had dashed around it, and it had taken much longer than he had wanted. The chamber was expansive, but so was the barrier. The heat scorched his skin, but the pain was secondary. Iba was tough, but he wasn't going to last long alone, not against that monster. Then Ikeku finally passed round the barrier's edge, weapon out, and he saw it, Iba, hanging limp from 3 claws impaling him. He was burning, fire slowly consuming him. With a dismissive flick of the hand, as if throwing aside a piece of trash, the espada threw him to the floor. Man, he was a buzzkill, said Zhang Crow, chuckling darkly. I hope you can at least give me a real fight. Now that it's just you and me, and the trash has been taken out. A wave of anger washed over Ikeku, the joy of battle fading away. His features hardened. You son of a bitch dash. Before his words could become a heated tirade, he felt Iba's hand tugging at the leg of his pants. Don't dash, he rasped weakly, don't die like this, Ikeku. You have to. Then the vice-captain's grip slackened, and he lay there still. He was badly burnt, and Ikeku knew enough about Ryotsu sensing to know his friend was dying. You said to make it interesting, didn't you? Ikeku said coldly, staring up at Zhang Crow. Don't disappoint me. If I'm going to the trouble of using this form, you better have something else planned. Yeah, know how much energy this eats up. That's good to know, said Ikeku. His knuckles grew white as his grip on Hojikamaru tightened. He'd treated this fight as good fun. He always did. But, it hadn't just been his fight. It had been Iba's, too, and he hadn't made it. It was time to stop playing around. There ain't nobody around here, is there? What kind o' question is this? Said Zhang Crow, puzzled. All the little shits you call allies scattered. I think they'd fall on their swords rather than face the likes of me. Good, Ikeku said with a nod. Good. Because, I'm gonna kill you, and I don't want anyone else to see how ugly that'll get. Good one, Zhang Crow said with a chuckle. Bankai, Ikeku cried. Ryuman Hojikamaru. His Ryotsu exploded, and his blade released fully. Behind his shoulders, a great axe blade floated, connected by lengths of chain to the thick, unwieldy spade and hatchet in his hands. Well, I'll be damned, Zhang Crow said with a wicked grin. Yeah, do know how to keep shit interesting, Don Sha. All out of words to spare, Ikeku charged with a vindictive battle cry. A life had been lost here, and it demanded retribution. A life for a life. If it meant using his Bankai, so be it. Hakuren. Sale cursed inwardly, dashing to the side. The Shinigami officer had proven surprisingly able, much more so than any of Aizen's data had suggested. Kukaki Rukia was noted as a fairly unexceptional Shinigami, with almost no real data. He had barely even remembered her name from the files Aizen had given him to study. This lack of knowledge was vexing. Against any enemy he was familiar with he could be quite lethal, even against a captain, but so far he had yet to find a way to smoothly and easily subdue her. Worse, behind her the company of soldiers she had brought were retreating quickly. If this kept up, they would soon return to the Shinigami lines, outside Sale's immediate reach. Letting go of so many subjects did not sit right with Sale, and the obnoxious little girl was only adding to his frustrations. There was a wealth of data to analyze about her, and it would be so much easier if she wouldn't constantly throw ice and Kido at him. Rukia's heart was thumping. She was completely on edge, throwing all she could at the Aaron car. She was, deep down, more than a little surprised. She had expected something to have gone wrong by now. She had pinned down the pink-haired monster with her Shikai for the last couple of minutes, keeping him on his feet. They had crossed blades, but Rukia had given him no openings to exploit frankly, his swordsmanship had been sub-par. Was he toying with her, trying to lull her into a false sense of security? If so, he was losing his opportunity to come after her company, as he had threatened to do. She focused, taking a deep breath. This was no time to get distracted. As Sale rushed forward, she stabbed her blade down, crying, "Jihaku!" A trail of ice manifested, rushing toward Sale. The Aaron car twisted out of the way at the last moment, and Rukia saw her opportunity. Rather than let him recover, she seized the initiative and charged. He blocked with his forearm, but even though his skin was strong enough to resist the cut, it was all she needed. She channeled energy into the blade and the air cooled, ice beginning to form around the Espada's arm. "You damnable little dash!" Sale snarled, quickly launching a set of ballas at Rukia. Forced to retreat, Rukia evaded the little blasts without too much trouble. Sale stared her down, rubbing his arm where he had blocked her Zanpakuto. The area was going white, and Rukia knew he had to be going numb. "Fascinating," he said, staring at the whitening part of his arm. "Loss of sensation within seconds of touching. Is that an inherent effect, or a deliberate technique?" "It was a spur-of-the-moment kind of thing," said Rukia, puzzled. "I see," he said, nodding. "You are better than I expected. A Kukaki, I believe? I had assumed from your lack of documentation that you had reached your position through nepotism. I see now I must correct that assumption." "It matters not to me what you expect, Hollow," Rukia said haughtily. "It does. You will see in time," said Sale with a cold smile. "As a matter of fact, I believe the loss of all these coward troops of yours is not so considerable, after all. Not with a Shinigami of your quality to tinker with." "You will have to beat me first," said Rukia stubbornly. The thought of being prisoner to this kind of monster was chilling, but Rukia kept her head level. "Live in the now. Consider only your next move. Put your fear aside." "True," Sale said, and slowly drew his blade. He had used it before, seemingly only to test her. Now Rukia had an idea of what might come next. "I've spent enough time playing around," said Sale, and he raised his blade. He leaned his head back, gaping wide, and started to lower the blade's tip toward his mouth. Rukia had fought Aaron Carr before, and knew all too well what was about to happen. She had had the initiative so far, but she could not afford to let him go all out. "Sip," Sale began, his tongue wrapping around the blade, "Forny dash." "Hada 4, Byukarai!" Rukia cried. The lightning bolt struck Sale in the temple, violently jerking his head back before he could swallow the blade. Sale staggered back, spitting blood. "You little bitch!" he sneered, raising his blade again. "Second dance," Rukia said, stabbing into the ground in front of her, "Hakuren." There was a massive flow of ice, and as it cleared, Sale stood there with his shoulder trapped in ice. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Sale snarled. "I'm not letting you get an upper hand on me," Rukia said firmly. "It seems like your release is a bit impractical. Takes a bit of time to execute. I'm not giving you that time." Sale gave her a hateful stare. We'll just see about that, he hissed. He wrenched himself free from the ice, forming a zero in his hand as he did so. Rukia rolled under the blast, and before Sale could bring his blade into position she was upon him, aiming a slash at his midsection. Forced to parry, Sale let out an irritated grunt. I have a lot of people depending on me, said Rukia, so forgive me, but I'm not going to make this easy on you. Sale shoved her back, launching a set of ballas again. Rukia evaded, she charged, and the deadly dance continued. Momo let Tobiam levitate in front of her, directed by her hands to spin around in an intricate pattern. The golden light around her responded in kind, blocking a series of strikes from Apache and Mila Rose, both of them pressing her hard. Her defenses had held up so far, although the two fractions were much too quick to give Momo any time to retaliate. They had hounded her for well over a minute straight now, and it was all the vice-captain could do to stay alive and bide her time. Sun, she noticed, was staying back. Out of the three, she seemed the most level-headed, and probably also the most dangerous. The situation could be worse. As ferocious as her two assailants were, they did not play well together. They did not work in tandem, did not press Momo hard so that the other could gain an opening. Both of them fought for themselves, competing rather than cooperating. The both of them hammered against the energy barrier. Bright light flashed with every repelled strike. Maintaining the shield, Momo charged a little extra energy into it, and when the next sword blow came in, there was blinding light. Momo had closed her eyes, Apache and Mila Rose had not. The two of them staggered back, blinking. The fuck are you doing? Apache snarled, clutching her side. A thin line of blood dripped from a cut on her ribcage. You got me, you dumb bitch. Watch where you're swinging that thing. Eat shit, Apache, Mila Rose said, keeping her eyes on Momo. How was I supposed to know she was going to do that? Just as Apache blinked the flaring lights out of her vision, Momo sent a red fireball from Tobiam's tip, slamming into Apache's midsection. She flew backwards, letting out a gasp. She hadn't been hurt badly, but she'd had the wind knocked out of her at least. Drawing on the energies stored in the energy matrices in her skin, Momo pointed at Mila Rose, and an arc of lightning sailed out, continuously ravaging the Aaron car's body. She was sent flying, too, and slammed into a wall. Momo began chanting a spell, but before she could follow up the attack, Sun had closed the distance, blade out. Momo aborted the spell, raising her shield at the last second. As much as they'd deserve it, Sun said, her blade grinding against the shield, I can't let you kill them. Miss Halibel would be very disappointed. I think you understand not wanting to disappoint what's dearest to you, yes. I do, Momo said firmly. You too, get up. Sun said loudly, taking a step back. Get up and help me finish her. She can't keep that shield up forever. She wasn't wrong. The shield was very useful, but it drained Momo's energy quickly, and it was all but impossible to attack while it was active. As Apache and Mila Rose got up, singed but very much fit to fight, Momo furrowed her brows. She had to do something, and soon. Erza needed her. So far, the trio had just been feeling her out, but as the fractions of the Tercera Espada, they were bound to be powerful. There was no reason to hold back. She had to try some of her new spells and hope for the best. The three began to approach, Apache and Mila Rose circling around her while Sun came from in front. Momo raised her hands, weaving her hands in a different pattern. As the Aaron car came charging in, Momo vanished from her position, reappearing instantly behind Mila Rose. I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to go away, said Momo, placing her arm on the Aaron car's shoulder. What the foo dash, Mila Rose begun, but before she could react, her form begun to warp and shift, the very fabric of reality around her bending into a set of squares. It was as if she had fallen through a door into nothing, one moment she was there, the next she was not. Mila Rose. Apache cried. The fuck did you do to her, you bitch? She's not dead, said Momo calmly. She's just, elsewhere for a little bit. I could explain, but it would take a while. It won't hold her forever. Just an hour or so, and we'll have been done with each other for a long time by then. Apache, Sun said sharply, together. For Miss Halibel. Don't let her provoke you. Something in the elegant Arrancar's voice seemed to calm Apache just a little, and she raised her blade, giving Momo a vicious stare. What do you need me to do? Push her, just like before, and don't let her pull that trick on you. I'll support you from behind. Judging by her Ryotsu level, she can't keep using that shield forever, and if she were good with a blade, she'd have used it in the first place. She's a spellcaster first of all, so don't give her the time to cast any. If you push her, I'll find an opening. Momo swallowed. Most dangerous of them all, indeed. Sun had analyzed Momo as Momo fought, using the impetuousness of her two comrades to her advantage. Momo only wished she could entrap Apache the same way she had done Mila Rose. The spell was experimental, and it had taken a lot of time and space to prepare. She wouldn't be able to use it again, not for this battle. You got it, Apache snapped, charging. Momo blocked the incoming barrage of attacks with her sword this time, at least confident in her ability to defend from one assailant. Apache was fierce and fast, and Momo found no openings, but she patiently parried each strike. Only moments after Apache had begun the attack, Momo felt the raw energy buildup of a Zero, and twisted herself to the side as a hot, searing ray of red nearly grazed her. She felt Apache's blade glance her side, and she grit her teeth, refusing to cry out in pain. Recovering, she just barely parried a stab aimed at her neck. Shao! She cried, thrusting out her palm. Apache was knocked back a few paces, but a second Zero was already coming her way. Knowing she couldn't dodge, Momo quickly weaved her hand in a semicircle, the glimmering shield flickering to life again. The raw force was absorbed, and Momo just barely parried the next attack. Just like that, Sun cried. Keep her pinned down. Momo dashed to the side, past Apache, and toward Sun, charging up a blast in her blade. As if. Sun shouted, another Zero powering up in her hand. Momo ran right at it, bringing up her weapon for a strike. The red ray went off, and Momo felt the magical shield nearly overload with the raw energy it absorbed. Before she could swing her blade, she was tackled, Apache finally catching up with her. Momo went tumbling across the floor, the breath halfway knocked out of her. She immediately tried to get to her feet, but before she could get more than one knee up, she saw another Zero coming. Out of options, she raised the shield once more. As the ray of energy subsided, it flickered once, twice, then dissipated. Fucking got her! Apache cried triumphantly, pumping a fist into the air. Quick! Before she can get it back on, finish her! Sun urged. Needing no further encouragement, Apache charged, nearly knocking Momo over. Wobbly on her feet, she clumsily parried 1, 2, 3 strokes before a fourth cut her across the chest. She cried out in pain, blood streaming down her chest. Any last words? Apache said gleefully, resting the tip of her blade under Momo's chin. Yeah, said Momo. Thanks for playing along. Huh. Said Apache, raising an eyebrow. Apache, get away. Sun cried, as the glimmering light came back. Red, raw energy surged out from Momo's form, striking Apache point blank. It lacked the precise focus of a Zero, but there was no way to miss, no way to evade. Apache was sent flying and collapsed on the ground some 20 yards away, covered in burns. She lay still there, just barely breathing. Sun stared at her. She was composed, calm, but the slight widening of her eyes told Momo enough. She had not expected this. She had been sure of victory, and now, doubt had wormed its way into her mind. I underestimated you, she said, quietly admitting it. Give up now, and let me pass, said Momo. It doesn't need to get any worse than that. Would you do that if our positions were reversed? Momo gave her a look, and felt an odd sense of respect for the Arrancar. Real loyalty to one's superior, she understood that. Erza told me, Momo said quietly. I guess I never understood how right she was. Told you what? That hollows are a lot like people. A lot more than we think, at least. Sun gave her an odd look. I can't look her in the eye and tell her I just let you pass. I understand, said Momo with a nod. Do what you have to do. She was wounded and tired, now, but Momo had more than enough fire left in her to keep going. Drawing on her reserves, she let the golden light come back, and she let its power lift her into the air. Great circles of intricate symbols took shape around her, weaving complex patterns. Her spell engine was active, and it would be enough. She was not interested in a drawn-out battle. Beyond the doorway, she could sense Erza growing weaker. She would settle this quickly, even if it cost her another of her one-off spells. Sun's Ryotsu began to rise, and she held out her blade. But, before she could call its name, Momo's eyes briefly came aglow, and she spoke the words, reverberating across the chamber. Binding of time, chronometron lock. The golden light flowed out, encasing Sun. When it faded away, it left the Aaron car wrapped in great golden plates, held together by chain, totally immobilizing her. Momo breathed out as she slowly descended toward the ground, feeling weak. The battle had consumed most of her energy, and the truth of the matter was that she had gotten lucky. They had underestimated her, and if they ever met again, she would not be so lucky. As she passed by Sun, she spared her a look, and gave her an appreciative nod. It was war, and she was an enemy, but that would be no excuse to kill her. Besides, she had more important things to worry about. Momo stepped through the doorway at last, staring into the chamber. Her mouth widened with shock, and despite her weariness she summoned what strength she had left, praying she would not be too late. Her vision was going hazy. The world was a blur, and Erza was distantly aware that she was in a lot of pain. The blood loss had mercifully dampened her ability to sense it, although it was not much of a silver lining. She was on her very last legs now, desperately lashing out in long, fumbling strikes, her movements having become clumsy and slow from exhaustion and weakness. Willpower alone kept her standing, as she stumbled back one step after another. Halibel was advancing on her, in no hurry to finish the job. Perhaps it was sadism, but somehow Erza felt like Halibel was just trying to let her have her warrior's death. Halibel swung her bone blade in a wide arc again, and Erza felt it graze her midsection as she jumped back and out of the way. Another spurt of blood squirted from the stump where her sword arm had been, and Erza nearly lost her footing. She managed to keep standing, just about, only to find the tip of Halibel's blade against her throat. Erza stared her in the eye, breathing heavily. Sweat mixed with blood, but she still felt cold. Her strength was leaving her, and soon her consciousness would, too. She would never wake again. "Are you ready to die?" "Not, while I can still hold a weapon," Erza said weakly, batting her sword against the bone blade. It was a pitiful hit, barely moving the blade aside. Halibel pulled her blade back, grasping it in both hands, readying it for a final strike. "You did well," Halibel said neutrally, "far better than I ever expected. I commend you on the strength you've gained. But, this is as far as you go." Erza just stared at her. Half dead already, she spared a last longing thought for her friends, for her family, for Momo. "Do you have nothing else to say?" "I do not expect you to beg, but I would expect at least some defiance." "Tell," Erza said, finally lowering her sword, having run out of the strength to lift it at last. "Tell. Neelil, I'm sorry it turned out this way. The same goes for you. I wish we didn't have to be enemies." Halibel raised an eyebrow. "Even now, I don't think I understand you," she said, shaking her head. "Never mind." She raised her blade, and Erza fought the urge to close her eyes. She would see this coming. She was Erza Scarlet, and she wasn't going to back down for anyone. Not in life, and not when she died, either. She saw the blade rise up once, then twice, like that of an executioner. "This is it. Here I go, then. I tried. You will all have to find a way without me." Then a giant armored fist slammed into Halibel, and Erza blinked in dulled shock. The espada blocked the strike at the last second, the fist grinding against the flat of her blade as she slid back a few paces, feet firmly planted in the floor. "Tenkan." Erza recognized the giant's fist as soon as she saw it, Captain Komamura's Shikai. She glanced over to her side, seeing the towering figure of Komamura Seijin approaching, sword in hand. He barely looked any better than she did, riddled with cuts and bleeding badly from a gut wound. "And no. She rasped weakly, barely able to get the words out. You have to run, you have to dash. Not while I can stand, he said firmly, breathing heavily. Mustering strength from some unseen reserve, he let out a loud battle cry, and brought his blade down from afar. In response, the giant's blade manifested over Halibel, coming down with tremendous force. She nimbly sidestepped. She was weakened, of course, and injured, too, but Komamura didn't even have his Bankai active. Halibel still had her resurrection active, and she still moved unhindered. This could only go one way. Halibel aimed her blade, and a burst of water shot out. An armored hand rose to absorb the blow, but by the time it did, Halibel had already closed the distance between them, bringing her great weapon to bear. Komamura parried the first strike and managed to evade the second, but his movements were sluggish, slow. He might have won his fight, but it had cost too much. Erza could only watch as the Tercera mercilessly pushed him back. A third strike, nearly batting the blade from his hands. A fourth, leaving the weary captain open with his guard down, unable to raise the blade in time. Then, a fifth, massive, downward swing caught him right in the shoulder, cutting deep. Komamura let out a loud, pained grunt, but remained standing. Halibel stared at him coldly, and whatever mercy she had extended to Erza she was not about to grant him. The Godii will prevail, he hissed, placing his one good arm against the bone blade cutting into his shoulder. Your lord will fail. Halibel, not sparing him another look, wrenched the blade free, and Komamura sunk to his knees. Erza's eyes widened and she tried to force her body to move. She could see Halibel raise the blade, poised for a thrust. Come on, just move, just move. Don't let it happen. Then the world seemed to stop, and Erza could see it happen as if in slow motion. The tip of the blade traveling upward, inexorably. Erza raised a hand, mouthing the words to cry out for the captain, unable to even speak anymore. Then it was over. A single, fluid stab caught Komamura in the throat. The tip of the blade emerged on the other side, red with blood. The beastly captain went limp, and as Halibel pulled back the blade, he collapsed to the floor. A new, fresh stream of red began to pool around his head as he lay there, twitching a few last times. He died bravely enough, said Halibel, turning back to Erza. Tears streamed down Erza's face, the shock of what she had seen still washing over her. The last thing she saw before she closed her eyes was an approaching golden light. The magical bombardment hit Halibel in the chest, sending her tumbling back. The sheer ferocity of it had shocked her, quite literally. Fire and lightning rained down on her in cascades, like an artillery barrage. She was thrown off her feet, immediately scrambling to recover. When she stood up, she snarled angrily. What now? She had waited a long time to settle this score, and to be interrupted twice? By magic that had only stung her? As the heat waves cleared, she saw it. A girl with her hair in a bun, wrapped in golden light, slinging Erza's unconscious body over her shoulder. You think you can steal this from me? Halibel said, gritting her teeth as she advanced on the vice-captain. You think you can take me on? I don't, said the vice-captain. She looked entirely unafraid. She looked focused. She carried the cuts and bruises of a recent battle, but it was as if none of it mattered. I can't beat you. But I can't let you do this either. You don't have a choice, said Halibel, moving closer. That golden light couldn't be unbreakable. We'll see about that. Cloth wrapping shot up from her arm as she raised it, and Halibel realized what was happening. Shinigami trickery. Deceitful magic, about to steal her prey away from her. Grasping her blade in both hands, she dashed forward. Senten Hakuja. The vice-captain cried, and the cloth wrapped around the two of them. Just as Halibel's blade came down, they were gone. Her sword ripped through open air. For a moment, Halibel felt like swearing loudly. She had been that close. Her knuckles whitened as they gripped the hilt tightly. She had escaped. No, she had been stolen. That feeble little second-rate mage had taken an honorable death from Erza, and a righteous kill from Halibel. Well then. She had waited long already. She could wait just a little longer if she had to. Captain So iPhone, update. Yes, Captain Commander, so iPhone said, standing to attention. She had been one of the captains held in reserve, in no small part because she was head of intelligence, and coordinating the chaotic mess of incoming information was a task nobody was suited better to than she. As the invasion had commenced, stealth corps teams had followed alongside each route, continuously reporting all significant developments. There was no time for any formal reports, and also iPhone had for reference were the hastily scribbled notes bundled up in her hand. This did not present much of a problem. Memorizing information was something she had a lot of practice with. As of the last set of reports, Captain Auberai and Captain Strauss have been neutralized by the Primero and are in critical condition. Retrieval teams are heading for their location as we speak, but we cannot guarantee their survival. Captain Zaraki has been neutralized by the Quinto, and is near death. Captain Hichugaya is engaged with the Noveno Espada, outcome unknown. Captain Kukaki has engaged the Quarto, Ulquioricifer, in cooperation with the auxiliary element Kurosake, but they are both hard-pressed. The traitor Tuan has been killed in battle. Captain Scarlet has been defeated by Tyr Halibel and is in critical condition, and Captain Komamura has been slain in battle trying to save her life. Our invasion commences according to plan so far, but we are facing heavy resistance and high casualty rates. All three avenues of attack report constant counter-attacks from hollows, and none consider the routes cleared safe for movement. So iPhone delivered the information quickly and clearly in a calm, neutral tone, as if she had just delivered a particularly intense budget report, but the enormity of the statement was not lost on her. 4 captains defeated and on death's door, and 1 slain. This truly was a historical moment. Not for centuries now had more than 1 captain ever been killed at a single time. What of Aizen? Yamamoto demanded. Has he shown himself? It was a foolish question, and so iPhone was sure he knew it. If he had shown himself, it would have been at the top of so iPhone's list. The venerable commander was simply desperate for good news, of any kind. None of our Vanguard scout teams report any sightings, or any activity suggesting he's made a move. What of his primary assets? He has sent out the 5th, 4th, and 3rd Espada. Where are the Segundo and Primero? No sighting of the Primero after the battle with Captains Auberai and Strauss, so iPhone replied, and no word of the Segundo. Sensei, said Kyoraku, a hint of urgency in his voice. Yamamoto's 2 star pupils had waited patiently alongside their master. Although so iPhone was not partial to such sentimentality, she was sure the both of them longed to be alongside their own soldiery. They were loyal, to the Godai and to their divisions. To their sensei, too. Well done, Captain, Yamamoto said to so iPhone. Be sure to keep me informed of any new developments. Of course, sir, said so iPhone. Sensei, Kyoraku said more urgently, as the old man turned to face him, we have to act right now. We're 4 captains short, and we haven't taken down a single Espada. Send us in. I agree, Yokotake said with a sigh. Either that, or... This, is war, said Yamamoto slowly, weariness in his voice. Loss is to be expected. Yes, said Kyoraku firmly, but not if it's this one-sided. If we are to succeed here, we need to act now. Send us in. Yokotake and I together. We'll eliminate his top Espadas one by one. He'll be forced to come out and face us. Komamura, he was loyal, Yamamoto mumbled, and to his pupils, it looked as if the old man wasn't quite there, staring out into empty space. He's a good captain. He always gave all he could for the Godai. Now, he's truly given all he can. He became a hero, sensei, said Yokotake, but what? Said Kyoraku urgently. We can still salvage this. Pull back the forces, secure one avenue at a time. Let us deal with the heavier hitters. Anything, so long as we do it right now. Sensei, said Yokotake, we've lost 4 captains. 1 is dead. All we've managed to do is kill low-tier Arankar and hollows that Aizen can stand to lose, whereas he's lost nothing of value to him. He will not emerge until our forces are well and truly spent. We're sending our soldiers like lambs to the slaughter, and we're not even close to achieving our objectives. We should pull back, and if not retreat then at least rethink our strategy. And give up our momentum. Kyoraku protested. What momentum? Yuka snapped. We're playing right into Aizen's hands. He always stood by me, Yamamoto murmured to himself, always unquestioningly loyal. He was so honored to be leading the charge. He was. Sensei, Kyoraku said. Sensei, you need to pull yourself together. A moment passed, then Yamamoto's eye turned toward Kyoraku, no longer distant. Mind your manners, boy, he said sharply. I am here, and I will not be lectured by a pup. Good, said Yuka. Then what are our orders? I've made my decision, said Yamamoto slowly. Relay the following to all divisions. Check the description for the links to the author.